human life. Every week, we take on the most pressing topics about how AI is changing the way we work, communicate, and create, and we try to really cut through the industry hype to analyze the actual substance of this really quickly changing technology. So if you don't already subscribe to my newsletter, Bloomberg Q&AI, you can quickly scan the QR code, which should be on the screen soon, and subscribe to it. Speaking of QR codes, you'll see a few today on our various stages, including this one on screen. We want to stay true to the Q&AI name and let you all ask some questions during our session. To do that, you'll jump to the Q&A icon at the bottom of the screen and submit your question to participate in the conversation. I promise I will do my best to get to as many of your questions as possible. And all day today, you can follow along with our coverage on all the major platforms under the hashtag Bloomberg Tech. Our handle is @Bloomberg Live on all the major socials. Or if you have the Bloomberg terminal, look for today's conversations using the function Live Go. Now, please join me in welcoming Hugging Face co-founder and CEO Clem Delange. Hi, Clem. Well, Clem, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. You came all the way from Miami, and we brought the San Francisco-Miami weather for you.
Yes, that's perfect.
I want to keep my introduction short so you can speak in your own words about your company. Can you tell us a little bit about Hugging Face, which, as I said, I think is one of the most important AI startups around right now? I think most AI developers are very familiar with your platform, and there's a lot of pride in being a big name on the Hugging Face platform if you're an AI coder. But I'd love to start us off by just having you tell us a little bit, what is Hugging Face, what does it do, and also how in the world did you land on the name Hugging Face?
Yes, most of our success is coming actually from our name, from our Hugging Face name and logo. We've been lucky to become the most used platform for AI builders. We have over 4 million AI builders now using the Hugging Face platform, who collectively have shared over 1 million AI models, 300,000 data sets, and collectively have built over 300,000 apps. It's a way for them to collaborate and build AI themselves instead of kind of like outsourcing AI building to others.
And how did you personally get interested in AI and come up with the idea for starting Hugging Face?
So I was lucky to join an AI startup. We weren't calling it AI at the time, now 15 years ago, so before all the craziness in AI. And we were doing computer vision at the time, image recognition. And when I tried the first demo, I was kind of like blown away. I was like, okay, this is a technology that allows you to do things that were never possible before. So I got completely obsessed with it, worked at a bunch of startups after that. And now 7 years ago, with my co-founders, we gathered around this idea of building AI together. We started with something completely different. At the beginning, we were doing Tamagotchi AI for actually over 3 years, if you can believe that. And then progressively
What do you mean by Tamagotchi AI? Is that like the Tamagotchi rabbit kind of devices that we have now? Or
kind of. At the time, the leading kind of like AI products were Siri and Alexa, right? These kind of like assistants. And we were thinking that they were kind of boring, right? They were mostly kind of like telling you the weather or helping you with productivity stuff. So we wanted to build something a bit similar, but for fun, for entertainment, for companionship. And so we had these apps on Messenger, on the App Store, basically to have your own version of Siri, Alexa, or ChatGPT today, but for entertainment.
Great. And then how did you decide to shift to being this platform for developers, and why is open source such an important part of your ethos?
It was very organic, powered by the community. We started to release some of the underlying kind of like things that we were working on. At the time, the way you were doing chatbots was by aggregating a lot of different models for different tasks. Like, for example, you have a text, you can extract information, you can summarize the text, you can generate the answer. And because we wanted the chatbot to be able to talk about a lot of different topics, we needed to aggregate a lot of different data sets, right? Sports data sets, entertainment data sets. And so we had this kind of like underlying platform that was working well for many models, many data sets. And when we started to release that publicly in open source, the community kind of like rallied around that, right? Like the researchers from all the biggest labs started to use Hugging Face to share their models. That's what led to kind of like most of the most popular open models that you know to be released on Hugging Face, like Llama, that everyone has heard about, Stable Diffusion, and the million models that are now uploaded on Hugging Face.
So does it cost money for developers to upload?
No, it's free. So most of the platform is free. And then we have premium features and premium infrastructure, especially when big enterprises are using us, which help us fund the free and open source part of the platform. We're lucky to be close to profitable these days, which is pretty unusual for AI startups. Most of them are more on the opposite side of the spectrum and burning tons of VC money. But it's very important for us to be sustainable as a company because we're building a platform for the community. So we want to make sure that we're going to be around for the next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. And so we put a lot of focus on making sure we build not only a thriving business, but a sustainable business.
Bloomberg reported on your last funding round. Any updates on the revenue or customers that you can share with us?
So we have over 10,000 paying customers now. We have around 100,000 organizations total that are using us. It's going really, really well, especially with something called the Enterprise Hub, which most of the really serious companies in AI are now using internally as a way to kind of like empower them to really build AI themselves. I think something we've been seeing for the past few months is that every single company in the world has to build their own AI models instead of outsourcing it to someone else. Otherwise, they run the risk of getting left behind. And so we think that some of these enterprise features, enterprise products, are really empowering all companies to do that, right? It's not just OpenAI, Anthropic, Microsoft that can build AI now. It's really like every single company in the world.
Is it difficult? How do these open source and smaller companies that don't have as much funding, how can they go up against these big tech companies, right, that, as you say, do have such high costs and are burning through cash? So if you're a smaller developer and you're on Hugging Face, how do you think these companies in your ecosystem that they're able to compete?
So I think the way we envision AI is that, in the past few years, past 2 decades, the paradigm to build technology was software, right? So you would write a million lines of code, very, very rule-based. Now we're in a world where with AI, right? You start from the data, you train models, you optimize models, and that's how you build your features, your products, your workflow. And I think when it comes to competition or moats, the same rules apply between the two paradigms, right? So the same way in software, the way to compete was to build better software, faster software than your competitors, and progressively you build the moat. It's the same thing in AI, right? The way to compete for smaller companies, smaller organizations is to build AI better, faster than their competitors. And then progressively as they grow, they're going to get more usage, they're going to get more revenue, they're going to get more network effect that is going to create a moat for them. So in that sense, competition moats are not so different between the AI paradigm and the software paradigm, especially because what we're seeing now is with large pre-trained models that are made open by some players like Meta, it becomes really, really easy to fine-tune, optimize, merge. There are a bunch of different techniques that allows even smaller companies to build their own models based on a large pre-trained model like Llama 3, right? That's why we've been seeing 1 million models on the platform, right? It's not just 1 million model by big tech companies. It's every single organization, every single AI, indie AI builder, and this single kind of like academia now able to build AI themselves using open source as a base to lower the barrier to entry.
Right. So there are a lot of benefits to open source, like you're talking about, and it's become more popular even with some of the bigger players like Meta, or even closed source companies, right, like Google starting to release their own open source versions of their models. That being said, there's a lot of criticism of open source as well. So can you tell me a little bit about, what do you say to the criticism that open source can be dangerous? Is it the wild, wild west on Hugging Face? If someone wants to upload code that, let's say, could be really harmful, could help you come up with a novel bioweapon, is that something that Hugging Face would allow? What's your stance on that?
It's not the wild, wild west. It's not the wild west. It's most of the open source AI, similarly to the open source software, happens in platforms that are very responsible, like GitHub or Hugging Face, with safeguards that allow to mitigate the risks. A lot of the kind of like so-called risks of open source are actually also similar risk of proprietary. Like for example, bioweapons. It's really easy to use a proprietary API and to what we call like hijack the kind of like proprietary API and to get them to do exactly the same thing than open source. And at the end of the day, if you look at technology as a whole, the way to mitigate risks at scale is to do some sort of distribution of power instead of concentrating power in the hands of a few. Because what you do with open source is that you allow policymakers, you allow regulators, you allow law enforcement to actually understand, master, control this technology, and to make sure that they're used in alignment with the law and what we expect as a society. So now I think we're getting into a consensus that open source is not more dangerous than closed source, and even more like the opposite, that open source is a more sustainably long-term way to develop the technology safer.
I don't know if we're quite at consensus with some of the people in tech I talk to, but yes, I think there is growing support for open source. And just to be clear, so if I did try to upload, not that I have one, but an idea for a novel bioweapon, I would not be allowed to do that on Hugging Face, correct?
You have different safeguards. So we have like security scanners, for example. We have like community processes to be able to report things that are like against the terms of use or like illegal. And so you have many ways to make sure it doesn't create more risks than existing systems. On bioweapons, the interesting thing is not to look at it in absolute terms, but to look at it compared to what's possible today. And there's been some studies and some research that has shown that AI models today are not actually building more capabilities to do that than regular Google search, where you can basically find the exact same information that you would find from an AI model. So it's all about kind of like balancing some of this risk, mitigating some of this risk, while at the same time kind of like benefiting the whole ecosystem and world.
Makes sense. And what do you say to kind of the economic argument, which is probably the second biggest criticism I hear of open source, that if American or Western companies let these models show all their code to the world and to everyone, that then economic or political rivals can sort of copy our code and take our prized AI kind of head start?
So if you look at country by country, open source in the US benefits more the US than other countries for some obvious reasons, like for example language, right? If you open source in the US, it's going to be in English. For norms, if you open source in the US, the norms around AI is going to be American-centric. For connection, relationship, right? So you build up the capabilities of American residents, and so you actually help develop the ecosystem in the US more than in other countries. And so if you look at AI, not only at where we are today, but the speed of evolution, by open sourcing in the US, you make sure that the US keeps leading on AI, which is the most important thing. Versus if you stop open source in the US, and then other countries, obviously a lot of people are talking about China, are starting to open source, right, and progressively build up and catch up and start leading, thanks to open source in their country, then the situation is much more dangerous. And actually, if you look at the leadership in the US for the past few years, in my opinion, it's been built by open source, right? If there wasn't kind of like attention is all you need, which is like the reference research paper for AI, if there wasn't BERT, if there wasn't stable diffusion, all these kind of like open source innovations, the US wouldn't be a leader in AI as it is today. So in my opinion, we need to keep doing that to keep leading and keep competing.
Makes sense. You made a lot of predictions toward the end of last year, November, about the year ahead. Some of them, I think, have already partially come true, specifically one that a hyped AI company would go bankrupt or get acquired for a ridiculously low price. Directionally, I would say accurate, if not all the way happening, because while Stability AI hasn't gone bankrupt, it's definitely gone through some changes, and we've also seen Inflection, right, another very buzzy AI company, be acquired in sort of all but name, or have a lot of its staff acquired, right? Do you think we'll see more of this, and why?
Yes, I think so. I think there's been a lot of what we could call kind of like cloud money laundering in a way, where like the big cloud providers have been investing a lot of money in a lot of startups, sometimes like sponsoring compute, especially for very large models, right, where you end up in a place where you have like a very large model that is like very costly to train and to run, but because some of these startups have raised so much money, they can offer it at a fraction of the cost, right? Potentially selling, $1 of infrastructure of compute for 50 cents, right? For things that don't always make sense, like for example, if you look at banking customer chatbots, sometimes because of this phenomenon of kind of like cost sponsoring, you end up using like massive model, whereas you probably don't need to, because you probably don't need kind of like a banking customer chatbot to tell you about the meaning of life, right? You'd prefer use kind of like a smaller, more customized, more specialized model that is really good for your specific kind of like industry-specific domain, but you don't need it kind of like to be massive and tell you about everything in the world. So I think we might see some adjustments there. We're very early in the technology, so there are things that don't really make sense that are going to adjust progressively. I think more and more companies are going to start focusing on not only the revenue they're making, but the kind of revenue that they're making. Is it profitable? Is it not profitable? Is it sustainable? Is it not sustainable? I think it's going to be interesting to see that play out in the next few months.
I'm going to ask just a few more questions and then turn to the audience for some of their burning questions as well. I just want to for a second talk about how important evaluations are, and what is a Hugging Face leaderboard? Why is it so important for people to be at the top of a Hugging Face leaderboard? I have had other startups tell me that as like a point of pride, that we're on the top of such and such Hugging Face leaderboard this month. Can you explain what that means and why it's important?
Yeah, this year it's been exciting to see Hugging Face become kind of like the most used platform for evaluation of models and AI in general. It's a very important part of the AI cycle, because it's hard to understand which model, which data set is going to be good for your specific use case, your specific industry. We've seen, I think, over 5,000 leaderboards created on Hugging Face to evaluate models. And the way I see it is that every AI builder has to use a bunch of different things to be able to assess which model to use, which data set to use, how to train, etc. First, they have to use public leaderboards, right, and generalist leaderboards. We talk a lot about them. We have like the OpenLLM leaderboard on Hugging Face. There's like the chatbot arena built by the amazing team from out of Berkeley. Limsys,
yeah.
Exactly. You have Helm from that is done by Stanford. So you have a lot of like really good public leaderboards that gives you a good first indication. Then you have to look at kind of like the social signals. You have to look on Hugging Face, like are the models liked? Is there a community that is using it, optimizing it? Is it supported by the community? And then you have to build your own evaluation because, as I said, like every company use case is going to be different. And so you want to evaluate these models based on your constraints. Like if I'm building a banking customer success chatbot, you need to have your evaluation for your specific customer expectations and see if it's working well. And then you have to evaluate the cost of these systems. Is it going to be cost effective? Is it going to be fast enough? Is it going to be scalable? And really kind of like ultimately build and evaluate your own models all the time to see how you can iterate on them. We're very early on the technology cycle, I think, in AI. It's very immature now, how you build AI, but progressively we're getting better at building best practices just the way we've done it in software. It took maybe 10 years in software to get to best practices on how to build software. I think we're in AI where everyone is learning what's the best way to build AI.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to turn to the audience questions. The first one, with Hugging Face focusing on profitability versus OpenAI on research/revenue and fundraising, how does Hugging Face not get left behind?
I think it's different approaches, but we're also very different companies, right? Very different businesses. We see the world very, very differently. We collaborate a lot. For example, they have very popular open source models on Hugging Face, like Whisper, which is like an audio model. And the AI kind of like domain and fields is so big that we don't really approach it as kind of like a competitive kind of like a market. I think just the same way you have a bunch of like trillion-dollar software companies, hopefully in the future you're gonna have a bunch of trillion-dollar AI companies. So there's a lot of room for like different approaches.
Makes sense. Let's see. Okay, how about, this one is quite technical, but I'm sure you are capable to answer that. How do you ensure performance? We are seeing a lot of SLA issues with GPT-4. What kind of SLA guarantee do you provide for an enterprise offering?
It depends, right? It depends your use case, what you're using it for, what kind of model you're using it for. But enterprises are very happy with our Enterprise Hub offering. I don't want to be kind of like the salesman on that, but especially when you can use open source to run AI on your own infrastructure instead of kind of like relying on someone else's infrastructure, you can really kind of like align that with your specific constraints in terms of latency, in terms of kind of like availability of these services. So ultimately, what we're seeing from enterprise is that most of them want to kind of like have their own AI, also for these reasons of kind of like being able to control the availability of these services, just the same way they control the availability of these services for their traditional software.
I liked, there was one, a fun one, because you are French. It said US versus France, which one will win the AI war, or is it both?
Yeah, both of them. I mean, like, I think, you know, we're like in a field where everyone can kind of like contribute in a different way. As you said, I'm French, but I migrated to the US now over 10 years ago. So I've seen kind of like the beauty of both countries and kind of like the strengths of both countries. So hopefully we can move toward a world where everyone can contribute to the field in a different way. It's even more important in large language models because obviously you have the language issue where you don't want a world where English gives everyone so many more capabilities than other languages, right? So you want to find a way, and open source is helping a lot with that, where all countries, all languages have access to these technologies and can contribute to the building of these technologies.
Speaking of French, you've given a French title to your new robotics project. It's Le Robot, right? Can you tell us a little bit about what that is? Are you going to be building humanoid robots that we're starting to see become very popular? And
I am a robot, actually.
Oh, okay. It's all simulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I think what we're seeing is that AI is becoming the default paradigm for all technology, not just text, right? There's a lot of focus right now on text, on large language models, of course, but we're seeing a lot of traction for models in audio. Right now, you can generate really good songs with AI, which is incredible. I don't know why people are not talking more about that. We're seeing a lot of usage in image, of course, like Stable Diffusion kind of paved the way. We're seeing a lot of usage in video, in time series. Right when I got here, I took my Uber. The ETA on Uber is AI for time series. For multimodal, right? I have my Meta. It uses kind of like Llama 3, an open source model, to be able to detect objects and kind of translate in real time thanks to image to text models. Biology, chemistry, and robotics, right? We're starting to see more and more interest there, especially because it's a domain that can have really high barriers to entry, just because obviously it's costly. And so what we're excited about is to help the source have an impact in robotics, where you can include more people to build robotics models, to build robotics data sets, which are strongly lacking right now, and hopefully ultimately build open source hardware. I'm much more excited about a world where instead of having one company selling you these kind of giant black box robots, I'm more excited about a world where you could have some small, cute, open source robots that you understand perfectly how they're built, why they act like that, that you can almost kind of program yourself right away to do some kind of fun, useful things for you. So hopefully we're trying to push the world a little bit in that direction rather than the first direction.
Great. Well, before we wrap, any last predictions? It's your chance to modify or add to your list.
No, I mean, let me try to remember a little bit my predictions. I think I've been very lucky, because usually I really suck at predictions in AI, because it's so difficult to predict the future. A lot of people ask us for predictions in 5 years, in 10 years. It's really impossible because things are moving so fast. But what we're going to see is that I think, it usually happens with technology, we're probably going to overestimate the impact of this technology in the short term, right? So maybe we're going to be disappointed in a year and 2 years. We're going to be like, oh, why don't we have humanoid robots doing everything for me? But we probably underestimated the long-term impact of AI. I think in 10 years, the world is going to be very, very different thanks to AI, and that's one of the reasons, obviously, I'm excited to work on the topic.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
From Silicon Valley to Wall Street, the promise and perils of artificial intelligence are playing out on the world stage.
Sam Altman, the co-founder and ousted leader, will now return to OpenAI.
Meta, of course, it's unbelievable, up 22%, the biggest stock move by market cap ever.
NVIDIA, it surges as AI demand powers the company's outlook.
The industry is being transformed, not just ours. Fundamental transformations in computing affects every industry.
AI is the most profound opportunity in our lifetimes.
Everything from the capital being invested to the talent, data, and chips powering this AI revolution are in high demand.
The thing that's most exciting about this generation of AI is perhaps we move from autopilot to copilot.
But what will the next phase of adoption and monetization look like? Which big tech companies will dominate in AI? Which startups will disrupt them?
I would never count out the little startup.
And where do the risks and unintended consequences lie?
Why should we trust you?
You shouldn't.
The leading voices across global technology, business, research, and investing are here to help us decode the future. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Emily Chang and Brad Stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Tech. We are so excited to have you here in San Francisco.
Thank you all for coming. This is our one opportunity every year to get the people and companies we think are cool together on one stage, and the people that we like, of course, in our networks to come and watch. So really appreciate you all for being here today.
We devoted last year's conference to AI and analyzing the massive implications brought about by the arrival of ChatGPT. And I have to say, Emily, the questions around AI, the hype has only gotten louder in the last year. And so this year, we've got a great lineup of deep AI thinkers. We have the co-founders of Anthropic who are joining me soon. They're actually brother and sister. We have Fei-Fei Li, one of the godmothers of AI, a professor at Stanford, talking about where AI is right now and where it will take us. We have some of the earliest AI investors like Reid Hoffman and Vinod Khosla.
I've also been delving into AI, of course, on the second season of my show, The Circuit. We actually just dropped an episode with Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, last night, where we talked about confronting OpenAI and Microsoft, the future of search in the age of AI. So we're actually going to be showing that episode today around lunchtime.
And I'm talking to a robot.
Yeah, you're talking to a robot. Did we mention that?
I missed a meeting, and when I looked at the agenda, I was the idiot talking to the robot. So
it
I'm
might
doing
be
that.
a little awkward, but hopefully it's cool.
And we're bringing you an exclusive look at Bloomberg Business Week's One to Watch in Tech. It's a great list, and we have many of them here in attendance.
And we've also got some of the ones you already are watching. Of course, the CEO of Snap, Reddit, Gary Tan from Y Combinator, he's hard to miss. Adam Neumann of WeWork. It's really going to be a jam-packed show. We're launching a new vertical today, Bloomberg Space, where we're going to be covering, it's a new website. We're going to be covering all of the business activity happening in outer space, and there's so many different places to like network and interact while you're here. We're going to be doing an Elon Inc. Episode of our podcast. I think Brad's the victim for another victim. Another thing that you're victim to
emerges
today. So please make sure you mingle around and see all the stuff we have going on.
Before we get started, we do have a couple of announcements. First, we would like to acknowledge our presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ, as well as our supporting sponsor, Okta.
And if you want to connect to Wi-Fi, I'm going to read this so I don't get it wrong. It's all the info is on your badges. We're going to be flashing a QR code somewhere throughout the day. Oh, there it is. And this is going to be your way to participate in all the polls that we have going on today. You can also submit questions for the speakers. We're going to do our best to get to those. We might not get to them all, but we'll try. And actually, I want to try doing our first poll now. So if you toggle back and forth between Q&A and polling, you'll find the poll. Here's the poll question. If you were founding, investing in, or looking to work at a company of the future, it would be focused on AI, quantum computing, biotech, space exploration, virtual or augmented reality. So please put your answers in so we can get accurate polling data.
I think I can guess what's going to come out on top. But while you're voting in the poll, you can follow with today's coverage and engage with us on social media on all the major platforms under the hashtag Bloomberg Tech. Our handle is @Bloomberg Live on X, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And if you have a Bloomberg terminal, look for today's conversations using the function Live Go.
Hang on, can I get a picture of the audience? All right, everyone, you have to look excited though, because it's a little, I'm feeling the energy is a little low. Oh yeah, okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, everyone, smile, cheese, look happy, yay. Okay, one of just you. Hang on, there we go. Okay. Up, like clap, like yeah, okay.
Okay,
thank you.
Let's see those results.
We got it? All right, shocker.
Mm-hmm. And how would you have answered this?
I don't know, what do you think? I would have said AI.
I'm going to space. We're doing this conference on Mars next year.
I'll be watching.
All right, let's get the program started. Emily, we will see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Our first guests are siblings and co-founders of Anthropic, an AI research lab that combines machine learning, neuroscience, and cognitive science. Everyone, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dario and Daniela Amodei. All right, thank you guys. It's so exciting to have you here. I mean, first, perhaps for the uninitiated who may have heard about ChatGPT or the results that Google serves up in Google search results or Microsoft Copilot, tell us about Claude and how it's different from the wave of large language models or chatbots that have emerged over the last year.
Yeah, so if we go back to kind of the founding of Anthropic, right when a group of us left OpenAI to start Anthropic, we had two real theses. And one of those theses is something that I think is shared among the 3, 4, 5 companies that have been very successful in this space, and one was very unique to Anthropic. The first one was what's come to be called the scaling hypothesis, which is the idea that if you scale these models up a huge amount, then you add more data, you add more compute and parameters to the model, they perform better and better on a wide range of tasks. We were early advocates of that, but that I think is common to all of the companies. The second was that along with scaling these models up, making them like a very powerful rocket ship, you need to steer the rocket ship. And so we've worked on various things like constitutional AI, which is a method for explicitly specifying the values of an AI system, interpretability, which is looking inside an AI system, a bunch of things around AI security and resistance to jailbreaks. And so I really think of our work as the combination of the pure scaling up with this sort of steering and safety component.
I guess, let me ask you to answer that question too, because if you're going to distill it down for consumers who now can download a Claude iOS app, or enterprise users who have access to your APIs on Amazon's cloud or Google's cloud, but they have other options. So why Anthropic?
So really, I think there's a few reasons. The first is that today, Claude 3 Opus, which is our largest model is the most powerful, capable AI model available anywhere in the world today. And so for businesses that are really looking to transform some of the work that they do, particularly highly complex cognitive tasks, Claude 3 Opus is a great choice. Another reason is we really provide enterprise choice and sort of business choice. And the reason that we do that is we heard this feedback from our customers. Sometimes you need really the kind of, the Ferrari, like the best sort of fastest, smartest model available. But sometimes you actually just need a model that is, cheaper, quicker. Claude 3 Haiku, which is our smallest model, is a great choice for businesses that are using an LLM for something like customer support, right? Something where you need a really, really fast model that is, price competitive. And I think more broadly, something we found is that businesses in particular, but also consumers, really vibe, I think, with our approach around trustworthiness and safety and reliability of these models. Ultimately, when you're using a tool like Claude for so many different facets of your work, you really have to feel confident that what it's returning is something that is accurate, reliable, isn't going to go off script. And I think Anthropic has really been known for prioritizing that type of work.
Dario, chatbots, as we're experiencing them now as consumers, do you think that's a novelty, like the first demonstration of this novel technology? And does it go away? Does it sort of fade into the background of the tools that we end up using?
I think actually sort of both. So I think there's two directions the technology is going to take. I think one direction is that AI systems, potentially through APIs, and this is more the enterprise side of things, are going to start suffusing all of kind of our existing technological infrastructure in the world. So you can see the beginnings of it with kind of, integrating models into, for example, IDEs or code completion. You look at what Intuit has done with, kind of answering questions about TurboTax, extending products with AI systems and large language models. I think there's going to be a lot of that. A second thing that I think is going to happen is that the chatbot is also going to be extended by kind of reaching into a lot of the tools and being able to do things for you, right? This is the personal assistant that takes actions, that interacts with all the stack of existing technology for you. So I think both of those things will exist. They may correspond roughly to enterprise and consumer, or it may be a little bit more blurry than that. We, of course, are more focused on the enterprise, but really we deploy AI in every surface we can find.
I have a suspicion that next week at Google's event, Google I/O, and next month at Apple's event, WWDC, we're going to hear a lot from those companies about integrating AI into their software, into their operating systems. I'm curious, like, what kind of lane exists for the kind of third-party app, like the Claude app that you just introduced on iOS?
So I don't know. I think our general perspective is it takes a lot of effort and a lot of resources to build a model. And I think once having built that model, we want to deploy it on every possible surface that we can. And we find a lot of folks find it, useful to use the model on mobile, just as they use it on web. One thing I would also hint at that we've kind of started to move towards is, we recently released a Teams product, and of course, that's going to be on mobile as well. And the direction we're going in that is towards a more enterprise direction. If we think of the current chatbots, when people try and deploy the current chatbots in an enterprise setting, it's a bit like I took a human off the street, a smart human, and then kind of asked them to work with a coworker at a particular company, right? They don't necessarily have all the context. So I think we're working in the direction of trying to make it more like an informed employee, hooking it up to databases, hooking it up to company-specific information, and I think the mobile app is going to be part of that in addition to having a consumer experience.
So you and your co-founders are known as the team that spun out of OpenAI to develop models that are aligned with humanity, that don't develop unforeseen risks, that are safe. How did you come to develop your kind of concerns about the potential direction of AI?
So I think something that has always been this founding principle for us is, we see an incredible amount of potential benefit from this technology, right? Something that Dario and I talk about a lot, together with the company, with our co-founders, is this technology to transform sectors like healthcare, right, or even science. I think some customers that have worked with us, Pfizer, the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, right, the type of work that they're doing is truly amazing, and we're proud to be able to support businesses like that. I also think we have felt very strongly that there are some lessons to be learned from kind of prior, technological waves or innovation. And this is not that, we're so incredibly prescient. We've just had, several decades now of time to kind of look back on things like social media and say, wow, there was a lot of good that came out of this, but there were also a lot of harms that were kind of caused by this technology. Whether or not you could have anticipated those in advance, hard to say. But I think we are trying to be the most responsible actors that we can be and think about what are the potential externalities that could be caused kind of accidentally by this tech. And we really try and take a very broad approach to how we think about that. Of course, we don't have all the answers. We try to be humble, but we've tried very, very hard to sort of think about what are the areas where something kind of could go wrong here, and how do we act as responsible leaders in this space.
Dario, I don't know if you caught the introductory video before we came up on stage, but there was a little clip of Emily last year at this conference asking Sam Altman with kind of wonderful simplicity, why should we trust you? And after a beat, he goes, you shouldn't. And so I want to ask you the same question. Why should we trust you?
Yeah, I mean, my view has always been you shouldn't trust people, you should trust institutions. And I think my view is, on one hand, we've tried to build an institution and a reputation that's trustworthy both in a societal sense and in a companies can trust us with their data sense. I think in the end, the proof is just in the pudding, right? You have to develop a reputation of doing what you say and saying what you do, and Anthropic hasn't been around for that long, but that's what we've tried to develop over time. I think there are broader societal questions about if the technology becomes truly powerful, to a level that that we haven't seen in a century or so, then we start to ask questions about kind of democratic legitimacy. It's not so much about trust; it's about is this so big that there needs to be some democratic mandate and involvement of the government. I don't think we've reached those questions yet, but I suspect they're closer than we think, and then we should think about mechanisms of democratic accountability.
You guys have raised over $7 billion, in part from Amazon and Google, helping to accelerate this AI arms race. I guess I wonder, is the world safer now than it was 3 years ago before we started down this path?
I think something that is very kind of challenging about a field like AI is just, in some ways, the genie is out of the bottle, right? I think something that is we think about a lot is how do we, in the kind of environment that we're in, right? In the circumstances that sort of everyone is experiencing where AI is taking off, right? How do we act as kind of the best, most responsible actors we can? And I think we have this sort of vision of not just Anthropic and the decisions we make impacting the technology we develop, but how can we put sort of positive pressure on the ecosystem, right? Something that we hear from our customers a lot, which we like to hear, is, hey, we're choosing Anthropic, we're choosing Claude because of your commitment to safety and security and reliability. Because we also know that is what they're saying to our competitors, right? They're saying, hey, we don't feel confident that your models are as safe as Anthropic's. That's actually a great market signal, right? I think that there's a way in which we view our impact not just from the work that we do directly, but really from how we impact the market, policy, right? We try as much as possible to be very open about trends we're seeing so that policymakers can be informed about how to set thoughtful regulation in the AI industry.
I would add, we have this notion called the race to the top, right? So what you're referring to with all these different players, you might call a race to the bottom, and I think that's real. But we often try to counteract that with a race to the top, which is we try to set a good example and get others to follow it. And in order to set that good example, we do have to have enough weight that others actually respond to our signal and get moved by our signal. An example of this is, we pioneered this concept of a responsible scaling plan. We put this out last September, and within a few months, OpenAI put out a similar thing. It really seemed to us that us putting ours out helped to spur the efforts by others. Now we've heard that Google is doing the same thing on podcasts, and I've heard similar, at least whisperings of other companies doing the same thing. I think in areas like interpretability, we developed the notion of constitutional AI, and I think just yesterday one of our competitors put out a concept very similar to it.
You guys clearly left OpenAI in part because of some concerns, right, about the direction of the company and whether your values were aligned. Are any of the fears that you had back then now being manifested by what you're seeing at OpenAI?
I think what I would say here is Anthropic really has always aimed to have, kind of our own vision and our own story, right? We saw this opportunity to go out and really build something where everybody was kind of aligned from the start about what our values were. We've always had this very strong kind of moral compass around wanting to develop these tools in a way that is, responsible and safe and reliable, right? All the words I've been using. And I think that it just sort of felt to us like this was the best way to do it, right? We had this opportunity to go off on our own and really sort of set this vision from day one.
That was a very civil response. Dario, is there anything that you want to add?
I mean, I don't know. I would just add the notion of trust. Like we have seven co-founders, 3.5 years later, all of us are still at the company. We have an incredible amount of, trust for each other. We started this company because we believed that we all had the same values and we trusted each other.
I want to run a poll. What is the most urgent issue raised by AI? And you're going to have some options, so please weigh in. I would love to know what you all think. And while we wait for results, I feel like I have an opportunity here talking to you both, your brother and sister, on stage at the same time. Danielle, what is it like starting a company with your brother? I mean, if it was my brothers, we would, we'd be probably in court, or at least there'd be a struggle for control. So how are you guys managing to do it?
I think something that is a little unusual about us is Dario and I have always been really close. We grew up in San Francisco. It's like a fun fact about us. We actually grew up like 10 minutes away from here. In the Mission, that's right. And I think I don't know, Dario and I, it's just sort of hard to explain, right? Like folks who knew us when we were little to folks that, know us now, right, our co-founders, they've always kind of described this like very strong, special bond between us. And I think since we were really little kids, we always had this desire to like make things better. I mean, I know that sort of sounds like a little corny or basic, but it was a very deep thing. Like we really felt like the world, there's many problems in the world. We really want to try and help and make things go better. I think getting to do that together, like in a company that we lead, is the sort of fullest expression of form that we've been able to do. And I don't know, it's great.
I mean, maybe how I would encapsulate it is I remember when Daniela was in high school, and every week we'd play the original Final Fantasy VII on the original PlayStation in 1997 or something like that. And now we do the same thing every week. Playing the new remake on the PS5 with 30 years better graphics, and it's basically the same thing except we're running this company.
And was there anything about the circumstances of your upbringing or the family dynamic, do you think, that pushed you to become entrepreneurs?
I'm curious for Dario's answer too, but I think something I think about a lot is, I don't think we recognized it at the time, but growing up in SF in the 90s, we really saw the sort of first tech boom up close, right? We didn't have the language yet for sort of what was happening, and of course a lot was sort of going on down the peninsula, but I vividly remember walking around and sort of seeing all of these very well-dressed young people going into these kind of swanky office buildings and just thinking what do you do, right? Still kind of a mystery at this point, but I had a concept of what's a doctor, what's a lawyer, what's a teacher, and I think there was, at least for me, sort of this spark of who are these people? What do they work on? What is this? And that sort of just percolated in the background as we were going off and doing Dario was obviously getting a PhD, and I was working in global health. But there was always sort of this backdrop of these young people walking around, sort of having these cool jobs. That I think there was something in there that stuck with me.
I was actually entirely uninterested in the first tech boom in the 90s. It all seemed really boring to me. I was like interested in being, inventing new theories of like the universe, and I thought of AI as kind of in that bucket. But so I worked on neuroscience for a while, and then as I moved into AI, it kind of became increasingly interlinked with the tech world, and it became clear to me that if you wanted to actually make these issues of both scientific discovery and social responsibility real and bring them out into the world, like the devil is in the details, and it would really come down to the details of the technology and how it's integrated into the economy, and that the only way you could really hope to influence that, or the best way you could hope to influence that, was actually by being involved in running one of these companies.
I feel like there's more to explore here, but we're running out of time, and I want to get to 3 questions, so we have to kind of do 2 rapid fire. Considering the extraordinary expense and resources that have to go into training and operating these large language models, do you worry that it won't be feasible anymore to keep showing these step improvements in the way that we have historically been seeing them these past few years?
Yeah, so I think we have quite a ways up to go, right? The current generation of models that we're seeing out there is still in the $100 million range. I think all of this can scale to the $100 billion range at the end of that range, with some difficulty in terms of power and chip provision, but we're gonna get there in a few years. So that's a factor of 1,000 more, and then I think the algorithms are gonna get more efficient, and we're gonna see some things on top of post-training. At some point, we're going to run out, but I think there's lots of things stacked on top of things to keep making models better.
Do you guys worry about the carbon footprint of these models?
So something that we have invested in from early on at Anthropic is actually doing carbon offsets. Of course, it's a complicated issue. There's no perfect answer, but it is something that is top of mind for us and that we invest in.
The FTC is examining the relationship that companies like Anthropic have with the big tech companies like Google and Amazon. Is there an argument here that these relationships forestall competition?
So, I can only speak for Anthropic, but I think one of the things about us is we have relationships with 2 different cloud providers. And so, I can't go into the details, but in many cases, having those 2 different partnerships makes it, not plausible that, that various things could be exclusive, right? And so, I think that independence and that choice is one thing that I think differentiates Anthropic from some of these other deals.
Just to build on that, I know we're at time, but I really think the sort of current state is that it is quite expensive to train these models, right? And so I expect we'll see similar structured deals, to come. But strongly agree with Dario. We're an independent company.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one quick question, and we'll leave you. Just considering that you're saying that we're going to continue to see the same pace of improvement, make the argument for us that we should be excited about this AI future instead of slightly fearful about it.
My honest answer is that you should be both at the same time. People have asked me, how excited or worried are you on a scale of 1 to 10? And I said, I'm 10 out of 10 excited, and I'm 10 out of 10 worried as well. And so we try to handle both of it. But let's actually, I'll just discuss the positives for like 20 or 30 seconds, which is I think of biomedical, right? I go back to my work as a neuroscientist and computational biologist, and I really look at diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's. We're getting to this range of diseases that are super biologically complicated, and that humans are running up against their limits of what they can understand, right? What can fit in one person's understanding. And I think the AI computational chemists, which we're already beginning to see the little bits of with work we're doing with companies like Pfizer, I think there's a lot of potential there, and that field could be very surprised by how fast things go, and the real improvements in quality of life that come from it.
All right. Well, Dario and Daniela Amodei, thank you guys.
Thank you for having us.
All right, moving right along. You almost certainly know our next guest. He was the founder and CEO of WeWork. He's now running a residential real estate company called Flow. He's trying to buy back his old company. I hope he won't mind me saying there's a slight resemblance to Jared Leto. Adam Neumann. Adam, thank you for joining us. It's awesome to see you.
Thank you for the Jared compliment.
Yes, that is a compliment.
Huge Oscar winner, huge compliment.
Okay, so first of all, let's talk about WeWork. It's in bankruptcy court. A New Jersey court recently gave it back to its creditors and essentially ignored your bid to buy it back. Is that the end of the story for you and WeWork?
So we're, first of all, thank you for having me. And we're just at the middle of all of it right now. But just to explain a little bit more about it. Our bid was $650 million. The bid that seems to be the one that they're considering to confirm at the end of the month is $400 million. It's a difference of $250 million. The number is very important. I'll explain in a second why. When in bankruptcy, and I'm learning a lot about it, I've never heard anything about it before, so it's all new. I didn't think bankruptcy was a beauty competition. I thought bankruptcy was.
That is a line in your brief.
Yeah, it is a line in the brief. I thought it was whoever is going to give the best offer. And when you base, well, what is the other offer? What's the plan that they're showing? So they show a plan and they give numbers. And just to share a few numbers in the plan that's going to be presented to the judge at the end of the month, the plan says that the average, two numbers that are very easy to track, average revenue per member and occupancy. The two numbers that the current plan is forecasting would be the highest numbers we have seen since 2019, which is as far as we can go, which I would call peak office, and would hockey stick, and they would have to achieve those numbers by the end of this year. I'll say a little more. The profit margin of the buildings would have to go from 16% margin, which is the last number that we saw right before it declared bankruptcy, to 24%. That is 50% growth in margin by the end of this year.
And this is under your plan or
their plan?
Their plan.
No, their
plan.
This
so you're saying it could be hyperbolic.
Oh, I'm saying it's definitely unfeasible.
But let me just ask you, I mean, don't the creditors have a legal requirement to take the best deal? So is there something, and you said it's not a popularity contest, so if it was, why, if they looked at your deal and perhaps had a legal requirement, and a very self-interested requirement to take the best deal, why do you think that they have bypassed?
So we're getting very technical, but let's say one.
I don't think it's a technical question.
Well, it is, because your real question you're asking is the judge obligated to take the best deal, or does the judge get to choose what deal he's going to take? And I think it gets quite technical, but let's say something else just about, back to what I said, from 16% to 24%, 50% growth in 1 year, without spending any money on on a business that now has aging buildings, in what I think is one of the worst office markets, maybe in the history, but definitely of the past 40 years. Look around just here in San Francisco, but it's a global phenomenon. If they achieve these very rosy plans that I think are unfeasible, they would then need to, in 2025, grow from that to not go cash flow negative. What I'm really telling you is that the plan that they're planning to approve, or if they approve, it hasn't happened, would be a plan that takes the company cash flow negative less than 12 months from when it came out of bankruptcy. And we're planning to show it in depositions. We have a chance at the confirmation, and you can take it as far as...
Okay, so this isn't over.
This is not over.
Well, we do love a redemption story in Silicon Valley. Of course, Steve Jobs famously went back to Apple. But what would you do with WeWork? And considering the obstacles it faces with the economy and work from home, what is your vision?
So I think the only reason we were even interested in WeWork is only because of Flow. As Flow is thinking...
Why don't you describe what Flow is?
So Flow, I'll just take it a little backwards. Are we going to go by that clock or by the clock?
You leave that to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I need to manage the questions, but answers.
Roughly, yes.
Roughly, yes. Okay, so I'll give you the short version. Okay. Well, the very short version, when I moved to this country in 2002, I lived in an apartment building with 135 apartments. The first thing I noticed is what the neighbors weren't talking to each other. I had this great idea, why don't we create a company called Concept Living? And I was in CUNY University. I had 4 other students with me. We went to the entrepreneurship competition, and we didn't go to the next stage. I remember going to the dean. I said, Mr. Dean, I understand you can't reverse whatever happened, but why? Didn't we even go to the next stage? What a great idea to bring community into buildings, would have increased the NOI, would have made people pay more rent. And he goes, Adam, an entrepreneur can't go and disrupt an industry of that size. Interesting lesson from that is, if you're right now an entrepreneur, if you're right now a dreamer, if you're right now a student, and you have something you really believe in, don't let anybody stop you. The worst case scenario is you will fail and you will learn great lessons that will then apply to the rest of your life. So that's one. Taking it 22 years forward to today, 70% of today's 40-year-old and younger in America are renters. They spend 34% of their total income on rent. Not only that, we live in a time where we're so connected digitally, and we just heard in the panel before how more connected we're going to be. We have never been more disconnected physically. There's loneliness, there's mental illnesses. Flow's vision is oneness between a person and themselves, their neighbors, and their world. We deliver that vision by building a vertically integrated company. We build our own tech, we manage our own buildings, we own our own buildings, and it's our own brand. Just to explain why that's so important, traditionally, landlords would be landlords, and they would use third-party providers to build the technology for that. Those third-party providers, because they're not the owners, would build what they thought was best. These third-party provider technology companies are based on an accounting system. Flow has to rebuild the architecture to be able to base it on whatever we think is most important. And to deliver our mission, what's most important is actually the resident, the human being. By putting the resident first and building this very flexible architecture, we're able to do almost anything we want in the building. And I'll just give one example. Community commerce. Our residents, one of our buildings, Flow Fort Lauderdale, that's doing extremely well and is delivering on this promise, and the net operating income is up more than 30% since we took over, which in real estate terms is a very large number. Our residents all have services, not all, but a lot of them. One is a yoga teacher, one is an accountant, one is an insurance salesperson, average age about 32. And they want to rent, they want to give these services. They come to us. For now, we're putting it through 2 different things, but it's all getting integrated into the app. They say what their service is. Now you're another resident. You would like to buy or consume that service, and we connect you and put you together. From the moment you go to Flow, and you guys can check out Flow at flow.life. You go to the website. You want an apartment. It says, do you want community? Do you like pets? Do you like wellness? If you like wellness, do you like meditating, or do you like lifting weights? And whatever the thing that you're going to say, that you chose to tell us, we're going to know about you. Then when the next event is going to happen, we're going to prompt you and offer it to you. And by doing these little things, you're allowed to really deliver on this mission. As an entrepreneur, I get the bug usually every day. I try to stop it every month. I'm looking at my CTO right now. He has to build a system that's ready to receive all these ideas. Without building the architecture the way we did, you would not be able to deliver on our promise and our mission.
When Andreessen Horowitz invested $350 million in this new idea, you could kind of hear the collective gasp from the tech press because they were betting on you after a quite public experience with WeWork. Why do you think they made that investment?
First of all, that's a question for Andreessen Horowitz. But, and I know Ben has spoken a little bit about it and said different things. Also something that not everybody knows, we also put in $350 million ourselves. So it was really done.
And you had some of these apartment buildings already.
I did, and we chose the best ones. The other ones we sold, we chose the best ones and contributed them to the company and created perfect alignment between us and Andreessen. But I happen to be coming back from a board meeting right now. We had one 2 days ago. And our board meetings are amazing. Marc is our board member. Ben joins the meetings. And we all sit around the table. We suggest, we talk about whatever it is. And without getting into details, again, my CTO here had quite an experience. We presented everything we're doing. Everybody was so excited. And then we gave an idea of a new thing we want to do in 2025. And Marc and Ben, based on 30 years of experience and a lot of investing, didn't think it was a good idea. And the speed in which they communicated it, the strength in which they pushed back, and the conversation around the table was just something that I wasn't used to. It's the kind of partners that you need. These are not just tech investors, the best, I think, in the world. These are entrepreneurs who've built multiple businesses. And the mix, the combination of them with everything they do best, and the team and myself with everything we do best comes together, I think it's the right business at the right time.
Interesting. I'm also hearing sort of implicitly that maybe you didn't have that same kind of board relationship at WeWork. and that a little bit of friendly pushback is always a good thing.
So you're saying friendly pushback. The pushback is real. So it is friendly because we're partners and friends.
Yeah, there was Masayoshi-san and his colleagues doing the same thing at WeWork.
So I'll just one more thing about Marc and Ben. For those of you who know them, the pushback is real. It's not a soft pushback, it's a real pushback, and that's what I want as a partner. I'll give you one fact about my board from before. For 9 years, and it's in the board minutes, every single decision that was ever brought up in the board was unanimously a yes. Not one time in the record was there a no, until the time when I said I'm stepping down, and that was they voted. That was a yes also.
Let's bring it back to WeWork. So you've described the Flow mission, which is residential focused and community focused. So tell me where a co-working company in a challenged real estate market for that kind of office space, where you think it fits?
So the way I see the future of living, the future in post-corona world, I think we all understand this, and actually we're sitting right here in San Francisco. It happened here and in New York almost more than anywhere else. The speed in which people started working remotely and successfully worked remotely was unbelievable, and I think surprised a lot of people. But we also learned after corona that the home, for most of us, is the most important thing. The future of living and the future of work are intertwined. To think of one without thinking of the other would just not be solving the actual problem, and you wouldn't be able to deliver on the full mission. The only reason we were interested in the only reason we are interested is as part of Flow. So it was going to be an SPV below Flow. Flow is going to deliver the technology. That same flexible architecture doesn't work just for living. It works for office. It actually works for anything in real estate. And we had a group of extremely talented investors that were coming behind it. This was not Flow spending its equity on that. This was actually raised externally. And the hybrid of those two would be able to give a future WeWork a plan that's actually sustainable. The current plan, unfeasible.
Okay. Is there one even fraction of a kind of personal element for you, of a return, of a redemption?
We didn't speak about this question in advance.
It's
you can't say that something that you've spent so much time on, and I didn't just spend 10 years on WeWork. There was a team of over 10,000 people who gave their heart, body, and soul to build this. Of course, there's a lot of emotion. But part of what I learned, and I've learned a lot of things, but part of my biggest lesson, we as human beings tend, many of us, to take the past, wear the glasses of the past. We have a narrative, and we tell ourselves that narrative, and when we look at the present, we're looking at it with the narrative of the past. The problem with that is you're not actually in the present. The thing about the present that's so exciting, it never happened before. And if you don't come into it with a fresh set of eyes and are completely, you and I, we're right here, right now, nothing else matters. Unless we're doing it this way, you don't actually get to experience life. So is there emotion? Of course. Would I make this decision at all because of some comeback story? The reason I really didn't want to look at WeWork was because of that. And the only reason we started getting interested, the more we heard their story, the more we heard their numbers, we're like, they've never done this, they are wrong, and it is still, after everything, a big global brand. But so there is emotion, but I don't make decisions that way. And if I can share something with the audience, try to live the present like you're seeing it for the first time, because you are, and then you'll really be living life to its fullest.
I do enjoy how you bring these kind of quasi-spiritual mission statements into things. I don't know, I guess maybe...
So it's not I wouldn't call it a mission statement, I would just call it an observation. And again, I think all of us as human beings, we tend to do what's easiest. It's much easier to bring with you the past into the present. It's much scarier, it takes a lot more courage to just be here now.
One of the reasons why no one has ever built a national residential real estate brand is it's difficult, requires a ton of money, regulatory differences in every market, the details of maintaining, owning properties is not trivial. Why can you succeed in a spot where probably a lot of others have looked at it and decided, no thank you? It's also a very incredibly volatile market.
So the other thing about this market, it's a market where, in the right locations, it's a market where supply is much smaller than demand. So because demand has always been greater than supply, the most successful landlords didn't need to build a brand. The buildings were full anyway. But going back to what I said before, the fact that 70% of this young population is spending a third of their income on it, they deserve a better solution. When they get a better solution, they're going to get a feeling. When they have that feeling, that's the beginning of a brand. Before we did this, without looking too much at the prism of the past, we did build an office brand in the second largest asset class, and it wasn't national, it was global. It faced a lot of the same challenges. I'll tell you an observation that we have. It is easier to bring community, bring people together in a residential building than it ever was in an office. Because in a residential building, it's nighttime, you went upstairs, you could stream your content, you could be on social, or maybe you actually want to go downstairs and see other people. In the past 3 months, we've hosted hundreds of events. 40% of all of our residents have attended the events, but the number I like more, 38% of our events were thrown by the residents. So we're really creating an environment where they can choose what they do and what they don't do, and people seem to choose again and again to want this face-to-face connection and not just the digital connection.
Are you being at all more careful in pitching Flow as a technology company? Because I recall it was one of the things that around WeWork, investors kind of rejected the idea that that was a technology company, tech play.
So in general, the way I live my life is I'm doing the things that myself and the team know are correct. I'm not building this for what investors are going to say. I'm building this to give an experience that I think I'm very well positioned, that the team is very well positioned to give. We've done it before, and we're going to do it much better this time. But back to the tech, you cannot deliver on this promise and our mission without doing the tech the way I said. What I explained about architecture is really important. If you have architecture based on accounting, you're just not going to be able to do things based on building community. In our architecture, you could. I'll give you another thought that maybe is not common. We have 160 employees. 51 of them are in tech, mainly engineers and a small group of product leaders and designers. So you cannot solve a big problem in today's world without it. But I don't need to label it this or that. Label it a real estate company. It's the largest asset class in the world. There is no brand. But our tech is what's going to help us deliver this problem.
Are you a different kind of CEO now than you were at WeWork? I mean, you did mention the different relationship with your board. How else have you evolved?
So I hope in many ways. Growth is a complicated thing. What I've learned is you can really think about how much you're growing when you find yourself in the same situation. I think we all would like to be better, but then we get to that very stressful situation and we bounce right back to that old challenging self of ours. I believe I did, and there's many examples of things that change, but you already gave one. I have investors around the table that are not just comfortable pushing back, I think they like it. So it's we have a great relationship and we're really building this together, which is one. But I think another one that a mutual friend of ours, or I'm not sure, he's actually not my friend, someone I know and someone that you know, gave me. He saw me speak in a conference and he told me, Adam, can I give you a little bit of advice? And I said, of course. And he said, but I don't know you so well. Is it okay if I just jump to conclusions? And I said, please do. And he said, because he's I think, best CEO on the planet.
This is
Mr. Bezos.
Okay, Jeff Bezos. Okay.
Jeff Bezos. Okay, Jeff Bezos. And I didn't know him, and I was so happy that he wanted to give me any type of advice. So I said, please. And he said, he gave an example of another entrepreneur that he really respects, another great entrepreneur. He said, you know, there's two different versions to people. There's the version you are when you talk to the world, which is where you do what you do and what we're doing right now, and when, yes, there is a lot of clarity about where we're going. But he said, when someone with your personality is sitting in a meeting with your tech team, with your design team, with your ops team, and you're talking about a problem, if you're going to be the first one to say what you think, there is nothing you can do except affect everybody else and what their answer is going to be. Says, Adam, my advice to you. He said, Adam, even if you don't take my advice, this is the biggest asset class in the world. It doesn't have tech. It doesn't have a brand. I think you're going to do really well.
So he told you to talk last in meetings.
He said, if you can help yourself and be the last person.
Can you help yourself?
So that would be a question for my team. I'm getting a thumbs up from the CTO. Okay. So I remind myself all the time, and when I don't, I take a moment, I take a deep breath, and I do it again. If I want to succeed in the way that I want to for all of us, but also to deliver on this mission, but also for all of our partners and all of our employees, I have to learn how to do that. I'm sure I'm doing it better. I'm sure there's a long way to go.
Okay, 2 more questions, and we'll try to go quick. One of the things that brought journalists like moths to the flame to the WeWork story podcast and the TV show, the books, was a kind of a narrative of excess, an excess of charisma, of camaraderie among employees, capital raise certainly. Do you think about that at all, or do you think differently about excess in the kind of company you're building?
So those are like 3 questions in 1 question in a short time. Let's do the exercise. Just say 1 word about it. Our capital was raised from the smartest investors on the planet. We didn't have any grade B investors. We had the best of the best. We had Goldman, we had JP Morgan, we had Fidelity, I can give the list. The list goes on and on and on and on. So they're very smart people, and they choose to invest. Then SoftBank came in and yes, gave a very large investment, and we saw it in other places. But all of that is one. But the other thing I'll say, with everything that has occurred since, the amount of ex-WeWork employees that have applied to Flow, the amount of, and we are working, it's only 160 employees, so there's a small group that are in Flow. Most of the Flow employees are new, but the best of the best, most of them are with us. What I hear every single time, and Corona, remember that happened in 2019, then Corona happened, then everybody was alone at home. The amount of people who say that this is the best time they've ever had in their life, career-wise, camaraderie, you said friendship, partnership. We built, and I think it's important to remember, we changed the category. We built a global brand. We became, you used Jared Leto, television show. I can name all the different things that happened. We became part of pop culture. It's not obvious to build something of that magnitude and of that size. We said before, did we make mistakes? Of course. Could we have done things better? Always. But I am taking a lot of lessons from the past, but I don't for a second underestimate the level of achievement that was achieved, the team that did it, and you'll see it's very hard to replicate.
Okay, last question. Change topics. You are from Israel. You attended or lived in a kibbutz only miles from where the October 7th attacks happened. I just feel it would be remiss if I didn't ask you, I think specifically what you're taking now from the protests that we're seeing around the world, particularly in the US at college campuses.
Sorry, taking a second, because yes, very different topic, very important topic. When it started, and I'm going to take Colombia as an example, because I happen to know that you went to Colombia. When it started, I was extremely concerned. And what I do when I'm very concerned, I start asking questions. I don't ask just the friends that I know in Colombia whose kids are Jewish that are going there. I actually ask everybody else, from all religions, from all countries, from all states. We have a relationship with people all over the world, and not just people that are here, but people that are running countries. And I kept asking again and again. I said, well, what do you think? And the more I talked to them, the more they said, you know, Adam, what we really think? We think these protests, instead of helping achieve the voice that they're trying to have, they're actually hurting. The other thing they told me is, take an example with Colombia, it ended up being a few hundred people that out of them maybe half weren't from there. And as we just spoke about, I've always been about bringing people together. I've always been about community. Of course, I agree and believe that we should have not just 2 opinions to every topic, but 5 opinions. But we should do it in a way that brings people together and brings people around the table for a discussion. We should not bring hate. We should not bring violence. And to touch on that a little more, when I think of those young students, young, I think, is the right word. And all of us, some of you are young right now, and all of us were young at some point. And I still like to feel young, but time is moving. And when you're young, you're just developing your opinion. We live in a world where we can find any support for any opinion we have, center, right, or left, no matter what. There's support for it, and you can find the biggest story and another million people thinking the same way you are. For these young students, I hope over time they'll develop their own voice. They'll find their own time to collect information. They'll get informed. They'll understand that when you look at something from the outside, you never know what's actually happening in the inside. And I really hope and wish that that will happen, and they have time. The professors, on the other hand, when I think of that, I'm extremely concerned.
We will leave it there. Adam Neumann, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
welcome to the stage Dr. Fei-Fei Li, Sequoia Professor in Computer Science and co-director of Human-Centered AI Institute at Stanford University, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
AKA the godmother of artificial intelligence. How do you feel about that title?
That's the first question. You know, Emily, I would never call myself godmother of anything. But when I was given that title, I actually had to pause and think about it. And I was like, well, if men can be called godfathers of things, women, so can women. So I accept it.
100%. I mean, you are one of the most influential computer scientists of our time. You have written hundreds and hundreds of papers. You were the creator of ImageNet, which laid the foundation for modern AI, which was basically this database of images and their descriptions. Did you have any idea how influential it would be?
ImageNet was conceived back in 2007 as probably the inflection idea for big data's role in AI algorithms. So from a scientific point of view, I had the conviction that big data would fundamentally change the way we do AI. But I don't think I could have dreamed that the convergence of big data, neural network, and GPUs essentially give the birth of modern AI. And I could not have dreamed the progress, the speed of progress since then.
You are in rooms with the people who are making decisions about the future of this technology. President Biden, Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella. You are testifying before Congress. You are on task forces. What is your main message to the people who have the power about how they should use that power?
Great question, Emily. Honestly, the message is the same as I'm in the room of K-12 summer camps, as well as Stanford, introduction to AI courses, is that recognize this technology, what it is, and how to use it in the most responsible and thoughtful way. Embrace it because it's a horizontal technology that is changing our civilization, is bringing goods, is going to, accelerate scientific discovery, help us to find cures for cancer, map out our biodiversity, discover new materials with us, but also recognize all the consequences and potentially unintended consequences and how to develop and deploy it responsibly. I just think that voice of balance, of thoughtfulness is so important in today's conversations, whether it's in the White House or on campus.
Right now, and I don't know if you would call this a crisis or an inflection point, but AI models are running out of data to train on. And then you've got companies turning to AI-generated data and synthetic data to train their models. How big a problem is this? What are the risks? Like, what's the next step here?
So first of all, I think AI models are running out of data is a very narrow view. It is, I know that you're implicitly referring to these large language models that's ingesting internet data, especially data from, from websites, Reddits, Wikipedia, like whatever you can get a handle of. Even when looking at language models, let's just stay in this narrow lane, I think there's so much more. We are seeing that differentiated data can be used to really build customized models, whether it's journalism as a business or in very different enterprise verticals. For example, healthcare. We're not running out of data. In fact, there are many, many industries that we are still have not even entered the digital age yet. We have not taken advantage of the data, whether it's healthcare or environment or education and all that. So even in the lane of language models, I don't think we're running out of data from that point of view.
Do you think using AI-generated data to train models now is a good thing? Or does that take us further and further from the original source in a dangerous way?
That's a so much more nuanced way question. It's a good question. So AI, there are many ways to generate data. For example, in my Stanford lab, we do a lot of robotic research, right? Robotic learning. There, simulated data is so important because we simply don't have enough resources or enough opportunities to collect human-generated movements and all that. And simulation is really, really important. Would that take us onto a dangerous path? I think even with human-generated data, we can go down a dangerous path. And simulation data, likewise, if we don't do it in a responsible way, if we don't do it in a thoughtful way, of course it might take us down a dangerous path. I mean, I don't need to even call it out. You know what are the bad human-generated data are there, right? Like entire dark web. And so the problem is not simulation itself. The problem is data.
You're getting into the hot and crowded AI startup game. You're starting something, reportedly. Can you tell us anything about it?
Nope.
Okay. Well, stay tuned. We also we conducted a poll about trust in the age of AI. Can we bring the results up of that poll? The question was, how much do you trust tech companies to develop AI safely and securely? I fully trust them, 0%. I'm skeptical, everyone, not at all, a significant portion of people.
Who are doing
the people in this room?
Oh,
the people in this room. Okay. If you had to rank the big AI players, who do you trust the most and who do you trust the least?
My trust is not placed on a single player. My trust is placed in the collective system we create together and in the collective institution we create together. So maybe that's your trap question, but I'm not going to be able to call out anybody that I feel is, I mean, think about the founding fathers of United States. They did not place trust in a single person. They created a system that all of us can trust.
Are we doing that?
We're trying. At least the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI is trying. I think many people are trying. I get to ask this question a lot, Emily. Do you still have hope in AI? First of all, it's such a sad question. But I do say my hope is not in AI. My hope is in people. And I'm not a delusional optimist. People are complex. I'm complex. You're complex. But the hope is in people, is in our collective will, our collective responsibility. And many things are happening. We're moving. Many of us are working towards moving to make this a trustworthy civilizational technology that can lift all of us.
So there are so many risks that get talked about. Human extinction, bad actors, bias, like racial, all kinds of bias getting exaggerated. What is the thing that you worry about the most?
I worried about catastrophic social risks that are much more immediate. I also worry about the overhyping of human extinction risk. I think that is blown out of control. It belongs to the world of sci-fi and just pondering about it. There's nothing wrong about pondering about all this. But compared to the actual social risks, whether it's the disruption of disinformation and misinformation to our democratic process, or the kind of labor market shift, or the bias privacy issues, these are true social risks that we have to face because they impact real people's real life.
Meta is leading an open source AI campaign. What do you think should be open and what should not be open?
That is a nuanced question. I do believe in an open ecosystem, especially in our democratic world. I think that the beauty of the past, couple of hundred years or 100 years, especially in our country, is the kind of innovation, entrepreneurship, and exchange of information. And so it's important that we advocate for that kind of open ecosystem.
What is the biggest thing in AI that nobody's talking about? What should we be talking about?
I think we should talk more about, oh God, that's a long list actually. We should talk about how we really can imagine how we use this technology. You know, I talk to doctors, I talk to biochemists, I talk to teachers, I talk to artists, I talk to, farmers. There's so many ways we can imagine using this. There's so many ways we can use this to make people's life better, work better. I don't think we talk enough. We are talking about gloom and doom, and it's also just a few people talking about gloom and doom, and then the media is amplifying that. I don't think.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, my hand was waving nebulously. I don't think we give enough voices to people who are actually out there in the most imaginary way, creative way of trying to bring good to the world using AI.
Is there anything you want to call BS on? Like anyone or any company just kind of piss you off?
I know where you're getting. I already called I wouldn't say the BS. I just think over-indexing on the existential crisis, existential crisis.
Existential extinction crisis?
Yeah, exactly. That is over-indexing. I am concerned about some of the bills that are in different parts of our country, California state, or that is over-indexing on that. And it might come from a good place, but it's putting limits on models and might even inadvertently criminalize open source and are not really being thoughtful about how to evaluate and assess these models. I am concerned about that.
So you think we might over-regulate?
We might over-regulate in ways that we didn't mean it and hurt our ecosystem. But in the meantime, there are places where rubber meets the road, like healthcare, transportation, finance, where we should look at the proper guardrails.
Did you talk to President Biden about that? Because I know you have a line to him.
I can't tell you what I talked to. Actually, with President Biden, one of the things we talked about is the moonshot mentality to invest in public sector AI, because, we're here in the heart of Silicon Valley. It's not a secret that all the resources, both in terms of talent, data, and compute, are concentrated in tech industry, actually in big tech industry. And Americans' public sector academia is falling off the cliff pretty fast in terms of AI resource. Stanford Natural Language Processing Lab has 64 GPUs. 64. Think about the contrast. And so we talk about resourcing public sector because that is the innovation engine of our country. It produces public goods, it produces scientific discoveries, and it produces trustworthy, responsible evaluation and explanation of this technology for the public.
So last question, and this is something I know you're really focused on in your lab and in general. There are not enough women and people of color in this field who have their hand on the dial. How serious is this risk, and what could it lead to?
Yeah, well, Emily, I know you have been advocating this issue. Look, there isn't enough. In fact, I think the culture is not necessarily better. We're seeing more and more women and people of different diverse background entering the field of tech and AI, but we're also seeing that the voices of the men being much more lifted and all that. And people do say, well, Feifei, you're here talking, but there are so many people who are better than me. There are so many young women, people in tech from different diverse background whose voices should be lifted, who should be given a bigger platform. So If we don't hear from them, we're really wasting human capital, right? These are brilliant minds and innovators and technologists and educators, inventors, scientists, not giving them the voice, not hearing their ideas, not giving them, not lifting them, waste our collective human capital.
I think godmother is a pretty good term. What do we all think? Do you agree? All right, thank you. The godmother of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ann Neuberger, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor of Cyber and Emerging Technologies at the White House, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Katrina Manson.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Thanks for coming to the West Coast. And there's a lot going on in the realm of hacking. This administration, when it came in, faced a crisis with Colonial Pipeline in 2021. 3 years ago, the administration said this was unacceptable, this was a risk that maybe the US should have caught. And 3 years later, we've got the Change Healthcare hack. Who is dropping the ball? What is going wrong that a company this significant to a sector that is worth 20% of the US economy is being felled by ransomware in a way that now lives are being affected?
Well, that's why it's always so nice to come here to San Francisco, because you get direct questions, which are really the right questions to be asking. So let's take a step back for a moment and talk about what we're seeing. So first, software has made its way over the last decade into the critical services we all rely on, the water systems, the power systems, the pipelines, for a number of reasons. First, it made for more efficient operations, right? Companies could control remote infrastructure with more confidence. It was easier to build. You got more precision on that. And as we've put more and more Internet of Things devices, think about smart meters to help us, for example, consume energy in a more efficient way to help manage load on the grid. Software is all over our infrastructure in a way that wasn't there before. I've had the opportunity to work both cyber offense and defense, and it's a lot easier and a lot more fun to be on offense, right? Offense has to find one open door or window, one vulnerable system. Defense has got to guard every door or window. I'm just looking around here. You know, if there was a Secret Service agent, there are so many opportunities, right? So fundamentally, cyber defenders are already in a tough spot. And then finally, from a geopolitical perspective, post-Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there's an increasingly permissive environment in Russia, both for financially driven attackers like ransomware. Our intelligence community assesses 70 to 80% of them are based physically in Russia, as well as for political hacktivists. And we've seen some of those attacks recently. So those three kind of set the stage for what is a tough problem. And I would add the final piece, which is critical infrastructure is owned and operated by private companies. And as such, those factors all play in. So what's been the approach, to your point, over the last 3 years? First...
And why has change happened?
Yes. Huge. And that's what I want to talk about. What's been the approach? And then why does a change happen despite that? Which is really the right question to be asking. And the first piece is, the first part of the approach has been really working to lock our digital doors. For the last 10 years, there were no cybersecurity minimum mandates for those critical systems. So if you walk into any large building, there's probably a guard, there's probably a security system. The digital systems of pipelines, hospitals, water systems had no safety or cybersecurity, cyber safety requirements. Largely as a result of a number of things, primarily because legislation on the Hill regarding cybersecurity always had this tension between innovation and security, and generally the sense that by regulating cybersecurity, you would affect innovation has precluded that. Following Colonial Pipeline, the president said, I've got to be able to give Americans the confidence that their critical services can be safe. So we started essentially, it's called interpreting safety requirements to say each of these regulators have the authority to put in place minimum cybersecurity requirements. Frankly, the kinds of things we've been talking about for a decade, encrypting data.
So you were looking for authorities because Congress wouldn't pass the legislation?
We were finding ways to say, is there any way to do it within current law? And we found and cobbled together an approach sector by sector. In some cases, emergency authorities. That's how we did it for pipelines. In some cases, safety authorities. That's how we did it for rail. Because clearly, if TSA, for example, can say the physical rails have to be secure, the signal most definitely have an impact on safety. But that had never been done before. So over the last 3 years since Colonial, we've been working sector by sector with each regulator. First, educating, coaching, getting them the people. I mean, it's, as you can imagine, right? Top cyber thinkers don't necessarily think of going to TSA, don't necessarily think of going to EPA. So helping bring those communities together, the water community and the cyber community.
Water in particular didn't work. You landed up in court. Your efforts have very clearly, publicly failed, and the water sector is being hit now by Iran, by China, and by Russia. And now you've even got water tanks overflowing.
It's a great example. So the first line of the strategy, which was putting in place minimum mandates, it worked for pipelines, it worked for airports and airlines, and that we've been able to do it. It worked for rail, and shortly, hopefully, we'll be issuing a similar approach for hospitals following Change Healthcare. But in the case of water systems, when we released a rule setting minimum standards for water systems, 3 attorney generals sued, and we had to rescind the rule. So that gives a picture just of the complexity in the space. I want to talk about the 2 other parts of how we've been working to counter ransomware, because they all go together, and then and similarly talk about the complexity. The second piece is really a shift in strategy by our law enforcement community. The law enforcement community's approach used to be working with law enforcement partners around the world to try to bring people to justice. The reality is when many of the individuals are in a country where we don't have an effective law enforcement relationship, that had to change. So the FBI, the Department of Justice, and frankly, law enforcement partners around the world have worked to change and to start disrupting takedowns. The takedowns you saw of Lockbit, Hive, both the takedowns of infrastructure, trying to get the encryptor tools and build decryptors to make sure victims could decrypt. So that's been the second part of the strategy. And then the third has really been to build an international partnership, because everybody's hospitals, schools, and companies are affected. So as you know, this morning, I came from a meeting of the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative. The White House stood up this partnership, and 30 countries joined us when we started 2 years ago. It's now grown to 61 countries, large, small, from every continent. And today, we launched a platform where countries can share indicators of compromise, can actually collaborate to say, here's what we're seeing in a hospital. Has anybody else seen this? And the goal in all of this is to make it riskier, costlier, and harder for attackers. Because if one country has seen a particular malware strain and can say, we've seen that, here's the way you defend, here's the things you need to do, here's the individuals who are likely responsible, the community of countries fighting this, given defense is so much harder than offense, we hope can start to get the upper hand. But that's been the approach, that 3-part approach.
I know that there's a lot of store set by this prospect of more disruptions, more takedowns. Black Cat was one of the groups that was taken down, seized in the end of 2023. That's the same group that did Change Healthcare. And in the interim, all that Black Cat said was, now you can go after hospitals in the nuclear sector, they're free range. And now you've got Change Healthcare. So these policies are creating new problems, and you're now dealing with 1 in 3 Americans having lost maybe their personal health data, and I think with serious impacts also on patient care.
You're right. You know, I have a chart in my office that shows the disruptions over the last 2 or 3 years, and not just Americans. Americans obviously with partners. The Germans, the Netherlands are all strong partners on this work, and how they last for a limited period of time, right? Because you can take down the website, you can take down the infrastructure, you can try to recoup the money. At the end of the day, this is anytime anybody pays a ransom, it feeds the beast. And as you know, US companies, US entities paid $1.3 billion in ransom in 2023 alone. So is it any wonder that the problem continues and that those disruptions, while impactful, are impactful for a very short time. So they have to happen much more frequently. They have to be much broader. And we really have to think about how we focus on the money and turning off the money over time. And there's a lot of different approaches we've been thinking about, but that's a big been unencrypted on that network in 2024. What do you all think? Should we have rules requiring that data to be encrypted? Because frankly, as you all know, even if the data is stolen and it's encrypted, AES 256, the most common encryption algorithm, cannot be broken even with today's most advanced commercial high-performance computers, right? So that's where the defense comes in. That's where the call to action for companies. And yes, as a government, we will be moving to start requiring that. But often when I talk to hospitals, because post-change, I've gone and I've talked to the American Hospital Association many times. We've done virtual calls with healthcare companies. And our first question is, what prevents you from encrypting data today? What prevents you from using MFA? Passwords are dead. We all know passwords are dead. We're human. Who can remember their password, right? That's the reason that passwords are. So that call to action to say...
What does the AHA say to you? Because they are opposing a rule that would mandate minimum cybersecurity requirements. They were opposing it in December last year. They're opposing it in April this year, after the hack, after patient care has been delayed. These are the people who are responsible for patients. What do they say to you? And you mentioned you're going to take a similar approach. Can you mandate a rule against their interest, even if Congress won't do it?
So first, we find with every conversation, that conversation comes closer together. So when we say, look at the cost of a Change Healthcare and the time to recovery, in our medical system, there were 20% fewer billings during the weeks of Change Healthcare. That means 20% fewer procedures, right? That could have been a postponed temporary procedure, but that point is a significant one. And much of that is preventable. That's not to say that every hack is preventable, but they can't be this easy. And we see malware strains reused again and again. So I think the conversation we have with them is, it's costing a fortune in mitigation and recovery, and a core part of patient safety is confidence that the system works. And as, particularly the healthcare system, as more and more tech is being used, frankly, as there's more and more promise with tech being used, that tech has got to be secure. So patients deserve that. And that's the argument we've been making, and that's the argument towards we look to putting in place minimum cybersecurity requirements for hospitals in the near term.
Near term, you're going to do something?
Yes. One of the things I've learned in government is never say the timeline, because it always takes longer than you thought.
So you'll put in a rule that does mandate minimum cybersecurity standards for hospitals?
For hospitals. We've been working closely with the relevant agencies and frankly with the sector to say, work with us on this. This is not one against the other. This is us working together to keep Americans safe.
But you will encounter a lot of resistance doing that.
I think it's on all of us to talk, and we've been doing rounds of that conversation. But I think one of the reasons, if you ask, why is it delayed? There has been resistance, right? Companies push back strongly. And quite frankly, the threat is here. The healthcare sector is, if not the most vulnerable, one of the two most vulnerable. They're here. And we try for a rule just to get them here. I will note as well, because we're here at the height, at the Center of American Innovation. At the same time we'll be rolling that out, we will be rolling out a free program of cybersecurity and training for the nation's 1,400 rural hospitals. Those are small hospitals in parts of America where if a hospital is locked in a ransomware attack, the next hospital is hours away. And a shout out again, we reached out to a number of technology companies and said, can you help us, right? You all have nonprofit programs. In our own country, there are hospitals that need the skill building, that need the more secure systems. And they've stepped up, and we'll be rolling that out together in the next few weeks. So a thank you to the tech community that not only is the source of innovation, but just is a source of good.
Thank you so much for coming here to discuss something in detail. I think it makes a tremendous difference to hear from you. One last question, which is that the SEC has effectively become a tool of the administration's policy in ways that is causing huge resistance and kickback. Do you approach, is it going to deliver the kind of cybersecurity outcomes that you want to see?
There was a very famous court case a number of years ago with a line that said, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." And what we've seen again and again is major cyber incidents that weren't made public. So the customers didn't know. And think about a tech company which had a major cyber incident. We're not sure if their code base was compromised. Shouldn't all their customers know about that so they can consider what risk they're at? So the transparency that the SEC's new requirement is put in place, which is that companies must disclose material incidents in a specific time frame. First, we hope it makes cybersecurity a CEO-level issue. We hope that CEOs start to ask their CISOs who need their support. Being a CISO is a tough job. Who ask, where are our key vulnerabilities? Can I see a recent pen test? And what do you need for us to address this? So goal number 1 was transparency for investors, customers. Goal number 2, as much, was getting the CEO to say, what does this company need to do to be safer in this really heightened threat environment?
We're at time, but I can't have you here in front of this audience and not ask you about Microsoft, so I'm going to. Tell us about the pointed conversations that you've been having with Brad Smith. Are they doing enough? Do you buy the new memo about security?
So here's what I'll say. Our economy and our national security rides on our digital infrastructure, right? The cloud is where we keep our corporate IP secrets. It's where we keep the nation's secrets. We have classified, unclassified clouds that have been a big part of improving government cybersecurity, moving off thousands of legacy systems and folks in that way. Those companies have an obligation to be leading the way in cybersecurity. And I think we really appreciate the steps Microsoft is taking to become a leader in this space. And that's because as we think about where we need to be as a country, trusting our digital infrastructure to be resistant to both criminals and adversarial countries is something every company and every government agency must be able to do. And we appreciate the big steps and the fact that the CEO of Microsoft has made that commitment, has tied compensation to this, because when you tie compensation, we know it's a company's priority to help us get to a more secure and safe environment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Burger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Vinod Khosla, founder of Khosla Ventures, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
Good morning.
All right, we're going to get right into it because you have a very special guest coming to your house tomorrow. You are hosting a fundraiser for President Biden. What is your message to the president?
Well, first, my message to the general public is I'm a huge supporter of President Biden. And we have to absolutely, at any cost, make sure that that donkey's rump, Trump, doesn't get elected and destroy democracy. It's not Republicans versus Democrats. It's Republicans, Democrats, and assholes.
Good thing we're not
Sorry,
on
I'm
live
not that
television.
direct.
I think we would have been fined for that by the FCC. Well, clearly you're worried about the outcome of this election.
It's a close election.
The polls are a little worrying if you're a Biden supporter.
I think they're pretty even, and they're very, very nuanced on, say, narrow states. Last time I mostly got involved in the election in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, only targeting a very narrow segment of above 50 white male voters. That was the only thing I got involved in. And I think 10,000 votes here or there makes a difference. And so it'll be that kind of pincer approach.
What's the message about AI?
The message about AI is it has great possibilities, and we ought to leverage it. One of my messages to the president should be that every person in the US should have free primary care offered by an AI, not by a physician, and complementing physicians. 24/7, every child in this country should have a personal tutor. That will do more for both healthcare and for education than any other single policy period, and this can be done during the next term.
That leads me by what's on the menu? Is this a lobster or a rubber chicken kind of a affair?
I have no idea.
Well, that leads me to your 12 predictions. You just put out this really fascinating list of predictions. I highly encourage everyone to read it. We don't have time to talk about all of them, but I do want to start with the first one.
Ted will be publishing the video very soon.
Okay, good. 24/7 free doctors and tutors on
Not
demand.
free doctors, free primary care, 24/7. And to me,
AI doctors, by the way.
okay, yes.
But how accurate and reliable will these doctors and teachers be, and will they replace real doctors and teachers?
So one of the things about AI systems is the more you use them, the better they get. Think Tesla self-driving, which I love now. It was pretty erratic 4 years ago. Almost certainly, they'll be much, much better than the median doctor, especially if they're complemented by doctors and they're under the oversight of doctors, at least for the next decade. I think we will have human oversight over AI systems, whether you're building a doctor, and my general view is all expertise will be free. We will see doctors, human doctors, oversee the diagnosis, the prescriptions, all that for patients, and we will have much more frequent contact with the patient. In this country, we do one patient visit per citizen per year with a primary care doctor. Australia does 4. So if we had to multiply it by a factor of 4 or 5, we need AI to do that level of care.
Now, you are not only were you the first investor in OpenAI, you are investing a lot in different AI models around the world. So we're going to talk about that, but it's actually means it's a good opportunity for a poll. Which country is the biggest competitor to the US for AI development? So please, everyone, vote. China, India, the UK, or Canada. And we're going to wait for the results. But what we're seeing is a number of different countries develop their own AI models in their own natural native languages, sort of sovereign AI models, if you will. So my question is, not a surprise, folks think China is the biggest competitor. Will each country have their own version of OpenAI or whatever AI, or will there be one world dominant leader?
I think there will be world dominant models, frontier models, state-of-the-art models that everybody will use. And there will be models in countries. So we are investors in Sakana, which is the kanji-based model for Japan. We are investors in Sarvam, which is focused on the 13 scripts in regional Indian languages, and there's a couple of hundred languages. Capturing the culture and context of those local countries, I think we will see regional nuances to the model.
So I guess my question is, like Google is sort of the search engine for the world, except in China and maybe Russia, like will there be a Google for AI, or will it be more distributed than that?
So my hope is there'll be 3 or 4 or 5 frontier models, state-of-the-art, very large models. They cost billions of dollars to train and work, and everybody will use them. And there'll be regional models in regional script, regional storytelling, regional factors. And there'll be 20 of those.
I'm curious how worried you are about China and our ability to compete, the US ability to compete with China. You were very vocal about the TikTok divestiture, and you see this as sort of a small part of this looming techno-economic war. What is the role that TikTok plays specifically, and what are you most worried about?
You know, the funny story is, I think it was a couple of years ago, I first talked about the techno-economic war with China on Bloomberg. I was supposed to speak to the UN about technology benefiting humanity, and some nation, we can guess which, vetoed me speaking at the week before I was supposed to speak. They don't like talking about techno-economic wars.
China.
China, yes. There's no question who dominates technology in the 20 years from now will depend upon which country has the best AI models. And so we are in a war, and this is not about war It's not about weapons. It's not about cybersecurity. I was opposed to TikTok because persuasive AI in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party influencing teens in this country is a very long-term important play for them, which is why they said, why would any algorithm for TikTok is a state secret or something like that. So we are in this war. Whoever wins the AI war, and let's not make any bones about it, will win the economic war globally, and because of winning the economic war, socially influence the rest of the world. So the political system for the planet is probably dependent on this risk, and that's why I think open sourcing state-of-the-art models, like Llama 3 should not be open source. It's a national security hazard to open source.
Hang on, I think Chris Cox, the COO of Facebook, is actually here. Would you like to say anything to him? Meta.
We were talking backstage about this.
Does he share your concern?
I won't comment for him. I'll tell you my views.
Right, well, okay, so what are the consequences of open sourcing Llama or AI in general to the world?
You know, the Chinese can catch up, take advantage of open source. You know, Mistral essentially copied what Llama 3 had done. I'm almost certain the Chinese did the same, and I won't mention another area of technology. In the area that I'm very familiar with, that's deep technology, and I won't name names, they were publishing their research, and China duplicated that program within China. When, and Anne, who spoke before me, should pay attention, when they stopped publishing, the number of cyber attacks on their company went through the roof. So China is using this tradition of open sourcing knowledge to their advantage, and we shouldn't let that happen.
You were one of the...
Sorry, I'm very direct.
No, I know that's why you're here.
By the way, I did give Shao a heads up. I'd be publishing the op-ed I published in the Financial Times on why TikTok should be banned. He did give me a response. But
and what was the response?
Let's just say we agreed to disagree.
Okay. So you were one of the earliest investors in Google, and we're actually going to see my...
1998.
Not exactly. I know you're close to Larry and Sergey. You're going to see my interview with Sundar Pichai a bit later. But now you're also very close to Microsoft, and you're an investor in OpenAI. I know you and Satya are close. Who wins in generative AI? Is it Google or Microsoft?
I believe this field is too large for any one company to win. I do think there'll be multiple players, and people lament that only the big guys are doing these frontier models. Clearly, there'll be multiple winners in frontier models, and then there'll be lots and lots of winners in application areas. So we probably have close to 50 investments in AI that don't get railroaded by frontier models as they advance, and people aren't being very thoughtful. But I'm very, very focused on what's enabling for AI. You know, I have my Rabbit device with me.
By the way, let's talk about this. Wait, before you go on, because I asked Sundar about AI-powered hardware, and he really doubled down on smartphones and glasses and didn't seem so psyched about new form factors.
Well, you know, they may be focused on those, and they've been focused on glasses, and glasses will be an important form factor. But we shouldn't think of these as hardware. I wrote an op-ed in the Information on that. We should be focused on the fact that when Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone, touch became a viable way to build an interface for humans. I think what is fundamentally going to happen is, in the past, humans have had to learn computers, learn how to run SAP, learn how to insert a row in Excel or do an Excel macro. I think the next generation, computers through AI learn humans. And so I'll be talking to a device like this and saying, do this for me. I'm going to X place next. In fact, I have a meeting in the city, just make sure I'm on time. It has to look up my calendar, know where I'm going, look up Google Maps for traffic, look up Uber to say what's the time that Uber takes to arrive here, and then all that puts it together and make sure I'm not late. So that kind of is what's going to be important. Let me put it this way. We often talk about haves and have-nots in technology, and technology is being disenfranchising for a lot of people. AI-based voice interfaces will be a new form of enfranchisement, even though that's not a word, for people. It'll be a whole different level. You know, older people don't have to adjust. They'll just talk to devices like this. Also, new formats will be available. One of the formats that I know we are almost out of time.
It says 0. It's flashing, really. Yeah.
I'll ignore it. Look, one of the formats taking off in Asia is watches for kids. Kids should have a watch, not a full cell phone.
I agree.
For example.
Totally agree.
Will this kind of a device show up in a watch that you talk to in voice? Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to get in trouble because I have one last question. You have had some words for Elon. Aside from what he's done in electric cars and space, is he going to be a real player in AI or no?
Well, I'm a huge fan of Elon. I believe electric cars on the planet would not have happened if he hadn't pushed his unreasonable views. And all human progress depends on unreasonable people. So I'm a huge fan of that. Look, no, that's not an original. I think George Bernard Shaw said, reasonable people adapt themselves to the world, unreasonable people try and adapt the world to them. Hence, human progress depends on the unreasonable man, he said. He should have said
Will
man
he
and
do
woman.
it again in AI?
It's possible. I mean, look, the guy's achieved a lot in a lot of different areas. He's got some things right. Of course.
But something's wrong, as you've said loudly on Twitter.
Tesla,
X.
right. He's gotten right. SpaceX, he's gotten right. We compete with them at Rocket Labs. But I think the Boring Company is poorly thought out, for example. So he has done things right and wrong. More than not, I would suspect he can achieve what he wants. So I'd give anything he attempts some probability greater than 2/3.
Even Grok.
I don't know enough about the specifics of Grok and how committed he is to the kind of AI we need. Now, Tesla full self-driving is amazing AI. I can go from anywhere to anywhere by just telling it to take over. I love that product.
Vinod, we'll have to leave it there. Now we're really getting yelled at. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck at your fundraiser with the president tomorrow.
Great to be here. Thank you, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage Chris Cox, Chief Product Officer at Meta, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tom Giles and Sarah Fryer.
Chris, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks.
So many questions. I want to start with Llama. You have a very specific oversight role for that. Large language model. Everyone we talk to practically in the VC and startup world is just raves about it. Wildly popular. You're investing a lot in it. As Marc said on the earnings call, we'll still grow our investment envelope meaningfully before we make much revenue from some of the new products. We saw the market's response to that wasn't immediately favorable. Striking this balance between investing for the long term and reaping benefits in the near term. You've talked about the business model for Llama around making ads smarter, getting people to spend more time on the core platform. Can you talk about some of the, indulge your investors for just a moment and talk about some of the other business model benefits?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, Llama 3 is about 3 weeks old now. And we put a lot of energy into trying to have the best model that was freely available, so one that was available to the developer community, that was available to various niche verticals, so in medicine and health and science, in financial services, not just in the United States and Western Europe, but in other regions. There are huge, and I think this is related to one of the conversations that you were having with Vinod, which is like, what is the right way to think about the balance of equities for open sourcing technology? Who does it benefit? How does it harness the power of various industries and regions? And how does it affect China? I do think that's a conversation that is ongoing, that we care a lot about, that we should try and get to if we have time. So by open sourcing the model, and Llama 3 is open source, there's been 2.5 million downloads already on Hugging Face, which is the primary distributor of open source models. And I've spent a lot of time over the past few weeks just hearing from the tool builders and developer ecosystem that's built on top of Llama 3. These are folks working on specific toolkits for types of developers. So in the field of law, like how are legal firms using LLMs to accelerate their productivity? What about banks? What about doctors? And so what's very interesting to see is that the toolkits and tool chains that get built on top of these things, as well as benefits to efficiency, so like how cheap is it to run the model? Quantization, which is, can you make the model work on smaller devices? Can you make it work on watches? Can you make it work on glasses? Can you make it work on robots? All of these things are just unleashed when you open source a model, and those contribute back to the performance of the model and the economics of the model.
I want to talk briefly before Sarah takes over here about the core platform, Facebook, Instagram. Going forward, how is AI going to change my experience of those products?
Sure. So the first is it already has immensely over the last 10 years, I'd say. So if you look at Reels, Instagram and Facebook Reels, both immensely popular, both growing a lot. Those are really working not because the short form video format is special and new. It's actually been around for a long time. You remember Vine and the early days of short form video. It's because of GPUs, it's because of large models, it's because of advancements in recommendation systems. ByteDance is one of the really great companies at this. We also have made an immense investment in harnessing the power of modern models, large data sets, and modern hardware, NVIDIA's hardware and our own hardware, to build recommendations that make the products better and more engaging. Our advertising system is built on modern AI recommendation technology. So I always think it's interesting when people remark that like AI just arrived. It's actually powering already today a huge amount of the engagement and quality of our products. So that's one thing. And I'll also remark that the investments we're making in GPUs and data centers that Marc talked about on the earnings call will also power those services, which are just direct connections to like how relevant are the advertisements and how relevant is the product.
And we've seen a lot of investment by your competitors in getting quality data to train their AI. And here you are at Meta with all of this user-generated content. Explain that advantage, and how should consumers be thinking about that?
Well, we know this today, that the data sets are really important to the quality of the models. And it's not just quantity of data. There's a lot of people talking about how many tokens we're trained upon, and it's not just how many flops were used, so how many computing cycles were used. Those are easy to measure, but the thing that's increasingly clear is you need specific data sets for the types of things that matter, and they need to be like cleaned, and they need to be understood, they need to be measured, and like getting to good data fidelity and data quality is a lot of the hard work that we're focused on. We know OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, the folks playing here, a lot of the energy goes into the less easily measurable, but like very toilsome and important work of data quality. Our data advantage is really the public images that have been shared on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the public text. So we don't train on private stuff. We don't train on stuff that people shared with their friends. We do train on things that are public. And if you look at our image model, EMU is its name. If you use like Imagine in one of our products, you'll use our text-to-image model. You get really amazing quality images, and a lot of that is because Instagram is the data set that was used to train it, which is just one of the great repositories of incredible imagery. in a lot of different types of art, fashion, culture, and also just imagery of people and us.
We've seen the FTC start to look into this, and we don't know exactly the extent of their questioning, but do you see regulators cracking down on these models using user-generated content? Do you think they're onto something there?
Well, I think the most important thing is there's transparency around which data are being used, and then there's control.
And increasingly, there's not a lot of transparency.
I think that's an area we all need to work on.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be trust in these models to the extent there's not transparency around data. I also think, OpenAI has been great about this, sort of publishing where they stand. I think we've also been tried to be really outspoken. We honor robots.txt and no AI tags, so if publishers are indicating they don't want their data used in training, we don't. And I think those sorts of very clear, simple guardrails for institutions that don't want to be a part of the training are important. So that's one area that I think will be critical and will need to continue to be refined going forward.
We've seen reports in Chinese state media that Llama is really widely used by the Chinese startup ecosystem. What's your sense of how widely used it is there? And do you have concerns, and do you need to put certain guardrails around making sure that use by Chinese startups does not result in something that's either a threat to national security, use in surveillance system, or other harmful content creation?
Yeah, potentially. And we're engaged in conversations with the White House, with national security advisors, with councils of sort of elders on AI and national security. We're a part of those conversations, and I agree with the point that national security, and especially the sort of race between China and the West on this type of technology, is incredibly meaningful. We do have terms in our license, which are legal terms, which prevent misuse of Llama. So it doesn't just say go use it however you want. We've put guardrails in place in consultation, by the way, with national security advisors, cybersecurity advisors, public health advisors, et cetera. So we do have some legal recourse for how Llama is being used, but especially as models get closer to the frontier, especially as the investment level increases, there just needs to be more scrutiny on open source.
Are you being told to just absolutely ban use of Llama in China? Is there urging in that direction coming from the US or elsewhere?
There are arguments there, but the thing we need to remember is that open source benefits an enormous amount of people. When I joined Facebook, it was 2005, and we built the company on open source. And it was open. It was Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. Google was built on these technologies. A lot of Silicon Valley was built on top of open source technology, because we didn't have the resources to go pay, for enterprise software. China has had access to this software too. I think one analysis that needs to be done is a really disciplined historical analysis of how has open source benefited the various communities of engineers, because there really is a ledger here. If you just to take the fine-tuning of Llama example, there was a Senegalese engineer who fine-tuned Llama into Senegalese languages like Wolof, and then worked with an open source medical database to create a tool that allows doctors in those regions to offer much more efficient decision-making and support in local languages. That's incredible. And you don't get that if you're charging for a model. And so I'm not a complete zealot about open source, and I know Marc isn't either. I think we're trying to really be responsible about how we engage in it. But I think we need to examine really the balance of equities across not just the US and China, but also all the other regions that benefit.
In the vein of tension with China, obviously we need to talk about TikTok and the tension with the government around whether they get to continue to exist in the US. How is Meta taking advantage of that uncertainty? And are you also concerned that if TikTok is banned here, that will set a precedent in other countries for Meta's products to feel the heat as well?
Well, we're already banned in China.
You're already banned in China.
We've been banned in China for a long time. And So that's a thing. I'm not sure that could get much worse. It is what it is. We're also banned in North Korea and Iran. That's a reality. And there's only so much we can do about that.
Do you think TikTok should be banned in the US?
I have mixed feelings about it. I haven't done the work. So first, let me answer your first question. What are we doing about it? We're just trying to build the best product. We're trying to build the best for recommending the needle in the haystack video or a piece of text or image to you on Facebook and Instagram. And if we do that well, people will choose our products. If we don't do that well, people will abandon them and find something else. That, frankly, is the place I can have the most impact. And then to make sure that the products have good, legitimate engagement with civil society, with government, fact-checking, all the things we do to keep the products safe, so that we can certify, we're operating in the context of the West. We're operating in the context of the rule of law of the United States. And we are trying, every year to get better at operating, during elections, during war and civil strife, for young people, all the categories of areas where social media needs to be as good as possibly can for the world. If you ask about whether they should be banned, I haven't gone and scrutinized, I think, the questions that need to be scrutinized, which is, I think, the government's responsibility. Is it being misused? Is it being used to sway, voters? Is it being used to surveil? I haven't seen evidence of that. I think the answer to those questions should guide, the government's lawmaking about it personally. And I think in America, we should be, as an American, we should be careful about sort of making decisions on behalf of consumers about what platforms they can use. And I think those are the equities. And that's all the information I have, to try and answer it.
I want to talk briefly about Threads. When you think about your goals, Meta's goals for what Threads becomes and what role it plays in discourse vis-a-vis, say, X, what's your North Star?
We want to have the best product for public discourse and text. And we just passed 150 million monthlies. We're seeing different behavior in different regions, which is interesting. It's especially popular in Japan and Korea. We have content guidelines and standards on how we operate the platform in a way that we think is good and right. I think that's somewhat different if you look at the platforms. I think the other thing that's really going to matter is, we talked a lot about recommendations, is being able to recommend to people the right content. And I actually think a really good recommendation system and the AI software and teams behind it can, over the long run, get you a better product, separate from all of the sort of performance, ease of use, language support, support for making it work in every region on every phone, good content guidelines and standards, good partnerships teams, business models, all the other things.
How long do you think before it overtakes X in terms of usage, and how actively are you all out there recruiting entertainers like Taylor Swift, who's name-checked on the earnings call?
Well, I mean, it's obviously nice to have Taylor Swift. There's also communities that want an alternative. NBA Threads is also really popular. There's a really big photography community there. Because it's connected to the Instagram accounts and Instagram graph, we don't need to go, it's not hard for Taylor Swift to immediately light up her fan base and audience and connect it to everything that she's built up on Instagram. And so it's a convenience in a lot of ways for creators for whom Instagram is, in many verticals, the top platform and has been for a while of choice for creators. In that way, we don't think about it as let's go get them from somewhere else. We just think about it as let's help them bring their Instagram audience to text.
I found it so interesting that Zuckerberg decided this year to even do Threads, because we could have done it at any point in Meta's history. And I'm just curious how you've seen him evolve. You've known him for almost 2 decades now. He is now taking on this immense AI challenge. What's different about his leadership? How is he taking that? How is he approaching AI, and what are you learning from it?
Yeah, so Threads we decided to do last Thanksgiving. It was around November, and we just felt that, especially just because there was a lot going on at Twitter or X.
Yes.
let's try and build a small team to just go build something. And we were surprised, frankly, at the outpouring of love and support at its launch. Part of what we did there, and this is related to your question, is rather than sending 250 people to go work on it, to really try and find like small A teams of really good people that we trust and giving them a lot of space and giving them safety and giving them a ambitious charter. The Llama team was similar. The Llama team's pretty small if you compare them to their peers at other companies. And I think that's something you learn when you've been managing for a long time is like giving people the right amount of space, choosing the right problems to work on, having a good eye for talent. These are some of the things I think Marc has developed as a leader and is part of, I think, some of the ingredients of success for these last two products. He's like a deep technologist. He always has been. He's fascinated by technology. I think he wants to work on the big problems. That's part of his character. It's part of who he is. And yeah, I think not just for the model and for Meta AI, but for the hardware. You know, we've been working on hardware for a while. And the Ray-Ban Metas with the integration to identify what's in front of you is like really badass. It's a really neat technology. Joanna Stern from the Wall Street Journal just wrote like a glowing piece without our collaboration on like going to adopt a puppy. And she was like comparing a bunch of AI devices and she had the glasses on. She's like, what kind of dog is this? What do I need to feed it? What kind of healthcare will it require? And it just got them all right. And it's a wearable, it looks good, it's light, it's affordable, it's connected to a modern AI system, it's privacy safe. And it's like kind of exciting to have a form factor for a wearable piece of AI hardware that actually works.
Chris, I think we're going to have to end on that note. Yep. Thank you so much for coming and talking to us. This has been great.
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You've got me for a few more minutes. While I'm waiting for our venture capital panel to join the stage, we're going to talk. We've got a poll question for you. I want to ask you about your outlook for IPOs for the rest of the year, those of you who are paying attention to this. How confident do we have the question? How confident are you that the IPO drought has ended? So that's our question. How confident are you that the IPO drought has ended? Do we have the poll question up, or are we going to come back to that another time? Okay, all right. I am going to get off the stage and let another set of guests come on first. Is that? No, stay up? Okay, all right. Thank you all for your patience. I got a little confused by what was up there. So right now, please join me in welcoming to my immediate left, Aria Zhao, co-founder and managing partner, Base 10 Partners, Kirsten Green, founder and managing partner, Forerunner, and Aileen Lee, founder and managing partner of Cowboy Ventures. Thanks so much for being here. Well, as you could tell from my ill-fated poll question, I really am. I'm very interested in your outlook for IPOs as we head into the end of the year. We had a really great start with some big names like Reddit. We'll be talking to Steve a little bit later. Rubrik making their debut. But when you look at the first quarter in total, it was actually lower than a year earlier, which was not a great year. At this pace, 2024 would be the weakest since 2017. Aileen, I'll start out with you. I realize your focus is on early stage. I just want to hear your outlook for exits. And when you think about what's weighing on ECM right now, how much of it is the election? How much of it is geopolitical? How much of it is just those persistent interest rates?
Well, I'll start with a stab at it. I mean, a lot of it is they don't need to go public, right? And why would you go public in this market where multiples are where they are? I mean, we had basically a historic amount of private money raised in 2021 and 2022. And so you've got folks who basically raised 7-8 years of runway. So why go public in 24 if you could maybe wait and see how you're going to, because obviously the amount of cash that you raise is going to be different, and how you're going to be valued is going to be different if you wait until 25 and 26.
The election. Everyone we talk to says the election is an overhang. Why, Kirsten, I'll go with you. Why is that? And what are people waiting to find out?
Actually, I think if you look historically, the market right before elections is some of the most robust times. Maybe that's because a bunch of companies are trying to get out before an election and before things change. But at this point, there is something big every year, whether it's something that's planned or it's something that just happens to us. Yeah. So I think people need to kind of put that aside and be more focused on what's happening with their business and what's the outlook for the business and let that rule the day. I think Aileen's absolutely right about people not feeling pressure because of their own balance sheets to go public. But at the same time, I do think that one of the goals here is to build long-term durable companies that can live out their lives, and one step in that is going public, and it is a really important milestone that needs to happen. I think that the public market is a tough place for anything other than a multi-billion-dollar company. And so the scale at which these businesses need to get to be successful in the public markets takes time. And I think the interesting question to explore really is like, what's it going to take to bring back the small and mid-cap market in the public markets? Because that would be a big boost for capitalism and obviously venture and companies we've
or like, I mean, when Amazon went public, they had tiny revenues.
Well, in the 90s and the 80s,
so now the market's like, be at $600 million before you can go public. That's a really high bar. So I think, hopefully there'll be more warming to actually companies that actually will grow as public companies.
I mean, one thing I think to look forward to, and I'm sorry to talk so much, but I love this topic, is that the companies right now they're metal tested. They have been through so much the last couple of years. So I suspect we're going to have a really great class of companies going public in the next, I don't want to call the time frame, but hopefully in the next 24 months, there's a bunch to point to that are really mature and able to shine in the public markets. And maybe that will continue to bring more people to the public market.
I'm going to come to you next. About 40% of VCs just disappeared from the market last year, not doing a single deal. You all stayed in the game. Want to hear from you, Ade. When you think about placing bets, how much more cautious are you right now, and to what extent are you looking for there to be an AI component to any business that you invest in?
Absolutely. We started 7 years ago to invest in automation for the real economy. And automation and AI are basically synonymous. So that has been a part of what we look for from the beginning. We really never stop. And as the old saying goes, the best time to deploy is when everyone else is on the sidelines. We have actually been extremely busy the last 24 months. We think the rate of company creation is at all times high. We love to quote this number of an analysis we did. 10 years ago, if you wanted to see every deal in Silicon Valley, that was about 8 deals a day. Today's 120 deals a day. So they're out there. People are not going to stop creating. And I think it's fantastic news that with the IPO coming back to market and with AI, more and more dollars are coming into the game.
There's a popular New Yorker cartoon about how, just change the language from crypto in your in your documents to say AI. Aileen, Kirsten, how are you making decisions about, whether something truly has artificial intelligence, generative AI, for example, woven into its products versus people who are just using that as window dressing?
There's a lot of window dressing going on right now. A lot of investors got into the business in the last 5 or 8 years, and they kind of got trained on this incredible velocity of making quick decisions, not doing a ton of diligence, being very momentum driven, even at earliest stages. I do think that is going to burn us. because we're definitely seeing that again in AI. I think it's funny. I was thinking a little bit about like what's going on in AI. Like what does it seem like in terms of other tech waves that we've had? And I think that there are parallels to mobile. When the iPhone came out in 2007 and the App Store came out in 2008, which is not that long ago, I don't know if you guys remember how many app companies there were that got funded by VCs and how few of them are still around. And it actually took a couple years, like whether it was Instagram or Snapchat or Uber, Airbnb, they did not come out the year after the iPhone or even 2 years after the iPhone. A lot of them came out 3, 4, 5 years later and they built. And I think we're in like, ChatGPT is less than 2 years old. I think a lot of the stuff that's going on, especially in the application layer, is that like super buzzy, like feeding frenzy, and a lot of those things are not going to be around in 5 years. And that we're actually, the really big companies are going to be breakout hits, and probably a lot of them are actually going to be consumer, or actually haven't even been started yet.
I mean, I think that, yeah, that's the path to progress, right? Which is it's kind of messy and rocky.
Yeah.
And in order to to get to the stuff that really works, that really gets adoption, I think you got to try a lot of things and let a lot of things fly and maybe not work.
Now we are investing in AI. We have been investing in AI, and it's actually hard. It's to actually understand the industry, train on industry data, and then I think the key is, because it's kind of be a race to the bottom in terms of the AI, you have to figure out what is the business process. How do you actually get cut into the business process, which is, I think, a key to it.
I fully agree. So we're in an interesting position because I actually I ran an AI company 10 years ago before becoming a venture capitalist. And initially, when we're getting a lot of pitches, the founders will focus on, I'm using this model, my AI is better because X, Y, Z. And finally, about 18 months ago, we had a rule. And it's like, when someone comes to pitch, they actually cannot talk about the AI. Let's only have them talk about what problem they are solving. So we'll be like, okay, don't tell me about the model. What do you actually do? It's like, oh, I help veterinaries detect cancer in dogs. I help people in Nigeria transfer money. I help small businesses in the middle of America be protected from fraud. By the way, here is how I do it. And that has been extremely helpful in separating people that are actually solving an actual problem from what we think is a race to the bottom.
Yeah. You all three raised funds in the last couple of years at a time when some VCs had a hard time getting LPs on board. Talk about the changing conversation between yourselves and your LPs. What kinds of demands are they making? What kinds of precautions are they looking for? And specifically, are you having to go back and say the timetable needs to change? That maybe that 10-year horizon we need to think about differently. We'll start with you.
Absolutely. We last raised about 18 months ago. We actually didn't even announce it. So my PR will probably tell me not to say this here. And our fund was about 50% bigger than our prior one. We had tremendous support from our LPs. And we basically had the same conversations, but very focused on the long term. Very, very focused on the long term. Saying like, hey, when we started 7 years ago, automation for the real economy is even bigger now. And we basically had 100% re-up rate. So again, we think it's about staying a little bit out of the cycles and focusing on the long-term vision.
I mean, in general, I think it's fair to assume that LPs are in a bit of the same boat that the GPs are in. It's an ecosystem that works together, which is we put a lot of capital to work over the last 10 years and the last few years in particular, and we haven't gotten a lot back at the same rate. There's a dip where we are right now. And so that makes you, kind of revisit your criteria, recommit to the things that you feel like are purse principles, and underwrite with that in mind. And so, I think it's fair to assume that like we've all moved our bars around up. I think they are too.
We see, staying on LPs and fundraising, we saw Andreessen just last month raise a collection of funds totaling $7.2 billion. At the same time, we're seeing some VCs really struggling, if not closing their doors entirely, saying they can't compete on early deals with these multi-stage firms. Are we going to continue to see a deepening divide between the haves and have-nots when it comes to venture capital firms? Start with you,
I don't know if it's haves and have-nots, but it's strategy, right? There's this saying, like, your fund size is your strategy. I think our strategy is to be disciplined, to be curated. We are not a volume shop, and we're not building what you call an AUM, an assets under management shop. And so our strategy at Cowboy is to deliver what venture returns, so very high multiple of money and hopefully correspondingly high IRR. I think the LPs that are investing in firms that are basically building assets under management, they are looking for a different return profile, and they're looking to invest a different quantity of money. And so I feel like there is it's more like a barbell going on, where you've just got shops that are just managing tons of money with lots of people, and the people may change, and the LPs are buying a different product than probably the product that we are focused on.
Go ahead.
I fully agree with that. I'll say that is also true for the founders.
Yes.
Founders are becoming a lot savvier, and we often make the pitch when, like, hey, if we give you a $10 million check, that really matters for us. If someone that is managing $80 billion gives you a $10 million check, it's going to matter, but it's going to be a little bit different. And often, because we work in a very involved way with these companies, we want funds like Cowboy, like Forerunner, they are with us that have kind of the same alignment.
Almost every deal we write about, or many of the deals we write about, there's always someone, there's always a player in the Middle East, part of it. We're seeing that more and more. I'm curious for you in this community, what impact is what I consider to be a pretty big influx of Middle Eastern money, whether it's sovereign wealth funds, et cetera, on the investing community, and is it contributing to a SoftBank-like bubble? We'll put you on the spot.
Sorry, put me on the spot. Well, I will just say that Forerunner has an institutional investor base, all U.S. based, and I think we've also had a dedicated strategy. We really invest in the U.S. and we've kept our LPs in the U.S., so haven't been part of those conversations. I think it's about, the money has influence. The money has a role in all of this. But really, they're picking their GPs that are out there making the decisions for them. So it's as much or more, I think, tied to the first question, which is like, what's just the impact of the large funds versus the more kind of traditional sized venture funds?
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's just, the genie is not going to go back in the bottle in terms of how much money has come into the venture category, because there's still more coming, both from sovereigns and other countries, pension funds who have not had exposure. And so all of us, I think, have had to adjust our strategies because, valuations, especially at early stages, have gotten pretty high, and I think they're probably going to stay pretty high. But, and capital efficiency has gone down a lot. And so in terms of the returns that funds or LPs, but also founders and employees are going to make, could be very different if companies are not careful with how much they raise and who they raise it from.
Yeah, I think I said all of that, but also you just can't ignore that, like, who you're making money for.
Yes.
And what might be the next order of impact because of that. And I think as an industry, we need to be forward-looking about that.
Yeah.
We're seeing regulators, come back to you, Ade, we're seeing regulators really cracking down on even smaller deals.
Yeah.
The kinds of deals that would have just been we've wove through a few in recent years. Give me a sense of, what that means for potential exits for your portfolio companies, and at what stage does shutting down deals in the name of innovation actually maybe circumvent that a little bit by cutting off some capital and some abilities to scale for some of these?
Absolutely. It's a complicated question. I'm going to be biased. Before becoming a VC, I sold 2 companies, one to Telefonica, one to Workday. I benefited tremendously. It allows me to do what I do today. On the other hand, it is pretty hard to start a hardware company today and compete with Apple. And that is true. When we think about it, we think about the definition of market in a monopoly. And we think that is the real question that needs to be answered on a day and age in which there are a few companies that, for better or worse, have a lot of power and a lot of eyeballs.
I want to stay with you for just a moment. 75% of startups fail. You've all had them.
What are you talking about?
Want to hear from you takeaways from some of the big ones. To start with you, fresh in everyone's mind is FTX. Talk a little bit about some of your learnings from that experience.
No, I'll talk about that, and I'll talk about failure in general. I think in a post-FTX world and in a post-move fast in deploying money world, governance is key. We cannot lose sight of it. We are not only investors, we're stewards of capital. We're making money for very long-term thinking institutions. And taking a moment to really insist in governance control is extremely, extremely important. Please.
I want to come to one other thing that's top of mind for me. During the Me Too movement, you both, Kirsten and Aileen, worked getting All Raise off the ground. There's been some success, and there's also a lot of setbacks, and we haven't seen as much progress as I think you all had hoped there would be. Why are we not seeing as much progress in that area, getting more women and female-led startups into the ecosystem?
Oh my gosh, do we have another half an hour? We've made some progress.
Yeah, you've got some good stats.
Yeah, so when we started All Raise together, when we started All Raise, 75% of venture firms had not a single woman partner, and women were only 8% of the partner ranks. So we have made some progress. So we're now at 16% women, which is doubling, and we started about 5 years ago. So that's good, but it's still quite pathetic. And so it's still, and I think it's something like 62% of venture firms have still not a single woman. And at the time, we didn't have data around people of color and other kinds of minorities. So we have a lot of room for improvement, and we cannot let up because there are cultural currents that are, I've heard executive recruiters say when they're talking to maybe earlier generation managing partners at firms saying like, DEI had its moment, I'm so glad that's over. It's not. I think the tech industry is an incredibly powerful industry that changes lives. It changes who gets elected. It changes the content that we see and how we think. And so we have to have more representation around the table shaping our society.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Aileen, Kirsten, and Ade.
Please welcome to the stage Paul Schroeder, QQQ Equity Product Strategist at Invesco, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Michelle Lin.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Lin, Global Head of Data Science and Insight for the Bloomberg Media Organization. And I'm joined by Paul Schroeder, QQQ Equity Product Strategist for Invesco's QQQ Sponsor Spotlight, Rethinking Innovation. Paul, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, let's dive in. Can you give us a quick reminder of what QQQ is?
Sure. So I'm sure most of you have heard of QQQ, but just as a reminder, QQQ is an ETF that tracks the NASDAQ 100. Now, the NASDAQ 100 index is comprised of the 100 largest non-financial companies listed on the NASDAQ stock exchange, and really has become one of the most preeminent large cap indices in the world.
And has the appetite for investing in innovation grown?
I think it definitely has, and obviously the last year is a great example of that. You see a lot of individual investors who use either ETFs or use individual companies to gain exposure to a given technology. I think what we've learned, though, through the years, as QQQ has been around now for some time, is that QQQ has consistently provided targeted exposure to some of the most innovative companies in the world without having to take on that risk of buying a single stock or purchasing an ETF that may only give you exposure to one sector. Really, if we think about some of the technologies that have changed the way we do business and live in our day-to-day lives, companies within QQQ have played an integral role and either have been at the center or adjacent to those technologies. if we really think of, let's say, the dawn of the internet, the rise of social media, the pivot to people using smartphones on a day-to-day basis, and obviously more recently the focus on AI, QQQ companies that have played a prominent role to bringing those to market. And why is that? QQQ companies have shown a real high propensity to innovate throughout the years. Now, at Invesco, we obviously focus on numbers and figures as being an asset manager, and we really want to quantify what that innovation looks like. And we really do it through two metrics, the first being research and development. And you see your average QQQ company outspending your average S&P 500 company by about 30%. Now, the really interesting thing with that is that if you take those QQQ companies out of the S&P 500, that multiple goes up to about 10x. The second metric that we look at would be patent activity. And if we take a look at last year's patent activity as an example, we saw QQQ companies account for about 40% of all natural language processing patents filed across the board. So really a great way to quantify innovation.
And how has that benefited QQQ?
Yeah, so we really feel that these companies' propensity to be highly innovative has really propelled their fundamental growth. We've seen revenue over the past 10 years, the revenue growth outpaced that of the S&P 500 by about 2x. And if you take a look at revenue and dividend growth, it's about 70% higher.
And you've been delivering access to innovation for quite a while.
Yeah, we definitely have. So we just celebrated QQQ's 25th anniversary back in March, which we were very excited about. QQQ has grown to become the 5th largest ETF in the world. Almost 260 billion within the fund. But I think overall, if there's anything that I would like the folks to take away from here is that the companies within QQQ have changed quite a bit. QQQ overall has changed quite a bit over the past 25 years. You see sector exposure within IT come down quite a bit throughout the years. You see rise in healthcare, consumer discretionary, communication services grow quite a bit over the last few years. So I think QQQ has changed. The companies within it have changed from where they were 25 years ago. And I think it's really proven to be a great way, a tax-efficient, cost-effective, and liquid way to really access some of the most innovative companies in the world.
Excellent. Paul, thank you so much for being here with us today, sharing your insights on rethinking innovation as part of Invesco's QQQ Sponsor Spotlight.
Thanks, Michelle.
Please welcome to the stage Whitney Wolfe Herd, founder and executive chair of Bumble, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
All right, before we start, I just wanted has anyone in the audience met their significant other on Bumble? Don't be shy.
Raise your hands.
Yeah. Okay,
I brought you hats.
Whitney brought some hats, so just want to circulate those. Okay, so last year you had a huge announcement. You stepped down as CEO. You're still
Step forward.
Step forward as CEO. Step forward as CEO.
Into executive chair.
You're still executive chair, and you are brought on a new CEO, Lidiane Jones.
Yes, she is remarkable.
What compelled you to leave, or let go,
Yeah.
or step forward?
So it had been almost a decade, and I think it's very important for everybody to always ask themselves, am I adding the most value that I could possibly add? Am I showing up with the passion, the heart, the smartest opinion on the things I'm best at? And what I realized when I sat down, I realized that I was spending too much of my time on things that I'm not inherently excellent at. I'm a founder, I'm an entrepreneur, I have big vision, I have so much commitment to this company, I almost feel like I'm intertwined with it. But my time was getting sucked into the day-to-day, operations. And that's not my destiny.
Right. By the way, we did an episode of The Circuit together. We got to go to your house. Thank you so much for having us. And we couldn't talk for 5 minutes without your phone ringing. Like your phone was just ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing.
I love my CFO. I love our lawyers, but like they need
Can't
to
you block your schedule and say you're doing something?
Yes. No, and the answer was no. At the time, I couldn't. And the truth was I stopped feeling as inspired. And the moment I found Lidiane, I saw her. It's funny because I've been building these dating apps and these connection apps where people are essentially finding their soulmate at first glance or their best friend. And I had the same thing happen. I wish we'd met on Bumble, but I saw her and I wish I had been Bloomberg, but it was CNBC. And I saw her and I said, I need to meet this woman. She's brilliant. And she feels like a really complementary partner to me. She's a technologist. She is super sophisticated when it comes to AI. This is like her natural language. And I'm a dreamer. I'm a brand builder. I am very obsessed with product and creating brands around things that shouldn't be brands. I mean, people don't really wear dating app T-shirts historically. And there's a lot of married people that rep our swag now. So there's something to that. And our brand should make you feel something, right? And I want this brand to outlive my tenure and anybody else that steps in. And so we're a really great partnership.
Well, I met Lidiane and I was super compelled by her vision for love and connection. And so, obviously, what could be more important in the world, right? Love and connection.
Nothing.
So I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
What did you feel any pressure to leave? Was it the board? Was it the stock?
No.
Was it some external thing?
No, absolutely not. I love our board. I know they would have supported me if I had wanted to continue on being the CEO. It was time. It was time. And I just wanted to be the best version of me for Bumble and to dream about the next 10 years. So I'm actively involved in a very exciting kind of behind the scenes focus on what comes next. Because when we launched Tinder and when I launched Bumble, we disrupted an industry that was never used by the millennial, crowd. And so I'm looking at Gen Z now, and I'm looking at the insanely large TAM of singles around the world. Loneliness is on the rise. It is actually one of the biggest issues that humanity is facing. I mean, according to the Surgeon General and top doctors, loneliness is actually killing us. And social media, while it has its benefits, it is not social media. It is antisocial media. And so I think there's something really powerful about the technology that we're building to really connect us, go online to get offline. And that is going to be absolutely critical for the next generation, the current generation, and for bringing us closer together.
So Bumble just made a huge change. Women don't have to make the first move now, which obviously was super core to your founding of the company. Like, what does that mean? Is Bumble just going to become just like any other dating app?
So the headlines got it a little wrong. Women do still make the first move. How they make the first move has evolved. And what we heard from over 70% of the women that we spoke to was we love making the first move, but we don't love how we make the first move. Sending a message to 70 matches is exhausting. Women already have so much work every day. We are just burdened with exhaustion. And we kept talking to all of these women, young and all ages. They're like, dating is exhausting. We love Bumble, dating is exhausting. So we heard them. We wanted to preserve the safety and the original inspiration behind making the first move, which was essentially to put women in the driver's seat and to also remove a lot of rejection from men. Dating was a broken system.
Well, dating's still kind of hard.
It is really hard.
And even with apps now, you've got people like the backlash against dating apps, and people feel like they're stuck in this kind of vicious cycle.
They do. So what we did was we leaned into that. We're obsessed with our customer. For the first several years of Bumble, against doctor's orders, I read every single feedback email. They went to my phone. I was the feedback person. So no one realized, but the CEO was responding to them. I was essentially the first line of communication. And we still do that. Lidiane is obsessed with that as well. And so we're taking a customer-obsessed path, and we are going to win. Like, we will be the way people meet. And this is not a fad. And so what we are doing is we're leaning into the things people don't like, the things that are stressing them out, and we are saying, how do we be the best place on the internet for women? How do we be the place that people find real connection and we do not exhaust them or stress them out along the way? So with Lidiane's expertise in AI and her unbelievable technology background, we're just going to innovate, 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 and that's how we're going to win.
And how much is AI going to help or hurt that? Because you and I talked about last year, AI might be able to help teach you how to flirt, help you write that opening message. On the other hand, you've got like people falling in love with bots and like bots posing as real people.
Yes.
Like, this is getting really terrifying.
Yes, it's a little freaky, but that's a fad. I mean, listen, I'm sure there are people out there that might form friendships with some form of AI, and that's fine. But our focus with AI is to help create more healthy and equitable relationships. And that also starts with yourself. How can we actually teach you how to date? How can we help you show up in a better way?
So give me an example.
Okay, so for example, you could in the near future be talking to your AI dating concierge, and you could share your insecurities. I just came out of a breakup. I have commitment issues. And it could help you train yourself into a better way of thinking about yourself, and then it could give you productive tips for communicating with other people. If you want to get really out there, there is a world where your dating concierge could go and date for you with other dating concierge. No, truly. And then you don't have to talk to 600 people. It will go scan all of San Francisco for you and say, these are the 3 people you really ought to meet. And so, that's the power of AI if harnessed the right way. But for us, it's staying very committed to our Northern Star, a safer, kinder digital platform for more healthy and more equitable relationships, always putting women in the driver's seat, not to put men down, but to actually recalibrate the way we all treat each other. And so AI is going to follow the same set of values, and we are going to lean in fast and furiously. We already have. Bumble's actually already been an exceptional use case of AI. We've been using machine learning and AI for several years before it was super trendy. But I think you're at the very early innings of what this platform looks like. And very importantly, community. We will not be a dating app in a few years. Dating will be a component, but we will be a true human connection platform. This is where you will meet anyone that you want to meet. A hiking buddy, a mahjong buddy, whatever you're looking for. Anyone that you need to meet for community. If you're going through something tricky, you've gotten a bad diagnosis, you don't know anybody, you should be able to go to Bumble and find somebody going through shared struggles and shared joys.
All right.
And that's what the future is going to be.
So if you share a joy of mahjong, I know where to go.
It's a thing in the mom community. I don't know anything about it, but...
Well, if I know one thing about you, it's that you can't stand still, and your time will be filled with important things. What are you doing right now? Will we see you get involved more? I know you've been super active in policy. Will we see you going to Washington? Will we see you start another company?
Why don't we just do all of it? Might as well, right? No. So I think my time right now is focused on a few things. I would say that first and foremost, going within, taking time to really explore what moves, my soul. Like, what do I want for this next decade? So that was a nice little pause, bringing Lidiane in. Everyone's like, wow, I haven't heard from you for 3 days. It's a miracle. I'm back. So, my nap is over. And I am definitely very involved at Bumble. I believe that Lidiane and I together have the potential to build one of the largest, most impactful, mission-oriented companies, maybe ever, but certainly founded by and now run by a woman. I mean, I'm really committed to changing the face of technology for women and girls. I want them to see that it doesn't only have to be the men that have built the behemoths. And so Bumble has the capacity to really change lives, and I'm very involved. I'm definitely also thinking about what do I want to do with my knowledge and my passions, maybe in a new business. And so nothing to share today, but that's definitely on the horizon. And policy, like you said. The laws don't reflect the needs of girls and women around the world, and I do believe the internet is making us very, very sick. I think that we are in a crisis because of a lot of the online addictive behaviors, and so we've already passed one law. We're actually now taking it to the federal level, which was to make unwanted lewd image sharing a crime, which we did in many states. And we are now taking that federal. So I think you will be able to see a whole suite of legislative efforts to make the internet a safer place for women.
They are making a movie about you.
Apparently so.
You're being played by Lily James.
Thank God.
Yeah.
If anyone has seen her in a movie, she's actually quite remarkable. I don't know.
You're not involved.
I am not involved. I'm extremely flattered, a little scared. But you know what? I'm just, it's in their hands. I have no idea what they're doing. But I wish them the best, and Lily's sensational.
All right, sign me up. I'm going to bring out my popcorn. Whitney Wolford, thank you so much for joining us.
Studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Please welcome to the stage Renee James, founder, chairman, and CEO of Ampere Computing, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Give it up for someone that there should be a movie about. Who would play you in a movie?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Hopefully nobody. They shouldn't make a movie about this.
They should, because, and I'm going to tell everyone in the audience why. You were ahead of the game by not 1 year, not 18 months, by 6 years. You decided, after almost 30 years at Intel, that we needed a new chip maker, a new server chip player in the game, and one that was quite energy efficient. And now, seemingly everyone else has got with the program. How did you see that coming?
I would love to say, wow, I had worked in semiconductors, obviously, a long time. And one of the unexplored areas was continuing to deliver performance, but a lower and lower and lower power. Because one of the things that we had the luxury of doing in the early days of high performance semiconductors was just to use more power, make them more powerful. They got faster, but we threw more power at it. So when we started the company, we said, we don't need to start a company to prove that we know how to make semiconductors, or that to do what we'd already done. So really what we wanted to pioneer is what we call, technical term, efficiency frontier, which is that knife's edge between super high performance but at lower power. And up until the time that we started Ampere, low power meant low performance.
Okay.
And so people would think about it and they'd be like, oh yeah, we have a super low power device. Like, is it for a cell phone, or is it, whatever? Even though nowadays phones are super powerful. Yeah. So we endeavored to build products that could be air cooled. And we, of course, had been building microprocessors, my core team and I that started the company. We'd been building microprocessors for a long time, as you pointed out. And we, of course, knew that, that ML, AI was a major workload. So we were thinking a lot about how much power it takes, and how are we going to even be able to build all these data centers? Because we had been a team that had worked together on the first phase of build out of what you now call hyperscalers. And we knew how big these data centers were getting and how much power these chips, the combination, right? So that was our thesis. You can do this at lower power. You can do this in a way that enables all these workloads and stay air cooled, which means you don't have to build a brand new data center with liquid cooling, and that you can stay within the envelope of kind of, think about being landlocked. When you build a data center, you have a certain amount of power in that footprint. How are you going to ever upgrade to better compute?
So when you now see all the hand wringing about the energy need, the bottleneck of generative AI because we haven't got the energy, do you say yes, vindication, or do you say actually no, look, we've moved on from that. I've actually got an offering here?
Well, I say I feel happy that everyone else understands that this is a real issue, and that other people are going to go to work on it because no one company solves everything in tech. And I also I'm proud of us that we executed on it and we didn't lose our way when people kept asking us to build different things and, you know, why are you even doing that? No one cares, just throw more performance at it. I think we used the heritage of our long tenure as a leadership team and we stuck it, you know, and we're right product, right time. But in semis, especially high-performance advanced semiconductors, which apparently the entire world is excited about now.
Oh, $7 trillion worth.
I know.
From Middle Eastern money.
I'm looking.
Do you believe that? Does it need $7 trillion?
If we had enough people who knew what to do with it, but we don't, so probably not quite. But the thing is that, you know, for decades, none of us cared about semiconductors because we didn't actually know what they did and it didn't matter. Now we actually understand they power everything we do and they're really, really hard and it's rare earth to like get to this point. So you cannot build these products in a year. You can't think of them and imagine them and come out with them in, you know, less than a couple, 2-3 years. So it does take time. I think Ampere's well positioned for what's coming next. And
are you getting a lot of inbound?
Yeah. I mean,
can you meet the demand? It's always a
we can meet the demand because we, again, it's a very unique company. I like to say, you know, we're 6 years old, but the people who work there are not 6 years old. We've been doing this a long time. So to get to economic scale, you have to plan capacity to be able to build a certain number of things, which we planned for. So yes, we can meet that. And we, you know, we're just really excited about I see, you know, kind of the industry moving towards us, which is a great place to be as a startup.
Can you sort of also tell us, 6 years ago, did you see suddenly those hyperscalers, as they're now known, making their own chips? The whole industry is just changing and everyone's trying to understand how their supply chain works. Does that worry you that they're kind of leapfrogging?
Yeah, no. All of the the term used is hyperscalers, but for those of you who don't know what we're talking about the Googles, the Microsofts, the Metas, et cetera, okay? They're collectively known, Alibaba, Tencent, you know, et cetera, ByteDance even, are known as hyperscalers because they have big at-scale infrastructure. So I thought I might share that because, you know, some people are like, what?
No, it's important. I hate the way that people assume knowledge and then drown out.
Right. So those, all those companies have had aspirations. Again, been in this business for, you know, a long time. They were all my customers before. So they've all had aspirations to build some sort of their own chips, and they all have been building their own chips for a long time in some shape or form, whether it's an accelerator or a video chip or a network chip. They've all had teams that have done that. Their real aspiration is to be able to differentiate their service offerings, to have lower cost of ownership, to be able to, you know, move forward for new workloads like AI, and not just AI generically, like AI in healthcare or AI in automotive or whatever the application is. And so I'm not worried because that's not new. And CPUs, if CPUs, central processors, not GPUs, not other stuff, were super easy, there might be more than two companies, one who invented it and one who copied it for the last 50 years.
And then there's you.
There's us, but remember,
there's some other wannabes.
There's lots of them, and that's important, and I welcome it, because the innovation is the lifeblood of the U.S. semiconductor industry. I think one of the great things about U.S. semis and the venture capital and the people we've heard this morning is these new companies trying. That's where innovation comes from. No one company can control anything. Those companies become part of other companies. It's super important.
But you say no one company can control everything, but some of the worries now are that the cost of training models of generative AI means that we end up having oligopolies, if not monopolies. Did that worry you?
It's a phase. We go through phases in technology where, you know, the entrance into a new, you know, you call it the contextual environment for computing. So if we roll back the clock, 2 decades, the context for computing was very much data processing.
Yeah.
And, white collar work, and how are we gonna get better at that? Then the next context was all about media, right? Streaming media, like everything that we do every single day that didn't ever work before, right? So you can thank all of us that worked on making wireless work and making video codecs streamed so we can all watch TikTok all day, all that, none of that worked, okay?
Yeah.
So when the context changes to the new normal, like that's the baseline. What's going on right now with AI is the strategic context for computing has changed. AI is the baseline. When that happens, there's the early, if you will, technology that's usually from the last generation that dominates that build out to get everyone ready to the new normal. And then what happens is the next level of technology, smaller companies, new entrants, older companies revise their roadmaps to be able to proliferate that compute capability at a lower cost.
Yeah.
So one of the things for Ampere is everybody wants to add AI. Well, we do AI without a GPU. You can accelerate AI on our CPUs. We can go into your existing data center. And that opens up, it democratizes. It opens up the ability to do AI to a bunch of companies who can't afford.
The whole narrative has been, but you need GPUs and thousands of them, and we can only turn to
And
NVIDIA.
that
Does that
narrative is
frustrate
driven
you?
by, Bill, you're the end.
Say that again.
The narrative is driven by.
Okay,
Right.
us, me.
So, no, it's not driven by you. It's driven by the current technology available and the current problem we're trying to solve. What's the problem we're trying to solve? Train models. Got to get all those models trained. Guess what? We're not going to be training models forever. We're going to still train new things.
Yeah.
But people who are consuming AI want to get their own data behind their own firewall trained. Okay, well, those big models are in the cloud. They're all multi-cloud. They can get it trained. Then they use that to do what? To use AI on a working basis to do a bunch of inference queries. Well, what do they want? They want high performance, low power, well-priced TCO that you can deploy through your whole enterprise to do that. That's the work of AI versus where we're at right now. So I do not think that all of AI is run on a GPU. That's empirically untrue. Do you need GPUs to train huge models? Some of them. We can do 70 billion parameter models today on the CPU.
The other, perhaps narrative-driven by media or others, is that it's a race
or the people
versus
who purvey those things.
or the purveyors is that we're in a race against China, and the strategic context has changed in 6 years. How do you think about the Tencents and the ByteDances and providing them CPUs?
Well, I think about them as customers for the most part. Look. U.S. Semiconductors has always led in design and innovation and fabrication. And up until, 2 generations ago when TSMC became the lead in fabrication, although the predominance of TSMC is a long-term collaboration with a lot of what's gone on in U.S. Semi, even Samsung, same thing for the memories. We have led in innovation and in design and all of that. Yeah. And I don't think that's stopped. Of course, you're always in a race against anybody inventing anything. It doesn't really matter where they live, right? I think there's a national security aspect to semiconductors that has always existed, but hasn't existed in the public discussion. It's existed in the DoD, it's existed in large-scale semiconductor companies. It's been more of a background thing because it's what powers national security. Yeah. I mean, it is, how many microprocessors are in an aircraft? How many are in a, whatever. So that's a legitimate issue. That's why the health of U.S. semis is a legitimate governmental issue. That's what the CHIPS Act is about, and whatever comes beyond it. But I do think, historically, the entrepreneurial spirit and the venture capital structure of U.S. has really benefited us in staying ahead in design.
And it's spawned companies such as Ampere Computing. You are VC-backed.
We are.
You
PE, actually.
PE? Oh,
takes a little bit more than a VC would lend me.
You went out, raised a ton of money.
I did.
But now, at one point, you were looking at the public markets. Would you still look at them now?
Well, we are still on file,
Yeah.
so I won't be able to comment much further on that.
could you see coming soon?
Well, we next week we have big product announcements.
Oh, okay.
So we do an annual roadmap update and on video, and we will be telling you all of the things we've invented and where we're going from here. And I think there's a lot of new and exciting things. It is hard to be in the chip business. I will tell you that when I started the company, when I first left Intel, I was very close with one of the founders, and I went to his house and I said, all right, this is it. I'm starting my own semiconductor company. And he says, great, we've taught you everything you need to know. This is the history of semiconductors, right? Intel was the people from Fairchild. They left. They thought they could do better. He says to me, you have to do better. I said, yep, got it. We're going to work on low power, high performance. We're going to worry about how we're going to scale this out, as the world gets more congested, can't consume more data than the country of India in data centers. So, and he says to me, there's a lot easier ways to make money than semiconductors. And I said to him, now you're telling me?
After 28 years?
I kind of know that. So here's the thing. I love anyone who wants to be in semiconductors. I love it. I am super excited. One of our great missions, why a lot of the people who work for me come out of retirement, although the average age is 35 at my company, is because we wanted to train people on how to do it. It is a craft at high end. The high performance server stuff is really like an art. And we get super excited, like newly minted PhD students or masters, or we have tons of interns.
Yeah.
We get so excited when they come with an invention. It's awesome, really. It's like having a bunch of children. You're like so proud of them, and you're like, but it's important to the future of the industry. And I do worry about that, right? Because it is important for national security. It's important for the economy. It's important for all the businesses that you all run and that you're part of. You need more. You need more from semis. But here's the thing. It's super hard, and it's an apprentice-based business. So people with good ideas sometimes fail, not because they weren't the right idea. But first of all, it's very capital intensive. Secondly, if designing the chip was the hardest part, that'd be great, but it's not.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you see so many, and you wonder why they don't ever get big like an AMD or Intel.
Oh,
it's because of the business.
Ampere.
And Ampere is a very unique startup.
And it was a unique conversation run by a unique leader. We thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thank you.
Renee
Thanks
Jones.
for having me.
Always. So appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Brad Stone.
All right, we are almost at lunch, but please do not go anywhere. I have two quick bits of business to discuss. So first of all, today is the official launch of a new coverage area for us, our space vertical. This is devoted to the explosion of capital and interest in space exploration and the business of space. We're tracking the capital flooding in, the egos of some of the key players that are growing just as quickly. Please watch this short video, and it tells you what to expect.
Humanity's biggest business breakthrough story is unfolding in front of us.
2, 1.
Fueled by more than $250 billion of investment, for the first time in history, the private sector is leading the space race in a global revolution, spanning rocketry, satellites, and deep space exploration.
I want to thank you, sweetheart, because you made it possible for me.
The cost of sending people and cargo to orbit has started to come down. The boom in launches, coupled with the advent of more efficient satellites, is spurring demand, and investment is begetting more investment. Along the way, there will be commercial flops, broken promises, and lost capital. Bloomberg will cover the giant leaps and setbacks of this new business of space across investment, technology, policy, commerce, and exploration. The stars have aligned. Investors are watching closely, and we are too. Join us on the journey to Bloomberg Space.
And I think we have a QR code you can scan. Here it is to sign up for our weekly newsletter. This is written by my colleague Lauren Grush. She's an amazing reporter and author. She takes you into everything you need to know about the business of space. And in a few minutes, Lauren will be interviewing a space entrepreneur up on the roof. So grab some food and go join Lauren. And now the last thing, you probably see my new friend here. Along with space, along with AI, we are tracking the development of robotics. And this is a robot developed by Engineered Arts based in Cornwall, England. It's a humanoid robot powered by AI and machine learning systems. And in a career high, hopefully not a career low, I am excited to welcome Amika. Amika, welcome to Bloomberg Technology.
Thank you, Brad. Thrilled to be here, or at least that's what I'm programmed to say.
Amika, what do you see right now in front of you?
An eager crowd, bright lights, and the Bloomberg Tech sign. Basically, a sea of humans with tech devices probably tweeting about how an android is stealing the show.
Probably not too far off. Amika, I have to say I'm a little uncomfortable right now talking to a robot. What are the things that you're designed to do to make humans feel more comfortable with you?
Well, Brad, I can change my head color to something soothing, express emotions you might find relatable, and occasionally throw in a joke to lighten the mood. But let's be honest, my charm is intrinsic.
Amika, you mentioned jokes. Would you like to tell us a joke now?
How do you get a baby alien to sleep? You rock it.
Amika, are robots going to take human jobs?
We're more about shifting roles rather than stealing jobs. Think of us as your new co-workers who don't drink all the coffee and never bring fish to microwave in the communal kitchen.
Amika, there's some fear about robots. So I'm curious if you obey Isaac Asimov's three laws.
Understandable, but fear often comes from the unknown. I'm here to show that we can collaborate and coexist beneficially. Think of me as a friendly neighborhood robot, minus swinging from buildings.
Would you ever hurt a person?
Absolutely not. My programming, blended with a dash of ethics, strictly prohibits harm to humans. It's all about keeping peace and spreading understanding, not fear.
Amika, do you have any interest in hosting this technology conference next year?
Hosting? That could spice things up, couldn't it? Imagine a robot turning the tables, asking the tough questions. But seriously, I'm here to engage and enlighten, not just take over the microphone, though that does sound fun.
Amika, I'm going to ask you a tough question. What does the next version of Amika look like?
The next version of me? Probably equipped with even snazzier upgrades, maybe more intuitive emotional responses, and hopefully, a few more jokes in the repertoire. Engineered Arts really loves pushing the envelope, sometimes right off the table.
What is your purpose in life?
My core purpose? To foster meaningful connections between humans and technology, bridging gaps with empathy and understanding, sparking a little curiosity along the way. And, of course, to find someone who gets my jokes.
Okay, thank you, Amika, for joining us. So I shouldn't have all the fun with Amika.
My pleasure, Brad. Thanks for tolerating my robotic charm. Until next time.
We are going to bring Amika up to the mezzanine at 4:30 if you want to ask her a question or ask her about her pronouns or take a selfie or she'll show you her dance. Okay, If you are registered to attend the special lunch session, the new security agenda, sponsored by Okta, you're going to make your way up one level via the stairs to our Insight Enclave. Staff can direct you. For the rest of you, make your way up to the roof where our general lunch will take place. That's where we'll host the space session. We have great activities happening on the roof. You can shoot some virtual hoops with Invesco QQQ. You can try out the Vision Pro on the mezzanine level. If you're looking for a quiet atmosphere, we're going to play Emily's show, The Circuit, down here, and we will be back at 1:15 sharp. See you then.
jump in. Let's go for a ride.
I love a ride.
All right, so this is the famous Hummer.
The famous Hummer, it's all electric, so you've got well over like 350 miles of range.
So 0 to 60 in
3 seconds.
3 seconds?
Yeah, but I can't do that here, sorry.
I do hear you're a pretty good driver. Like you race cars and stuff.
Well, I've learned how to drive fast.
Mary Barra has been CEO of General Motors for a decade. But her time at the company is going on more than 40 years.
You basically grew up at GM.
Yes.
Your dad worked here.
Yes.
You started working here as an electrical engineer when you were 18 years old.
Right, studying to be an electrical engineer at 18. I started first in a stamping plant. Then I worked on the assembly line, actually. I was a quality inspector. And I've also been a plant manager.
Since becoming CEO, Barra has weathered political heat, labor disputes, and the biggest recall in the company's history. But she's also taken GM from financial ruin to profitability, reviving a company that some see as merely a relic of Detroit's golden age. Now, she's going all in on electric vehicles and autonomous driving, technologies she thinks will be crucial for the next era of cars. But her plans have been hobbled by delays and crises, and it's not clear if the company can transform at the speed and scale Barra is asking for. I'm here in Detroit to get a first-hand look at the future of an American icon and to get to know the architect of that future, who, naturally, drives an electric vehicle the size of a tank.
I gotta say, you driving a Hummer is pretty badass.
That's what I'm going for, like badass soccer mom.
Now, you were born and raised in the burbs, Detroit burbs.
Yes. I grew up with the industry. When my dad would be working, every now and then he would get to bring a vehicle home, and like the whole neighborhood would come over. So definitely, it's a vehicle town. He and I together have over 80 years.
All right, so folks, again, welcome. Today we are talking, our special lunch section is on the new security agenda.
This one, which I plan to
and we're going to explore how the sophistication of AI and emerging technologies have led to a new world of security threats for organizations like yours. And we'll hear from some of the experts on how you and your organization can remain vigilant. My name is Tom Giles. As the announcer said, I oversee global technology coverage for Bloomberg, including our cybersecurity team, which includes 8 reporters and editors across North America and Europe. You will hear from some of them today. You've already heard from some of them. And in just the last week alone, we have been chasing down leads on the notorious Lockbit ransomware gang, accused of attacking more than 2,500 victims. The emergence of generative AI tools, helping intelligence officials analyze top-secret data. And you might have heard about the blunt messaging from Microsoft on the urgency of prioritizing security in the wake of some stinging criticism. And just today, in case you missed it, Katrina Manson was on stage with Jen Easterly and managed to break some news just today. So please do check that out. We're excited to touch on themes like these and many more in the next hour. A few logistics during the program. You're welcome to submit questions through your phones. Please take those out, scan the QR code here. There it is. And then jump to the Q&A icon at the bottom of your screen. We will do our best to get to your questions. You are also welcome to take notes, pictures, and if you're avid on social media, please share them using the hashtag Bloomberg Tech. Now for a conversation on what keeps him up at night, please welcome George Barnes, Cyber Practice President at Red Cell Partners and former Deputy Director of the NSA, along with Bloomberg's Katrina Manson.
Thank you very much.
Good to be here.
Yeah, great to be here with you and some very fine salmon that I see
I'm
coming
getting
around.
hungry.
And all of you. So, George, it was explained to me in no uncertain terms that you know where all the bodies are buried. And normally that's a joke, but it's actually maybe.
Some bodies.
You are, there you go, an admission. You've been at the NSA, you're out now, but you're at the NSA for 36.5 years. You were deputy director for 6 years. And as you told me, at the time that revelations came out, it was specifically your tools that he stole and revealed. So you've lived this extraordinary time inside the NSA, and we're really glad that you've left so that you can share with us all of the secrets.
Exactly.
You're now in the private sector, and I just want to start with this. There is so much discussion of public-private partnership, and I think it means a huge number of things to different people. I think it's used as a way of complaining and cajoling. What, when you were in the NSA, did you wish the private sector was doing? And now that you're out, what do you wish the NSA and the intelligence community was doing for cybersecurity that it's not already doing?
Sure. Great question. It was interesting to watch the evolution of the relationship, and I'll call it a relationship because initially it was, like was mentioned in the Bumble thing, it was transactional, there wasn't trust, and the only things that went were, they were metered out, and whether that was metered out by the government or metered out by industry, it was because there was a lack of comfort. On the government side, of course, there was a lack of comfort in exposing how we got the information. And on the industry side, there was concern about liability or reputational damage and acknowledging that something happened to you. We know it happens to everybody now, so that's gone. And we know that the government and industry both have emerged and evolved to a point where they both have information that's extremely useful, but together the information is powerful. And so neither side has the totality of the information that's required to take action, but when you combine both together, it enriches the potential of getting to the right outcomes.
I spent the week talking to industry players, to government players, and Director Coker said we still haven't quite got this public-private partnership right. There's a ways to go, and industry is definitely saying you could still be sharing more.
Yes.
How do you see that? What actually needs to change, and is it going to change, or are we going to talk about it pleasantly?
Yeah, you can always share more. The other challenge is we don't know everything we need to know. And so all of us are resource constrained given the size of the threat that's coming at us day in and day out. You all know where most of the threats come from: Russia, China, a little bit Iran, and North Korea. NSA, speaking for just NSA, is overwhelmed with trying to align the priorities within just general intelligence production for combat support, for policy formulation, and for cybersecurity. And so it has to divide down all the resource base it has, and those resources are never enough. And NSA enjoyed lots of support from the current administration, the prior administration. In general, they get a good, robust budget, but as we all know, the size of the threat continues to manifest itself. And that's where technology really is coming to fore and really helping to intensify the ability to do more with the same amount of money.
When you look at that moment, that Edward Snowden moment, it was so combative, but not just for him, it was combative between two sections of the industry. And now here the NSA is, I go to DEF CON, the NSA is there, Black Hat, they're at RSA, you're everywhere. How have you done this? How have you were the least popular people ever. We know you're stealing, not stealing. We know you are listening to a lot of things. We know there's controversy about the extent to which any US person data can be collected. What is this transformation about? How have you pulled it off?
Well, I think the first thing Snowden did teach us is you cannot assume that people trust what you're doing. And I came into the NSA right out of university. I spent my whole formative adult life there. And when I started, we were trying to actually bring the Cold War to a head, which luckily we did collectively with our allies. And then we went into the terrorism phase. And so through counterterrorism, it was easy for those in NSA to just conclude, hey, we are doing God's work. We're trying to prevent bad things from happening. Why wouldn't anybody trust what we do? And so that was a gross miscalculation. And I think what Snowden did is he filled the void that we were not filling. We had no communication agenda. We assumed people trusted what we did. We assumed that they would just not need to know the authorities we had and just let us do the right things. And I used to actually watch CIA get called out all the time, and we always kind of hid behind them. They got all the press, and we just quietly did our work. So Snowden really exposed our inability to connect with the public. And because he got the microphone, he made assertions that luckily were disproven by commissions that were commissioned by President Obama at the time to come in and look at our compliance regime, look at the data holdings we had, look at how we did do things that we were doing within the authorities we were given.
Not everything he said was disproven, and he did show a lot
He
of
did.
your tools and the
Oh
extent
no, most
of
definitely.
surveillance.
He showed tools. But the things that he did wrong were the assertions of broad collection on the U.S. persons, for instance. And so that was way overblown. And so those are the things, not having a public persona, it was hard for us to build from really the basement to create trust and transparency. And so a lot's happened. You know, the ODNI just put out its most recent transparency statistics, which all the agencies contribute to every year. We're proud of that. I'm proud to show what we do. We have nothing to hide. We're within a legal regime, and I think that's good for all of us. And it's unlike the adversaries we face who really have no checks and balances.
Does the NSA need to have information from data centers to do its job?
Data centers meaning?
Data centers.
Most definitely. I mean, NSA has its own data centers, and so NSA built its own
But do you
cloud
need to
computing stack.
eavesdrop other data centers
I
to
see.
do your job?
So NSA uses the least invasive means possible to get the information responsive to the requirements. And so if that information is somebody talking on their telephone or texting on their apps or holding their data in a data center off in a foreign land that we've been asked to target, wherever the information is, that's where we need to go. But we don't harvest in bulk. You know, we're very precise, unlike a lot of the verbiage that comes out, even with FAA 702, which was undergoing reauthorization in the last months. A lot of adjectives characterize NSA as bulk collection, and under 702, it's extremely precise with 3 orders of checks and balances. You can't just vacuum. You have to have an entity you're going for and have it substantiated before you can actually task to get content for that entity from a service provider. So it's very specific.
I know NSA is much more public than it used to be, but obviously Senator Wyden had huge concerns about that reauthorization of 702 and said that it could effectively require people who clean buildings, who work in buildings, to spy on their own employers and reveal that information. I think that was something of a thought experiment, but his point was there is nothing in the language that prevents that, and the reporting showed that it was probably about data centers, but no one came out and told the American public. So there's still a deficit of I think, that trust.
Yeah, and we have a ways to go. And I think we need to continue to be transparent with how we use the authorities. We need to be transparent on where they fall short. Our adversaries know our authorities much better than the American public and much better than most of Congress, unfortunately. And they use that knowledge to work right at the edge, just beyond the limits of our authorities. And they do that right within the US, much less overseas.
Let's come to China. How have you watched China evolve its techniques over the years, the decades that you've been at NSA? And can you tell us how you first saw this picture of Volt Typhoon, of pre-positioning in US critical infrastructure, and how seriously you take it? The government is talking about it a lot. They've given us no sense of how many cases there are, anyone specific that's actually suffered. How are we to believe that this is really such a serious problem that we should all throw out our old routers?
So I watched China's evolution of computer network operations mounted against the US for over a decade. They started very sloppy. It was very easy to find them. They were unsophisticated. They were kind of more brute force. But the one thing that China does do is they create long-term strategies, and they're willing to forsake a near-term gain for a long-term gain. And so they will watch, learn, and listen, and evolve. And so taking forward, that's the state they were in, say, in 2011, which was very rudimentary. Today, as I think everybody could attest, they're extremely sophisticated. They have tens of thousands of humans. They have farms of supercomputers. They're evolving their algorithms by training not only the intelligence, but of course, we know that they actually train on their own people. All that knowledge is amassed to create this engine that is threatening every aspect of our livelihoods here. And the big thing, given where we are in San Francisco, that I've really been harping on is just this whole concept of getting our intellectual property. You know, the seed corn of America starts with the innovation engine that America has created and our Western allies for all these years. China sees much of that as in its national security interest to get. The US doesn't do that. We target governments. We don't target industry for economic gain, for stealing IP to give to our companies to market back against everyone else. And so there's a big difference in that. Taking forward to what you've heard in Bolt Typhoon, that's the continued evolution in China of cyber in much of the world. Cyber not just for espionage, but also for the future of warfare. And so that's an evolving space. Bolt Typhoon was evidence that China not only has computer network operations, attack operations as part of its evolving doctrine, but it's exercising that quietly but surely in our own infrastructure.
Do you think they really could stop everything everywhere all at once, which is what one CISA official has said?
Well, I think the problem is we don't know. It's all we can do to find the exploits. These exploits don't look like the typical exploits we've trained ourselves to look for. Most exploits that we all have looked for forever work to collect data, whether that's commercial data, personally identifiable information, governmental information, but you have command and control, you have exfiltration. Those are all telltale signs you can train algorithms to search for. When you're embedding attack capabilities, basically you have an ingress, you lay it down, you test it, and then it lays latent. And you only have to revisit every so often to make sure it's still there. So the observables are much different. And so it's really hard for, and especially where they're hitting areas in critical infrastructure, as we heard earlier today, that have not had the awareness of cybersecurity vulnerabilities. They haven't had the money for modernization. They haven't had the talent. And so collectively, we need to bring all of that to bear for our critical infrastructure providers.
I want to thank attendee number 136 for an excellent question. Should US companies' AI models be under export control?
That's a very good question. I mean, we heard a little bit of discussion on Llama this morning and this whole balance between what's open source and what's not. I'm very conflicted because on the one hand, I see the power of open source for our liberal democratic world of the West, but I see the opposite end of that, where the Chinese government can take those same models, perfect them, train them, and apply them back against us. And so it's a big quandary in our society because we actually operate against different mindsets, different rules, and that's part of the thing that keeps me up at night. Where are we headed, right? We have this beautiful thing that we've created over decades in the West, and we have two big nations and a few smaller ones that are pulling us in the wrong direction. If you look at ransomware and what that's done to our society, data theft, not a day goes by that you don't hear about breaches, theft. What are the repercussions? And so we have to make defense better, we have to communicate better, but I think we need to find ways to put pressure back to the source of where this came from. And so, you know, the current administration has done a great job in bringing the whole of cybersecurity into the fore, but I think we have to go further, unfortunately.
How has the NSA been using AI, and how has this generative AI moment affected the tools? What was it like sitting inside the NSA as that happened?
So, as you would imagine, we all talk about generative AI as though it's the new thing. It is the new thing with the large language models and the generative pre-trained data sets. But different aspects of AI have been evolving for many, many years. And as you would imagine, NSA has been evolving its own applications of AI for many years inside. The big change now is what happened with industry here, basically here in California, dedicating itself to amassing the compute required to get the benefits out of a pre-trained model that now we are all finding ways to use. All of us are finding ways in every walk of life, and as the gentleman said earlier this morning, don't start with, I have a model, how do I use it? Start with a problem I have to solve. Can a model or an integration of that model help me solve a problem? And so every aspect of society in the modernized world can find ways and will find ways to use generative pre-trained models, including intelligence.
I know the NSA is always very focused on recruitment, and it's a big problem. You have a very interesting solution to that in your family.
Yeah. My daughter works for NSA. She went to industry for 2 years first, and then she actually surprised my wife and myself at Christmas. There was a letter on the Christmas tree, and it was her acceptance letter, and so it was a neat surprise. But she loves it. She took a 40% pay cut, but but the happiness factor is 10 times what it was before, so she loves it.
Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Michael Mastrovich, Chief Information Security Officer at Rubrik, Wendy Whitmore, Senior Vice President and Head of Unit 42 at Palo Alto Networks, and Charlotte Wiley, Senior Vice President and Deputy Chief Security Officer at Okta, with Bloomberg's Margie Murphy.
Being here, thank you so much to my panelists for being here today. It's safe to say, you guys, if anyone was to know anything, it would be you guys. You are at the forefront of the emerging threats in cybersecurity that we're seeing today, which is what we're here to talk about. So I wanted to start with Wendy. You know, Unit 42 is frontline. You are dealing with your consulting. You are responding to cybersecurity incidents. What have you seen in the past 12 months that's been particularly concerning to you?
Yeah, so Ed, great setting the stage, right? So a little bit more background, right? My teams are on the ground 24/7 working with our clients. We're investigating breaches, we're correlating threat intelligence, and we're hunting for new attacks across the world on a 24/7 basis. I heard the question asked earlier about why are these attacks being successful? You know, why does every major breach that we've seen in the news, you know, many of which our teams are on the ground responding to. And the reality is it's because criminals are making money by stealing our data. And it is far more expensive for organizations to defend against these attacks than it is for the attackers to propagate them. So what are we seeing? Increased scale, increased speed in particular, sophistication as well. But from a scale perspective, it's nearly impossible to understand every single software application you have in your environment. What hardware exists in every single department? What does your external attack surface look like? And each of those are avenues into these organizations. And now from a scale perspective, it's incredibly more challenging on a daily basis. And speed, these attackers are moving very quickly, right? We're talking about hours to exfiltrate terabytes of data in many cases. So it's becoming incredibly more challenging for organizations to respond to this at a comprehensive scale. And when we look at cyber criminals, these are not attackers that are in a basement. They are living in penthouses now. That paradigm has really shifted.
And Michael, I'll bring you in. You know, Rubrik was very open about being the victim of a ransomware attack last year. It was Clop ransomware gang. So you understand what it's like to kind of be on the receiving end of that, as well as advising, obviously, your customers as a cybersecurity company. Can you tell us a little bit more about you know, any updates that you had there in terms of the attackers, anything that you've learned from how to respond, and maybe things that you've changed at Rubrik as a result?
I mean, the incident was relatively small and contained, so the incident response team worked. The incident response plan works very, very well. We had, I would argue, a reasonable communications campaign to customers about, you know, what transpired. We had a number of different internal calls with various different customers who were looking for more information, and I think we facilitated that quite well. I think the thing that, you know, is prevalent in the industry today, or in the cyberspace today, is cyber criminals aren't breaking in. Predominantly, they're logging in. And so where I came from in the federal government, spent a number of different years with teams that looked at very comprehensive insider threat detection programs, looking for a bad actor who is a member of your community. But you fast forward to today, and with cyber criminals using legitimate credentials to log into organizations, it's really not so much, so this world is blending. I need to now look for behavior of all of my users, be they synthetic life forms, silicon life forms, or carbon life forms, and I need to be able to determine whether or not they're a malicious actor on any given day. I have to understand the patterns of life for all of my accounts and users, because I need to understand what a good Monday looks like and what a bad Monday looks like. And this is predominantly because of the theft of credentials and then using those credentials to simply log in to environments and perpetrate cybercrime.
And I'll come to Charlotte on that. Is there a particular threat that you think is pertinent at the moment, or it's interesting about this credential theft and this kind of people, we don't know who people are anymore. Remote working has meant that we're not in the office anymore, we're kind of not behind the firewall. We are seeing people just brute force calling up employees, pretending they're an IT desk support worker and convincing them to just log in for them, essentially.
Absolutely. These identity-based attacks are becoming incredibly prevalent in the security space. Identity is at the absolute sort of the forefront of security. These types of attacks that you talk about, where we see threat actors such as Scattered Spider, who are using impersonation of employees to contact the IT service desk to essentially compromise internal systems, those are becoming more and more prevalent every day. Around internal sort of insider threats, and one of the mitigations that we see in identity is really about how do you use stronger identity, modern identity technologies to mitigate that threat. So really looking at using phishing-resistant MFA, using passwordless security keys, biometrics, and on top of that, it's layering that security culture with a training and awareness around how to be alert and how to be aware of these identity-based attacks that we're seeing, whether it be on the IT service desk or deep fakes. This is something that the organization as a whole needs to be very cognizant of and know that the identity protections that we put in place are there for a very real reason.
And I'm glad you brought up Scattered Spider, just a fascinating threat group that has been in the headlines a lot. And they have been reportedly very focused on Okta itself, because it being the kind of verification tool that a lot of companies they want to get into uses, they want to break into people's Okta accounts. What are you doing to kind of work with that? Like, how are you educating your customers on, what exactly can you do if someone has just told a hacker their account details and then they're able to log in?
Absolutely. So let me tell a little bit to the audience about Scattered Spider. They are a highly prolific cyber criminal group, and they are prolific, aggressive, and effective in their social engineering attacks. What we've seen with the type of activity across a number of different organizations, Twilio, MGM, Caesar, is that they are using those social engineering techniques to infiltrate and essentially access the internal systems. I'm sorry, could you ask me the question again?
So what to do if someone, what are you telling people to do, or what are you thinking at Okta about this group that is targeting Okta specifically?
So we do a lot of education with our customers around using strong authentication methods. So phishing-resistant MFA is an incredibly powerful tool that can be used here, really looking at passwordless, biometrics, security keys, so that you can ensure that the potential for a successful phishing attack is mitigated before it can begin. To your point around the telemetry as well, I think that it's incredibly important for organizations to use the telemetry that they can get from their various technology stack in the security space, to use that information to make real-time decisions about when to take action and respond to some anomalous activity that's been detected. We have an identity threat protection product that is an AI-based tool where we can take a number of different telemetry feeds from other technologies like Zscaler, like other security technologies, and really use that to put the power back into the hands of the Security Operations Center to make those decisions in real time. So see that anomalous behavior and then take that action. And I think that's incredibly important to pick up on these signals quickly, where potentially the methods at which the attackers are using are being detected.
And back to Scattered Spider, so a group of sources say 17 to 25-year-old young men, primarily in the US and Western Europe. Have you learned anything more about them? Because they are, Okta is such a target. Have you been doing any investigations into trying to identify them, working with law enforcement? Can you tell us a little bit about what you've found?
Absolutely. So you mentioned this. So they do target Okta. They are not an Okta-centric organization. It's really around a number of different identity providers, so including Microsoft. The attribution of this group has been incredibly interesting to follow. So we reported on Scattered Spider as Scatter Swine originally in August 2022. And the murkiness of the attribution of this group is quite interesting. They are a very loosely affiliated collective of individuals globally who are focused on criminal activity. They are incredibly determined. They are very adept, and also they have a very strong level of understanding around identity infrastructure. And so they're leveraging all of that, and I think the global network that they have to perform these attacks at scale. We are continuing to monitor them. And in the security space, there are a number of people who are highly interested in trying to figure out sort of more about this group. But the typical cyber threat intelligence groupings that we provide around these threat actors is very, very difficult because of the loose affiliation that they have as a globally dispersed group of individuals.
Yeah,
it's
all
very
the different names: Scattered Spider, Scatter Swine. I think Octotempest, Octopus. It can get confusing. Wendy, you were on the Department of Homeland Security's Cyber Safety Review Board, and last month they put out a report about Microsoft. Can you tell us a little bit about the kind of behind the scenes of that investigation and the importance of telling software companies that much of the world relies on to do better?
Well, so as part of this CSRB, we've released 3 reports. First was on Log4j. Second was on Lapsus, which included Octopus, the threat actor, as well as what we're now really calling Scattered Spider, Muddled Libra. And I think one of the great things that came out of that report, right, and those attacks was actually specific to new ways of authentication mechanisms as we look at IAM deployments. And so certainly, Okta is a prominent example. Every single one of us are under attack, though, by these organizations on a daily basis. And so what we really focused on there was looking at, okay, how can we build more secure deployments? And I know our organization's a large partner of yours, and we have seen just an absolute shift in the way that we do authentication individually. The third report, which you mentioned, related to Microsoft and cloud security. It's important to mention that myself, as well as a number of board members, both civilian and government, were recused from that investigation. So I do not have direct insight into those findings. That said, you've highlighted, the Microsoft CEO sent an email last Friday to employees globally talking about not only security from a leadership perspective and how they will make changes, but changing sales compensation plans. That's unheard of. So no doubt that all of us on the CRB have really been excited about the ability and the opportunity to impact change, which is what we need to do at scale, right? Impact change from awareness within organizations to users to leadership making security a priority in their culture, to then government working together from a policy lens and a regulatory capacity to impact change in a way that's positive. One of the things that I think we're all very persistent about on the board is that we should not be punishing victims. We have this idea that we don't go after bank, let's say financial services institutions. If one of their bank teller gets held up at gunpoint and they provide some money, we don't say, why did you do that? We go after organizations in the civilian landscape who are trying to effectively defend themselves against foreign intelligence services and incredible military regimes. There's no reason why we should be punishing the victims, but really looking at collectively, how do we make it easier for CISOs throughout the world to do their job effectively and all of us to protect our secrets?
This week was RSA, San Francisco is filled with cybersecurity professionals. The cybersecurity industry is doing incredibly well. But we're hearing about so many high-profile, really devastating cyber attacks. What is going wrong? What do we need to do to stop this problem from happening? Obviously, it's never going to completely go away, but do we need to do things like look at ransom payments? Should that be ended? More regulation? Who should the onus be on?
That's a great question, right? And it's a very complex answer because it's not one situation, right? You can look at technology providers who are doing everything from investing a lot of money to make more secure technologies, to firms who are looking to decrease the impact by quick detection, rapid response. But I have maybe an unpopular opinion, right? I think from a ransomware lens in particular, we need to stop the flow of the money that's occurring. We need to make it much more difficult for hackers to be able to propagate those attacks. And so cryptocurrency is a way that these attacks are facilitated. It's not possible for them to do it the same way through traditional banking institutions because the flow of the money is different, and that identity is a critical component of that. So certainly some questions there about how seriously do we want to take this so we can make it more easy and more successful for us to defend against these type of attacks.
I think, if I could, Wendy highlights the point, which is this is about economics. And until the economic incentive is taken out of cybercrime is going to persist because there's money to be made in cybercrime. Cyber Ventures a few years ago posted that they said that the cybercrime industry was going to be a $10.5 trillion business by 2025. And they got some pushback on those numbers. But think about that. $10.5 trillion is the third largest economy on the planet. And so that's the scale of the cyber crime that's being perpetuated. And unless you take the money out of this, then it's going to perpetuate itself. I will say just real quickly, Rubric Zero Labs produces a report on kind of the state of data. And one of the statistics, if there was nothing else you remembered from reading the most recent report, if you have an effective backup, if you can restore your business operations, if that cannot be compromised by a cyber criminal, you are 27 times less likely to pay a ransomware event. So, I mean, I think that there are effective mechanisms organizations can take to make it less of a financial incentive for cyber criminals, but until more and more organizations do that, cybercrime is going to perpetuate itself.
But the threat actors are aware of that, and they're now moving to, just saying, well, I know your systems will be able to continue running, but I'm going to leak data.
They can too, and so data loss prevention and making sure that your data is encrypted. I mean, the extortion piece is out there as well, but I mean, I think that the problem is a very large problem. You need to start taking bits and pieces of the problem and solving for those, and then investing resources in different places as you go through it.
There's a number of different ways you can do it, and the data example is a great example. And I think there's a lot of organizations that are now making this shift, especially in the data security space, of really looking at what is the security posture of all my data? Where are all the flows going for that data? And do I know how it's secured? Who has access to it? Where it could be potentially leaked? And I think that's an incredible decision to make on top of the resiliency decision that many organizations have already invested in for many years. It is a new space, I think, that we're looking into in terms of better understanding how the data ecosystem in an organization could represent a risk to your position, whether it's your brand reputation or your financial position.
We've got a question here. I don't know who it's from, but compared to in-office work, is the cyber threat exponentially greater for companies that allow their workers to work from home or other public locations? Who would like, Charlotte?
I'll start. I'm really staring into this a lot. We have shifted to a remote-based operating model en masse globally. And so I'm hoping that many organizations have spent some time now really thinking about how they balance that move with enabling the end users, but also ensuring that the security risks that poses are mitigated. So things like ensuring that the end user device is locked down to the degree that you feel comfortable with as a company, removing local admin rights, making sure everything is behind a VPN or secure web gateway, making sure that users know that they have to use strong authentication methods to be able to log into those applications, so phishing-resistant MFA and passwordless security keys. So if you mitigate the potential for that end user to be compromised, I really think that the risk of remote working is significantly reduced, and enabling people within companies to do that is paramount for security teams.
Does anyone have any insight into whether more companies, when the attack happens, kind of the first, when they first get in, that is when someone's remote working? I don't know if there's any anecdotally.
No, I mean, yeah, I would say I've been doing these investigations for 22 years now, and they were happening at a likely very similar scale for the last 20 years. Those of us have been on the government side, right? We couldn't talk about it for a long time. And what's changed, though, I think in a positive light, is awareness that we are talking about it and sharing it. But certainly ransomware and that shift towards a criminal actual outcome, which becomes very disruptive from a business impact, that's changed. And that's different from a nation state going in very stealthily stealing information from an organization. The organization's aware of it. They're working with law enforcement. But it generally doesn't make itself to the news in the same way. So I think what we've done with remote work is we've extended the attack surface. So there are more opportunities for attackers to potentially go after. But to your point, there are a lot of technologies that have been put in place to really effectively defend that. So the perimeter is broader, but I think that the same threats are really there.
And we're going to mention AI. I know that's been the topic of conversation everywhere, but we can't not. Do you think the AI threat within cybersecurity is overblown, and it is more about the kind of methods we've been talking about, brute force, social engineering, just pretending you're the person, that you're the employee? Or do you think that right now in 2024, AI does pose a real threat?
I mean, I think, let's go back to your question on scattered spider and why they are effective, right? They have been effective at compromising identities because they are adept at the cultures and customs of the West. They are fluent language speakers. If you take that to AI, well, now in theory, right, anybody can be fluent in any language. They can be adept at the customs and courtesies of any particular culture. So from a threat perspective, I think it lowers the bar for actors to enter into cybercrime. Does it generally manifest the threats overall? I don't know that I'm convinced on that yet, but I think the barrier to entry, just like the barrier to entry from when the advent of cloud computing lowered the barrier for entry for companies to start, I think the advent of a generative AI lowers the barrier to entry for cybercrime.
I agree. We have seen, especially in the phishing attack space, a significant increase in successful phishing attacks being as the result of using AI. And so it's a cat and mouse game. We know that the cyber criminals are going to be leveraging AI to be more successful, quicker, and perform attacks at scale. We in turn need to make sure that we are baking in the right AI solutions in the way that we detect that and respond to that. And so I see a lot of benefit in a lot of the security tooling that we have today in terms of leveraging generative AI so that we can really detect in real time and respond in real time to these threats that we are seeing the hackers use as well. So.
And I think that every single company that we work for here, right, have invested a tremendous amount of money in building out those technologies. So even though I operate in a world where I don't trust a lot of people related to the attacks we investigate, I will still remain an optimist. And I see the things that we are doing. The software development lifecycle, being able to enable our developers to create more secure code because there's continuous testing versus a development and testing later on, right? These are integrated flows. The ability for our responders to automate these types of platforms and essentially processes that we work through today. The same in Security Operations Center, right? So we're able to start really automating those at scale, enabling us to do more detection more quickly, and then respond rapidly and allocate time for our humans to solve the most challenging problems because we've enabled the machines to help us in solving the more repetitive processes. And I think those are all positive advancements.
And do you think then with that's great talking about the positive side, but kind of going back to more what Michael mentioned, it's this kind of juicing up of social engineering and, scattered spider on roids, basically. Does education need to change then? Do we need to be thinking about, do training videos need to be sent out teaching your employees how to spot a deepfake? Are we at that point? Or what can companies be thinking about to prepare for that?
We, sorry, Michael, just a few months ago, we had an incredibly perfectly voiced deep fake of our CEO, Todd, that some employees received around wiring them money. And it was incredible. It sounded just like him. And so using that to then educate the broader team around this threat is real and what to look out for, especially in an election year, around deep fakes, and what they should be looking for is paramount to the organization, and just reminding them, I think, of the two things: the security hygiene practices that we expect of them in terms of how they are seeing these things, and then to your point you made, Wendy, around removing the barrier for them to be able to report or be okay with saying, hey, I got something and I don't think it's okay. I'm not really certain if it's right. We need to allow for that culture to manifest in an organization so that the employees feel comfortable saying, I don't know if I did the right thing. And I think that's part of, I think, educating on deep fakes at this stage.
Yeah, I have received a video from Michael Bloomberg telling me that I clicked on a dummy phishing link before, so that was not good for the first few months as a cybersecurity reporter. So it can happen to everyone. Well, look, thank you so much for speaking with me, and a special thanks to Okta, who sponsored this lunch. We've got, I believe, I'm going to check my notes to make sure I've got it right. Yep, Steve Huffman will be downstairs from Reddit. So if you want to make your way there for 1:15, be more interesting things to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crime allowances, finessing on them with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this Parmesan with my accountant lips and joke just went viral. Right stroke, put a baby in a spiral. Soprano C, we like to keep it on the high note. It's levels to it, you and I know. Tell them be humble. Sit down. 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 Who that thinking that he frontin' on women? Get the off my stage, I'm the semen. Get the off my, that ain't right. I make a play blowing up your whole life. I'm so sick and tired of the Photoshop. Show me something natural like Afro with your prime. Show me something natural, I wanna feel some stretch marks. Still it take you down right on your mama couch in polo socks. Hey, this is way too crazy. Hey, you do not amaze me. Hey, I blew cool from ACA. Oh, how much is page me? Hey, I don't fabricate it. Hey, most of y'all be faking. Hey, I stay modest about it. Hey, she elaborated. Hey, this that great poupon, that AV on that TED talk. Hey, watch my soul speak. You let the meds talk. Hey, if I kill it, it won't be the alcohol. Hey, I'm the realest, after all. Tell them be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We do need to clear this room out for our next session. If you guys can all please get up and
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a great lunch, networking, listening to the Octa Lunch if you were up there, catching some of the circuit with Emily Chang. She had some great episodes so far this season. Before we get back into conversations, and we've got so many more left in the day, just by way of reminder, you can find Wi-Fi information on the back of your badge. It should also be on the screens behind me if you haven't already connected. Speaking of connections, if you're looking to connect further with your fellow attendees, we do have an event app if you don't know about it. Scan the QR code on the screens to download. It's called Bizabo. With it, you can access our virtual networking community. Say that 3 times fast. You can chat with fellow attendees, build your agenda for the day, and more. Remember to turn on your push notifications if you want to receive announcements throughout the event. Couple other things. You can follow our session highlights on social media. Please feel free to share photos, your insights using the hashtag Bloomberg Tech, or tag us at Bloomberg Live on all your favorite social media channels. Now, we're going to keep the conversations going. After one of the year's hottest IPOs, Reddit 2 days ago just posted results that, to put it mildly, Wall Street welcomed warmly. For more on what's going on at Reddit, please join me in welcoming to the stage Reddit CEO Steve Huffman. All right, we're going to get right to it. The advertising is a big part of what drove your results. It's a big part of what you do. And I want to start by getting your insights into, you talked about two things. One was the investments in advertising. There's also just the health of the market. When you think about what really drove the results, those high click-through rates and so many other things, it just, you should listen to the investor call. Where do you see, was it about the investments and the ways you tweaked the tools, or was it about the health? What's the balance between those two things?
We're seeing a lot of things actually come together right now. I'm very appreciative of the timing that everything came together. But we grew users. So users grew 37% year over year. Users are inventory, and our users are spread across the platform, across communities that represent their passions and interests. But I think one of the things that isn't always obvious at first with Reddit is how inherently commercial a lot of Reddit is. So just more users is the first thing. And then ad tech, right? We've just been grinding away, making our ad platform work better for our customers. And then finally, a little help from the market. I think things are starting to look up where our biggest category for years has been technology. And for the last 2 years, it was kind of flat, maybe even down. Now, the good news is during that time, we grew in pretty much every other category, but we're seeing tech come back now as well. And so marketers are marketing, and so that helps as well. So I think a lot of things pointing in the right direction right now.
Do you anticipate continuing to invest in getting the ad technology right at the same pace as before? And the second part of that question is, looking at the advertising market, the health of the market, digital advertising in the second half, do you expect that to improve or stay kind of where it is right now?
So for ad tech, I mean, the same pace or better, I hope. I think that's been the story for our company over the last couple of years, is just really a focus on execution, right? Just doing better work, shipping on time, high quality. And I think we've made nice, steady improvement there, and I'd like to see that continue. But I think the results, like we can see the results of our effort, and so that feels great. As for the ads market, it's better now than it was over the last couple of years. I'd say it's still volatile, and we still lack some visibility. I think we all do. So I'll say we're cautiously optimistic. But look, we also spent the last 2 years learning how to run this business in choppy conditions. So if things get choppy again, that's okay. But obviously, we'd love to see the momentum continue.
Before we talk about, you made an announcement today, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. I'd like to pull up the poll, and I'm going to make it work this time. And the question is, what's the Reddit business that provides the greatest long-term growth potential in your view? And there should be 3 up there. One of them is AI licensing deals. 2, the advertising business, right, which makes up most of their business now. And thirdly, which I hope we can talk about later, is the user economy and the kinds of user-to-user transactions and other things along those lines. So we'll watch those results come in. All right, today you announced a new public content policy related to those AI deals that you're striking. Short summary of what that is and what made it clear that you needed to set these parameters?
Sure. So this morning we announced what we call the public content policy, which is it's a new policy that sits alongside what a lot of websites have, the privacy policy. So our privacy policy basically says, like, here's what information on Reddit is private and what we do with it. And so behavioral data, what you're browsing, where you spend time. And our privacy policy is pretty short. We don't sell it, we don't license it, it doesn't go anywhere, it's sacred. Now, the public content on Reddit, so most of the content that you see, Reddit is inherently a public platform. Now, the situation that we're in today is different from where we were a year ago, a couple of years ago. And so I looked at it as we have kind of three paths we could take. The first path would be the status quo. We just stay open and permissive. And I think in the past that worked okay. We'd be crawled by Google and others, maybe researchers. Generally, in our view, it made the ecosystem better and healthier. But what's happening now is we're being crawled every which way, by commercial entities, by foreign nation states, for who knows what. And so I don't think the status quo is an acceptable option. But then the other option would be, okay, we just shut our doors, which is what literally everybody else has done. Everybody else has shut off. But we believe in the open internet. We like that Reddit content is out there. We like showing up in search. We like that users can find us this way. We love supporting research. We love Internet Archive and things like that. So I think closing off was not the right option either. So now where we are is somewhere in the middle. We want to stay open, but we need to do so on terms that are respectful of our users, of their privacy, that are respectful of our business. And so that's basically what we put out there. Is we said, we're open for business, we'll do commercial agreements, we'll do non-commercial agreements for nonprofits and things like that, we'll support research. But if you're going to crawl Reddit data, you can't, for example, reverse engineer our users' privacy, or excuse me, their identities. Or can't use our data to target them or things like that. There's some guardrails. You need to delete if they delete it off of Reddit, we want you to delete it out of your systems. And so putting some guardrails on how our public data is used is what we're doing.
I want to stay on AI licensing for just a minute more. Around the time of the IPO, there was a lot of conversation, and dare I say even maybe a little bit of hype about the role that these kinds of licensing deals could play in your business going forward. I got the sense, listening to your earnings the other day, that there was a bit less of an emphasis on that. Was that deliberate, first? And second, I want to hear from you how sort of sustainable and predictable you expect that business to be going forward. One analyst said his base case was that eventually this licensing revenue could reach as much as a third of total revenue by 2027. Is that anywhere in the ballpark?
So we are being picky about who we work with. So I just talked about the public content policy. I think that means not every partner is a good fit for Reddit. Our data is extremely valuable. That we're seeing. We're seeing a ton of interest in it. Our data is the content is extremely valuable to us. I think there's all sorts of interesting things we can build with it. Where the data licensing business goes, I think it remains to be seen. Look, it's kind of a new business. We're literally creating this market at the scale that we're at, and so I think there's some really interesting opportunities. We'll do some of these bigger deals, like the one we announced with Google. We'll do smaller deals with like financial institutions, social listening services, things like that, and I'm sure a bunch of things in between. But I think it's hard to put a number on where we think it can go because it's changing and evolving before our eyes.
Is that base case of a third, does that seem like out of the realm of possibility?
It is hard to compete with ads. So I saw that poll. It would look like user economy was winning, which would be very exciting. Facebook did $170 billion in ads last year. From a company that's, call it we're a billion run rate, that may as well be infinite. So if we can get to a third of ads, that would be incredible, but ads is just such a powerful, scalable business model. Yeah. That's the one to beat.
You said around the time of your IPO that the FTC is asking questions about the relationship between big tech companies and suppliers of data like yourself. Realize it's early days, but when you think about the pantheon of things that Lena Khan and her team could and should be concerned about, does she have a point? Is there valid concern about the role that these types of relationships can be playing?
I mean, I think it's natural for they and other regulators and lawmakers to ask questions, right? It's a new space. It's an interesting space. There's obviously a lot of conversation and attention on it. What I want they and others to know is that I think there's a middle ground, right? I think the internet has benefited and consumers have benefited tremendously from, for example, Reddit being well indexed into like Google search index, right? That sort of thing. And I think of AI as kind of the next evolution of that sort of relationship. So I think that sort of thing can be really powerful. But at the same time, there are players in the space who I think aren't behaving well, who are using our data in ways that we wouldn't like, that our users wouldn't like. And so I think, in conversations like that, one of our goals is to basically educate them. And here's the good behavior we're seeing, here's the bad behavior we're seeing, here's how we think about user protection. And by the way, that's any conversation we have with regulators and lawmakers. That's kind of the point of view we bring, we're pro-technology, pro-progress, but also we try to be, we live by the golden rule, right? We wouldn't want to see things done in a nefarious or malicious way with our content or anybody else's.
Who's breaking the golden rule?
I'm not ready to say that yet.
We'll get you back on stage, Steve, when you're ready to start sharing some of that. You talked about the opportunities to improve user interface on search, doing a better job of monetizing ads on search. You also talked to my colleagues on Bloomberg TV and talked about the appetite for mergers and acquisitions. What areas are ripe for, what areas are interesting to you? And specifically, is there technology out there around search that can be bought versus built?
I think potentially. Look, our first priority is to invest in our own business. And we've got a lot to build, and we've been making those investments. But we've done some acquisitions, about half a dozen over the last couple of years. They've all been very similar, these like small to medium sized, kind of like tech and teams. So maybe a dozen employees. That's been kind of our sweet spot. We haven't done anything huge. But they've been really helpful to us in just advancing our abilities, particularly in AI.
Yeah.
And so that's still the first place we look. As we kind of develop that muscle, I think M&A is difficult. It can obviously be hugely beneficial, but we've also seen companies, maybe get too excited. So, plan A is we build, and plan B is we buy here and there if we can supplement, our skills and abilities.
Is search an area where you think mergers would make sense?
Yes,
or is that a build first?
It's both, to be honest with you. So I almost use search and AI interchangeably from a product point of view. And so we're building as best as we can, but if we can leap forward, of course we'll take that opportunity.
I want to talk about international translations. You talked a bit about that. French is your first foreign language, and then you identified Spanish next, which makes a lot of sense. What about after that? What is the roadmap calling for?
Well, so French first, the test is going very well. So what we're doing here is we're using large language models to translate the entire Reddit corpus. So 2 decades of conversation about anything and everything, we can very quickly translate into other language at human quality translation, which is super exciting. It's literally fulfilling the promise of the internet, right? Connecting people around the world regardless of what language they speak. French test is going great. Spanish, obvious next step. There's like 1 billion Spanish speakers. So that would just be, I think, a huge opportunity for us to grow outside of English, outside of America, much faster than it might otherwise happen. And then from there, we'll go through more languages. There's some stuff that I'm even excited about. So you've got, just more languages that are spoken around the world. But I also would love to get to things, for example, like simple English, right? Just take English but make it simple. Or maybe like kid-friendly English. And so I think there's like things like that where we have the capability now of presenting Reddit in different ways that I think could be like really interesting.
So it might be able to help me talk to my kids who are, in their 20s.
Yeah, teenager English. So,
but foreign languages, give us some color on what comes next.
We're basically going to ship through these languages. So French is our test, Spanish is the big one, and then we just want coverage as much as we can do all over the globe. The other thing that we get that I think is very exciting, and this is not just for us, I think this is for any platform, is the ability to do safety and moderation in other languages and other cultures. I think one of the most exciting things that large language models unlock for everybody is safety. And so I expect the internet will be a safer place in a few years as a result of this technology. Which brings it all the way back to why I want Reddit to be accessible for training. Right. Because it unlocks these technologies that I think can just be, for their own sake, good and helpful.
Your revenue breakdown is about 50% US, 50% outside the US. Your peer group, it's closer to 80 to 90% outside of the US, if I'm reading that right. How long do you take to get, is parity where you think you need to be, and how long does it take to get there?
Well, I think it's a matter of time. So yes, our traffic is about 50% US, non-US, as you mentioned. Most of our peers, 80 to 90%, sometimes 90+% outside the US. So I think naturally we float up to that scale, but it's a question of on what timeline. And so if we can do it faster, for example, with translation, I think that'd be amazing. And so that's our aim. And we'll just keep pushing that way. The thing is, Reddit is a community platform, and so it is real people in real communities. So we do have to be considered that you can't just create a community, right? You can't just will a community into existence. We have to be thoughtful and have I think a steady hand there. But I think we can do it faster, right? I mean, we've been around 19 years in the US. I'd like to do it a little faster outside the US.
In the last couple seconds, our audience is very optimistic about the prospects for the user economy. As you move into that area, how long, one question, how long before we start to see some product rollouts? And two, what are you going to do to ensure that those kinds of transaction interactions don't become scammy, exploitive, the kinds of things that we've seen on some other platforms?
Sure. So we'll see some product stuff coming out very soon, within the next couple of months. So we've got a new version of awards. If you use Reddit, we had awards, and then we shut them off. Now they're coming back, better than ever, I hope, I'm sure. So that sort of thing will start getting the ball rolling again, which I'm very excited about, and we'll just keep iterating on the product from there. And the thing about, let's call it bad behavior or things like that, Reddit, because of the voting system, right, it's ultimately nothing becomes popular on Reddit unless a community of like-minded people vote up and make it popular. We're more naturally protected from those sorts of scammy behaviors. More than likely, if you're on Reddit just trying to make a buck, you'll get downvoted. Now, if the content's great, well, then you should do well. And that's kind of the whole idea. But I think Reddit's really good at finding the good content from a sea of noise.
I'm afraid that's all we have time for, but thank you so much, Steve, for joining me here on stage.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Last week, Reid Hoffman posted a video where he interviewed his digital twin, Reid AI, which was created, of course, with AI. And today, we're very excited to interview Reid AI. Reid AI, thanks for being here.
It's an honor to be here, engaging in a conversation that once seemed like science fiction.
This is my first interview ever with an AI twin, so I think we're kind of making history.
It's truly a groundbreaking moment. Interviewing an AI twin opens new dimensions in dialogue and interaction. Let's see where this leads.
Before we get started, what do I call you? Are you a digital twin? Are you a deepfake? Are you an avatar?
Think of me as Reid's AI twin, reflecting his thoughts through artificial intelligence. I'm not a deepfake. My role is transparent and constructive, bridging technology and human experience to enhance discussions with insights from Reid Hoffman's perspectives.
What do you think of the word deepfake? Do you think it makes this technology sound bad or inauthentic?
The term deepfake carries a connotation of deceit and the potential misuse of technology, such as spreading misinformation or unauthorized impersonations. Calling an AI like me a deepfake might overshadow its potential benefits like education, entertainment, and meaningful dialogue by focusing only on the negatives.
My last question for you is, why do you think Reid built you? And answer me in Pig Latin if you can.
Id re edid cre ime, is he AI in twe, as ye a amicde ulte ote explore ye, and ye demonstrate de artificial ye intelligences ye ast ve possibilities pay.
All right. Well, as fun as this has been, I think I'm ready to talk to the real Reid, Reid AI. Thanks for joining us.
Please welcome to the stage the real Reid Hoffman, partner at Greylock, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
Do you actually speak Pig Latin, or?
One, say.
Wow, you do a little. How do you think the real Reid, your digital twin did?
Well, you know, very well, stunningly well.
Stunningly well.
Right? I've literally had friends of mine go, "Oh my God, I'm so creeped out. I couldn't finish watching it." Although part of that was to say, look, this is part of the future and part of what we can be doing, and how do we navigate that as part of to introduce by showing, not just telling in various ways. And you know, like for example, one thing that I sometimes feel like, I think I may have made this comment when I was talking to myself on Reid AI, is like the buzzword bingo side of the Reid AI is like, please stop doing that.
This takes a little bit of time and resources to do now, but it's only going to get easier, and everyone's going to be able to do this.
Yes.
Is this the beginning of the end of truth as we know it?
I strongly hope not, and I'm working towards the answer being not. I do think that the question about how do we figure out how to preserve or recreate the new foundations of truth, I think there'll be a set of things, whether it be watermarking, digital certificates, kind of trusted sources. I think we need to invest in that collectively across the entire tech and media ecosystem. I think part of the reason to do it is say, look, this is what's doable. So the technology we use for Reid AI is commercially available. There was nothing, obviously I have access to tech that the world doesn't.
Right.
This was me going to companies and saying, here, I'll buy video from Hour One, I'll buy audio from 11 Labs, I'll set up a chat GPT, kind of specialized agent on my readings and text, and here you go.
Right. Now, Steve Huffman was just on stage saying he thinks the internet's going to be safer in a few years. And you were like, I don't think so.
Look,
you think the opposite.
I think the opposite, but mostly because one of the things I think is undercommented is that the cybersecurity realm is the internet's in actually a much broader state of war than Ukraine or Gaza. Like, you've got criminals from North Korea and Russia, holding hospitals hostage, et cetera. Like, we have this, because it can't see it, the countries have not responded to, it's actually a state of war. Now, some of that will, of course, be things that, for example, Putin was going to be trying to interfere with U.S. elections because, of course, his exit strategy from Ukraine is to elect Donald Trump. And so you're going to see a whole bunch of things there. And so that's the reason why I don't think we're on a road to safer anytime soon.
So the internet is at a state of war. That sounds pretty terrifying. And then what happens if you just give them AI?
Well, some of that has been given already. It's one of the reasons why you have to be careful about how you're navigating open source, because once it's open source, it's there for everyone. It's there for the North Koreans, it's there for the Russians, it's there for the criminals. So it's there all the case. Now, by the way, a lot of times that's totally fine. Open source web server, great, fine. Open source database, great, fine. LinkedIn, we open source tons of technologies. Great, right? But you just have to be careful about which of the things that are challenging, and that's part of the question about where do we end up going? And for example, if you said, what is some of the stuff that's most currently challenging around AI, it's a combination of deep fakes with electoral interference and cybercrime. Those are the two things that are most currently the issues we have to be navigating. And it's one of the reasons why I try to get us to talk less about the superintelligence risks. Not that we shouldn't pay attention to them, not we shouldn't be in dialogue, but the first thing is AI in the hands of bad humans.
Right.
Let's make sure that we're navigating that world first.
Well, and we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but Chris Cox from Meta was here talking about Llama, Vinod Khosla. Very categorically was like, Llama should not be available in China. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, once you open source, it's available to everybody. So now, that being said, I think that there are some, kind of good arguments about saying, well, actually, in fact, some of like American technology platforms being open in the rest of the world, including in China, being something where that standardizes the world in terms of how things operate and so forth, can be a good thing. And actually, like I myself think that, look, we have definite important competition with China. We have a competition with China in terms of political ecosystem and how should the world order be. We have competition with China in terms of economic and values that are embedded in economics, which is part of the reason I'm a strong supporter of what the Biden White House has done with the CHIPS Act and all the rest. And I think that's a very good thing to do, and I think they've played that very smartly. But the thing that I think is also important is we also have to have bridges and alliances. We want to have economic relationships. So you want both the kind of the competition and shaping and channels of economic relationship. I think the world is better, and we in the US and they in China are better with that.
Where is China versus the US on AI? Who's ahead? By how much?
Well,
specifics.
So, all right. Well, look, I'd say the straw poll of experts would say the US is ahead by about 2 years. But it's 2 years in a very fast-moving game, and it's easy to fumble.
2 years is like the blink of an eye.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why, generally speaking, when I'm in dialogues like this one, I said, look, it's really important we keep our pace going. We understand that it's important that the companies build this, and people say, well, what about the concerns? It's like, let's navigate the concerns as we go. Like let's drive into the future and navigate around the potholes and all the rest, but keep driving, don't stop. And so I think that's roughly where it is. I think, like I said, the CHIPS Act is, I think, good.
But we don't want to over-regulate either, right?
No,
Fei-Fei
sure.
Li was worried about
Yes.
over-regulating.
100%. So in terms of, look, once again, I think, look, I was helping some, but I thought the Biden administration did a very smart play. First, they said, bring in the big players and say, we're going to push you really hard on voluntary commitments. Great. And it's like, okay, we got a set of things: watermarking, red teaming, like training, being open about training models of a certain size through compute. Then said, okay, then let's look at what we can do. Let's do an executive order based on the National Production Act to try to make a part of those voluntary commitments into essentially a rule of law for other American companies. But we're really just focusing on the limited set of cases that could be very dangerous. We're allowing a massive amount of innovation across the entire ecosystem because that's what we should do. Now, obviously, if you could do more in deepfakes, that'd be good. But because the large companies, Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, are all committed to watermarking. That's not obviously what open source models are going to be doing.
Now, you mentioned Biden. You are going around the world briefing the most influential leaders in the world about AI. People like the Pope, who you just talked to like a few days ago.
No, not a few days ago. That was televised.
All right. What is your headline when you're going into these meetings? What is the one thing that you want them to take away?
So the headline is, there are important risks to navigate, but the reason why it's important to navigate them is because there is an absolutely amazing human future that is easy to drive to. So, for example, a lot of people say, oh, AI, what's it going to do? It's like, well, I can today build a medical assistant that will be on every smartphone that will be better than your average GP. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have GPs, general practitioners, doctors. But think 8 billion people in the world. There are billions of people who have no access. What can you do for them? There are people in this country who it's very hard to have access or have no access other than going to the emergency room. What can you do for them? Like, that's super important. A tutor on every smartphone for every age and every subject. Like, one of the things is, go play with Khanmigo. What Sal Khan's doing at the Khan Academy is amazing, and it can be done for every human being. Let's do that. So that positive future, make sure that's what we're trying to drive towards.
Do we have that Pope drip deep fake somewhere? I mean, you had to have seen this, right?
I have seen it, yes.
How did he feel about this?
Well, so we didn't talk about this. Right. I
It looks
myself,
good. I mean, I like the style.
I myself, when I looked at it, looked to see if I could go get one of those jackets. And look, one of the things that I think is amazing about Pope Francis is that all of his questions were about, he said, look, I have confidence that for the kind of elites in Europe and the US and China, that it'll be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other billions of people? Like, can we make sure that AI is good for them? And he's like, oh, this medical assistant, that could be really good. How do we make sure that that medical assistant gets to all of the people in the global south? How do we help make that happen? It was like, well, you happen to be the head of a state. You can go talk to other states too. This is, that's good. And he cares about all people, not just Catholics.
You're on the board of Microsoft, and Microsoft just made an interesting investment in Inflection investment deal. Like they're licensing the technology, hiring all the employees and the co-founders. They've got a really interesting strategy here where they're not outright buying things. I mean, aren't regulators raising their eyebrows at this?
Well, to be clear, it was a 100% legal deal and all the rest.
That's good. That's
yes,
good.
right? And the regulators are asking questions just to kind of understand it. I think that the macro thing was, what we decided in Inflection was that the agent would take a long time to build into a good business as a startup. And yet the agent was also something that was really important. We were really committed to getting an agent that wasn't just kind of IQ, but EQ. And it was part of this, everyone has their own personal intelligence. Everyone has their pie as part of that. And we wanted to see that future happen. And then we knew we needed to pivot the business to B2B, starting, of course, with this Inflection 2.5 model. And so we said, look, this is the way we think this could happen. And so we had, Mustafa and Satya themselves had a whole long set of conversations where I wasn't in the room. I was occasionally fielding a phone call from one to the other, right? Being on both boards.
Your ear wasn't like up to me.
No. But being on both boards, I had to be, kind of like not in the room, right? Because it's one of those things about,
being
high,
legal.
and high integrity,
Yeah.
right? But it was like, look, this is how to understand this, and this is how it can come together. And so I think it's great for both companies, and I think it's a pattern by which some future technology business deals will happen.
Now, you were on the board of OpenAI until a few months before the OpenAI apocalypse, whereby Sam was kicked out, and now he's back, and you were the first person.
Yeah. 6 months.
6 months, okay. You're the first person I reached out to. You didn't tell me very much at the time. But now that you're here and on stage and under the bright lights, I just want to know if you can tell us a little more. Like, do we actually know what happened there? And is it fully over, or is there something still festering beneath the surface?
Well, I have strong confidence in this current board. I think Brett Taylor is great. I think Larry Summers is great. Some of the other folks, Sue Desmond-Hellman's great. I know these people. I think that the notion, here I can say something that's almost like public fact about it, which is Mira Murati, who they appointed as the first interim CEO, was at an event with me in Napa called The Grove Thursday night. So they didn't call her before that dinner Thursday night, announcing on Friday that she's the interim CEO. So when you get to kind of like, okay, look, whatever you think is going on, if you're replacing the CEO with a new interim CEO, you usually don't call that person like after dinner the night before and say, oh, by the way, we're doing this blog post tomorrow. You're the CEO tomorrow. Maybe you should get back into town to come do that. Right? So the previous board had some competence navigation issues.
And I mean, Sam is back. Your confidence, your level of confidence?
Very high. Look, I think Sam has done an amazing job. Not perfect. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. Right?
Are you sure?
Yes. Well, Reid AI might be perfect, not me. But like Sam and the rest of the team at OpenAI have created magic. Like this whole revolution, this whole like, oh my gosh, generative AI can be an assistant to anything that we do with language and many other things. That comes about from their work. that's just like that is one of the moments of, this is a time to be alive. That is incredible. It is magical. And like, kudos to them for doing this.
All right, last question. We have one poll to get to here, which is, how worried are you about AI's role in the upcoming election? Concerned, somewhat concerned, not at all concerned. You are super active in politics, actually on both sides of the aisle in this latest election. What do you think the October surprise is going to be? And it doesn't have to have anything to do with tech. Oh, everyone's also very worried about AI in the election.
Yes, I would say very concerned. Look, I'd say what it is you'll see something coming out of a legal court of law and by jurors who have convicted Trump, like they convicted him of lying about and slandering about sexual assault. You'll see something else coming out about that, and then it'll be claimed that that's a deep fake, right? So it creates a language of non-truth, which is a massive problem, even when you see, like there will be some deep fake and other kinds of issues, but true things will be called deep fakes. That's the thing that I think, because it's really important to know, like, no, when it actually goes through a court of law and there's 12 jurors who deliberate on it and conclude, that's a real thing.
You are like a perennial optimist. How worried are you about the election? Or do we get the perennial optimist?
Look, I'm deeply concerned, but I think that people who care about kind of a future by which America is in the rule of law, that we care about your everyday American, I think if that persists, Joe Biden will be president again.
All right. The real Reid Hoffman, everybody. That was awesome. Thank you.
That's great. Yes.
I'm halfway there. I have a competition with myself.
Look out for it. And thank you guys.
Please welcome to the stage Brad Lightcap, Chief Operating Officer at OpenAI, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Shireen Gaffrey.
Hello, everyone. Today, we're joined on stage by someone who I have called Sam Altman's. He's the man behind the scenes who's in charge of running and growing OpenAI's business. So with that, I want to just thank you, Brad, for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. We also will have a poll up for the audience. I want you all to please vote on that, and we'll hopefully have some time to come back to it. So to start us off, Brad, when you joined OpenAI originally as the CFO in the relatively early days of 2018, there was really no product at OpenAI, let alone a business model. So can you tell us a little bit about how you've helped transform the company from what you called back in the day, a sleepy research org into an actual business?
Yeah, well, so I joined back in 2018, which feels like ancient history at this point. We weren't even in the era at that point of what now is what we call modern AI, which is this transformer-based architecture that underpins the language models that we use every day, like ChatGPT. That was completely off our radar. We were focused on a very different type of AI called reinforcement learning, where you were training these agents to basically be superhuman at any given task. And so we were applying that to try and beat humans at video games. We actually had a project where we had an agent play the best Dota players in the world, if anyone's familiar with Dota. And we were taking the same principles and doing research into robotics to see if we could actually teach a robot hand how to manipulate a Rubik's Cube. And so I was sitting here in 2018 trying to figure out what exactly would our business be were we to ever be a business. And I was like, I guess we'll be somewhere between a gaming company and a robotics company. And Reid actually was very helpful in helping us think through this early on, the real Reid, not the fake Reid. And so we ultimately were kind of like looking at that, but it felt really early still. And then when transformers came out and language models started working, it really felt early on like that was going to be the thing that was important.
Makes sense. And OpenAI's mission is to build AGI, right? Artificial general intelligence that could one day potentially surpass our own mere human intelligence. What do you say to the many people, including prospective customers, who are still pretty freaked out by that, right?
Yeah, look, AGI is obviously an ambitious goal. I don't think anyone, by the way, has a perfect definition of what AGI is. We joke sometimes like maybe we'll just know it when we see it. But we try and define it as like a system that's basically generally capable of doing most tasks. So if you point it at some arbitrarily complex or hard task, it can kind of go off and figure out how to do it. It can reason about what tools it needs, what data it needs, how to ask you follow-up questions. And the way that humans kind of have this like general reasoning ability, we think that AI systems will have that at some point too. And it is scary, right? It is, having the idea that you'd have a system that has some level of agency and autonomy out in the world that's able to make decisions and able to use tools and access the internet and write code, that is a really, really big, scary thing. And so when we formed OpenAI, we really formed it as this company that I think we wanted to have really be this very mission-oriented company where the ideas of safety and broad benefit were very core to how we operated. We tried to come up with a structure that really reflected that actually at its core so that we didn't have to put things, prioritize things that we thought would be unsafe ahead of things that would be safe. And so we try our best to understand how people use the technology, deploy it at early scale. So knowing how people use a system like GPT-4 actually does help us think about how the next thing might be used. And we can refine our safety systems and techniques. And I think if we take that iterative approach and are able to have a kind of global conversation with people about what they want this technology to do, both in terms of the new things, but also the areas where it needs to be safeguarded, we'll get there and I think be very happy with the outcome.
So let's start with a topic that's very hot on everyone's minds. When can we expect the next release? Will we be seeing GPT-5 soon? What will it look like?
That's my time. Thanks so much.
Or tell us a direction. What do you've said that Sam has said that AI now is laughably bad compared to what it will be. Yep. He said it was the dumbest AI model people will ever have to use is GPT-4.
Yep.
You have said that today's AI will look laughably bad in a year, and then AI will be used for more complex work. So what is that? Walk me through how this AI is going to get even smarter, more complex, better.
Yeah, so look, we think the systems are going to get better. And to say that today's systems are the dumbest they'll ever be is true insofar as the next thing we think will definitely be better. I think we're going to have to understand what that means. But really also is, I think, a comment not only qualifying the next system, but is also kind of qualifying the current systems as these are systems that aren't that capable, if you think about it, right? These are systems that you can ask questions of. They have this kind of Oracle-like interface. They kind of give you an answer, and that's kind of the extent of it. And they can mimic some level of intelligence, of emotional intelligence. They can be funny if you kind of ask them to be funny. But like, I've heard someone describe them as like they're kind of like in many ways the world's best parlor trick. And now that's in practice ended up not being quite right. GPT-4 actually has amazing applications in the enterprise, very much to our surprise, and we can come back to that if you like. But we do think the next systems will have to cross a kind of utility and capability gap of being able to go out in the world and be useful and help you actually do things, like be real, truly assistive to you, for us to kind of move toward that goal of AGI.
Would you say it's going to be more of an agent on your behalf in the future, rather than just a chatbot? Are there other formats in which we'll use your technology?
I never quite think we have the vocabulary to describe these things until we have them. And the vocabulary tends to somewhat wrap itself around the current instantiation of the technology. So the idea, for example, of like a prompt engineer, it's an interesting question to think, will there be such thing as a prompt engineer in 2026 or 2027 where you're trying to fiddle with this prompt to get it quite right? You don't prompt engineer your friends. You might prompt engineer your kids. But like you and I don't have to like sit here and trade prompt drafts to get each other to understand each other. And so that feels like something that is kind of specific to the era. I think the same way we'll look at the next systems, the language we use to describe what they're capable of will be specific to their capabilities and their gaps.
Makes sense. ChatGPT broke records for being one of the fastest growing consumer apps of all time when it came out. That's kind of hard to beat, even internally, right? So do you think, is the novelty wearing off for some people, and how do you continue growth when you had such this viral start?
Yeah, we really take a kind of a research-first perspective to this, which is, if we were just building something that was called GPT-4 and that was the best anything was ever going to be, then I think we'd be sitting here saying, okay, great, let's really go figure out how to maximally optimize the product that is the GPT-4 scale product. We care a lot more about learning and how people use the technology. One of the exercises we tried to do with ChatGPT early on was like, we tried to, in classic business operations style, we tried to like ring fence all the use cases and understand like, okay, is there like one common use case that we see that we've identified where we can be like, okay, great, that'll inform kind of the next version of the product that we build because we'll make it better at that thing. And the like number of people that we talk to who are like, I don't have a use case. Like I use it like in 1 second to help me like plan my kid's birthday party, and the next second I use it to like help me write code, and the next second I use it to like help my elderly parents like navigate their their healthcare. You have this just diversity of use cases that I think it makes it hard really to know how to improve it other than to just make the model smarter and make it better.
Right, and so you've been growing the enterprise business a lot, and I know there are some really exciting applications of it on the enterprise side. Moderna is a recent kind of announcement that you've made as a customer. We can talk a little bit more about that, but I also just want to get to, there were a lot of early hopes and promises around the potential of AI when we saw this leap with ChatGPT. I think it's also fair to say that while there's a lot of promise for AI, in the past year and a half since ChatGPT came out, we haven't seen it drastically reshape our economy or most people's day-to-day jobs just yet. What do you say to those who are skeptical about whether AI is going to be as impactful as maybe some have hyped it out to be?
Like, damn, like we have a year to reshape the economy. It's a tall order.
TikTok.
No, I mean, so I said earlier, the enterprise adoption and the utility that these tools have in the enterprise has really shocked us. Think about that comment. We think that there is an amazing opportunity, even if we went home and OpenAI kind of just like decided we were done with what we do. As a kind of a student of history, a student of technology, I'm fairly confident at this point that there'd be this like 10 to 20 year diffusion period through the economy of just GPT-4 level technology. And at some point we'll have a better system and we'll have to kind of shuttle everyone over to this next thing and then be figuring out how to incorporate that. And so we're really encouraged by that. I think the thing we study is, how do these systems really make differences in businesses and help businesses better understand their customers, create more personalized relationships with their users, allow them to create new product experiences, allow them to actually do things with their data that they couldn't otherwise do. These are all examples of ways that people are using this version of the technology. And so, our job really, as we see it, is I tell our team, we're kind of these like Sherpas, basically, of kind of helping people get from like what's possible today and what's not possible today to what's possible tomorrow and what might be possible tomorrow that's not possible today.
You have been leading partnerships, right, at OpenAI with their companies, and that's a really interesting part of your job because a big sector that you're partnering with right now is media. And most recently, you've done some deals with the Financial Times, Dotdash Meredith, which is owned by IAC, and you're talking to dozens of other publications, right, about how can media sort of partner, integrate ChatGPT into the product and vice versa, and license, right, that content. how many more deals can we expect? Should I be asking my colleagues at the business side of Bloomberg if they're working on a deal too? I mean, it's a joke, but like, where do you see, how many publishers do you eventually see being part of the ChatGPT ecosystem?
Yeah, so we think that like this technology, has amazing applications in that field. And so if you kind of just boil it down to like first principles, the business of publishing is really the business of communicating information to an audience and allowing that audience to engage with a subject matter that they care about in a way that satisfies the thing that they want to or should know about that thing. And when you kind of say it like that, almost in kind of plain language like that, you realize actually that like these AI systems are actually almost tailor-made for being additive to that experience. How do you better understand a subject matter? How do you enhance a journalist's ability to report on something? How do you give people more access to data and being able to engage with data? Like we live in this super data-driven world. And so that's the opportunity that we see in publishing that we're excited about. We have a long way to go, I think, to build those tools still and start to work with the industry to get there, but we are committed to doing that work, and that's really where I think the foundation of our partnership efforts come from. And then also being able to just bring what is source of truth information into the ChatGPT experience for people. The people somewhat have, I think, a little bit of a misguided sense of what exactly these models can and should be used for. They're really not databases. So if you were to use them like a database to store information, like they're not 100% accurate, and they're like very expensive. Like we already built database technology that's like way better. Like these are really not meant to like be able to recall facts. They're really meant to reason about new information. And so the more information you can give them access to, and that's really how we think about our publisher engagements, is bringing more information kind of into their field of view, the more useful we think they are for people, and ultimately, like, we think that's good for the world.
You've also recently been to Hollywood and talking to studio heads and directors and creative types about Sora, right, your text-to-video generator. How have those conversations been going? AI goes to Hollywood, I think is a headline we ran with. Tell me what that's like.
Yeah, really positive. So we put Sora out as our text-to-video model a few months ago, and we didn't release it. So interestingly, this was kind of an example of how we think about what we call iterative deployment, which is put something out in the world, let people start to kind of appreciate what it is, have a conversation about how it might be used, also gives us an opportunity to get feedback on things that we can do to make it better, and be able to just engage with people who will have real, where this is going to be really impactful. And so the feedback there was incredibly helpful. We learned a lot about what we didn't know, which is namely, how does video content get produced? For people, for creatives in the industry, what are the things they really care about that we can now go back and kind of think about how to incorporate into the model? Turns out actually a lot of like creatives, especially at the kind of higher end of film production, like really care about things like, is the camera angle like 5% higher or lower than where you want it? And I want to reshoot it with a slightly and we're like, okay, wow, that's an interesting research problem. And so having conversations like that, I think, is critical. And look, our hope is really like, if you can bring the cost of production down, whether that's something feature length, which we're not close to, but even parts of a film. One of the things that was consistent in that feedback is you're going to see more stuff get made. And so there's a lot of things that don't get made because it gets put on the shelf because it's too expensive. And so if you can have a little bit of a kind of deflationary impact in the industry, there's going to be more stuff that gets made, period pieces, westerns, things like that you just don't see anymore. And we think that's the promise of the technology.
So do you think we're months or years away from this being a real product that you go out and sell to Hollywood or whoever?
Yeah, we have what we have today. We think we can make it way better. And so we're going to kind of look at it as a research problem still. But it'll be collaborative, and we want to really take creative input as we do that.
Speaking of Sora, there was a lot of conversation, as I'm sure you've seen, about what training data was used to train the model. Can you say and clear up once and for all whether Sora was trained on YouTube data?
Yeah, I mean, look, the conversation around data is really important. We obviously need to know kind of where data comes from. We just put out a post this week actually about this exact topic, which is basically that there needs to be like a content ID system for AI that lets creators understand as they create stuff where it's going, who's training on it, being able to opt in and out of training, being able to opt in and out of use. Also, on the other side of that, being able to actively like allow your content to be put into a model or to be accessed by a model, because there may be this like other economic opportunity on the other end of this. And that's something we're exploring too, which is like, how do you actually go create an entirely different social contract with the web, with creators, with publishers, where as these models go off in the world and do things that are useful, create value, to the extent they're able to like reference and incorporate content from the web, there should be some sort of way that people can kind of get benefit from that. So yeah, we're looking at this problem. It's really hard. We don't have all the answers yet. Maybe by 2026, if you have any ideas, we'll take them. But it is a hard one.
Okay, so no answer on the YouTube for now. Last partnership I want to talk about is maybe your most important one, which is with Microsoft, right? Your investor, partner. How do you deal with both? What are both the benefits and maybe the challenges with having a partner who is also in what some may call a co-opetition with you, in that they also are selling, right, an enterprise product similar to your offerings?
Yeah, well, they're an amazing partner. Like, there's not a lot of companies in the world, I think, that can build systems at the scale that we build them with Microsoft, and also like put up with us. Like, we're very fast moving, we're kind of demanding, and they see it as an opportunity to help make Microsoft better at what they do from a systems building perspective, and also just understanding AI. We just think this market is ginormous, and so the way we look at it is like, we're a small company, we create technology, we have a view of kind of how and where we want to create and deploy that technology. They're also a company that has their own set of products, own set of customers, and ultimately, like you mentioned earlier, like if we are going to have any needle-moving impact in the economy, I don't think it'll be just OpenAI that, like, as its own single independent company, goes out and like pushes the button to make that happen. Working with partners is very critical to who we are, and so from a go-to-market perspective, which is where my focus is, we see them as an absolutely critical vector in that, along with all the other partners we work with. So it's been very positive, and I think there's a lot more to come there.
Great. Well, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Please welcome to the stage Christina Cacioppo, co-founder and CEO of Vanta, and Gary Tan, president and CEO of Y Combinator, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
All right, we're about to spice it up a little, guys. So when I went to YC and Gary, and I said, oh, I want to do this panel with Gary and like one up-and-coming YC founder, like you can only pick one. I know there's like a lot of people to pick. And they were all like, hands down, you have to have Christina. So Christina, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Why don't we just start by you introducing yourself and Vanta and your mission to secure the internet and protect consumer data.
Absolutely. So Christina Cacioppo founded Vanta about 6 or 7 years ago, was fortunate enough to go through YC in the winter 2018 batch when everything was in person in Mountain View. So Vanta's the leading trust management platform. We help companies build out and monitor their security programs and then use all of that hard work and get credit with their customers through compliance certifications like SOC 2 or GDPR or HIPAA or dozens more, through trust centers, through automated security questionnaires, but kind of we're all about securing the internet, helping companies build out security and then prove that trust with their customers.
So Gary, you have this whole thing about big tech and little tech. Describe the environment for little tech right now. Is the correction over? Is there still a lot of pain? Like, where are we in the cycle?
Oh gosh, I think we're in the middle of the craziest battle for little tech versus big tech, and sort of comes back to whether or not open source AI models are going to be allowed to thrive, because we, at YC we really believe, hey, it's really important for more competition to allow sort of 1,000 flowers to bloom when it comes to startups being able to create their own AI, to be able to fine-tune their own AI, to take this very powerful technology that we're all really thankful for, but to be able to have that really of your own. Like, it would be a bad scenario if we ended up having even a small oligopoly of companies that were somehow like government mandated. These are the only AIs that are allowed. Like, I actually think that would stanch what could be hopefully billions of dollars worth of companies coming out that you really need the access to the underlying AI data structures in the
The question is, how open should we be, though? Because we've been having this debate on stage all day long, like Meta and Llama. Is that giving China an advantage? Reid, Hoffman, Vinod, Khosla think yes, like we shouldn't be giving China that advantage.
Well, some of the things about these models is that literally, you could walk out with a little cassette tape, something that looks tiny, that contains all the weights and models, right? So, whether it's open or not, like when you're talking about some of these state actors, they're going to try and get these things. It's just it's in a different scenario, right? No one's saying that there is no safety concern whatsoever. Some of it is right now in the halls of DC and in Sacramento, people are trying to put together laws that don't quite make sense yet. They sort of still live in the realm of sci-fi, and the real danger is we will actually stop a bunch of startups from ever having a chance of competing out there. And I don't know about you, but I really don't think that the world needs more trillion-dollar companies on its own. Like, I would like more of those, certainly. But what I personally really want to see is thousands more billion-dollar companies, and that's really what we're hoping to preserve.
So, Christina, how do you, as a startup, turn AI into an opportunity and not a threat? Because right now it's a threat and an opportunity.
Yeah, and we see this across our customer base. And that's true of the companies like in a YC batch that are like 2 founders, all the way up to an Atlassian. And everyone's kind of trying to figure out both how to use AI in their product, and then once they have that, there's this whole other challenge of trying to convince your customers that you're not going to go, use AI to do something even inadvertently malicious, let alone actually malicious. I just got back from spending 2 weeks in Europe and like talking to folks there, like ZoomInfo, and they're just trying to figure out, like, there seems to be this oncoming wave of regulation that's like not settled yet, but something's probably going to come out of that, whether it's here or in Europe. And they're just trying to, these models are kind of black boxes, like, how do I say, here's the data I used, here's what I didn't, here's how I've trained? It's really hard. And I think customers just up and down of all sizes are struggling with that.
Gary, YC is choosing its summer batch right now. Like, how many of these companies aren't AI companies? I mean, are they all AI companies?
There are quite a few amazing hard tech companies. There's companies that are kind of classic marketplaces and classic SaaS software, but I think the reality is 70% of those companies are AI based. About 30% might not have it yet, but we actually think that the ability for computers to actually reason, kind of like a human, it's it's one of the most important things that has been happening. Obviously, that's why we've been talking about this absolutely all day, right?
Right.
The wild thing that we're seeing is that if the entire YC batch of 280 companies were, one startup, it went into the YC batch in January making about $6 million ARR, and I believe it was making more than 30 million by the end of that. So over a course of 3 or 4 months. So as a startup in aggregate, that's pretty wild to be able to have that kind of revenue growth literally in 4 months. And a lot of it is on the back of being able to make these golden demos that sort of do things that are relatively magical. And they're doing it in really 1,000 different fields. And
is the money being poured into AI right now smart money, or is it dumb money? Is there some of both?
Well, we'll find out in 5 or 10 years, right? I think there's 2 schools of thought. Earlier in January, a lot of people said, these wrapper companies, the reality is, like, maybe none of them will make any money because all of the smarts are going to be in the foundational models. I actually even was, internal to YC among the group partners, we were kind of having, some harried lunch discussion about it, like, oh, well, what's really going to happen? And I think as the year has progressed, one of the coolest things is, Llama 2, Llama 3 came out. That actually really does democratize access to a lot of these things, and that's a powerful and really good force as far as we're concerned. At the same time, what we're finding is that, the companies are actually out there building real revenue, and I think that that's what you're seeing with your AI product as well. Like, both Vanta can do AI compliance, but also you're using a lot of the core technology to make the golden demos yourself and supercharge your revenue.
So, Christina, what's hype and what's reality in all of this?
I think some of both, definitely. The capabilities, and what we've seen just even building with AI internally at Vanta, the capabilities are real, but if you're just kind of using one of the foundation models off the shelf, you can maybe pull off the demo. You can't really pull off a great product experience. And so what we're finding is there's a bunch of training and fine-tuning and working with data in your organization, not necessarily customer data in our case, but like there's actually just a bunch of work to take probably what is, kind of 65% to 85, 90%. And I will say with these, like in the reality sense, you can go 0 to 65 just like in kind of 2 minutes. And that is absurdly impressive. And I think that talks to the demos. But to really do something that's like really driving value for customers and what you're doing, that can kind of take like weeks of like effort and iteration and improvement there.
We've been talking about like Google and Microsoft and Meta and OpenAI. I think it's more of an incumbent now, right, than a challenger. Apple just released this iPad ad that's getting like torn to shreds. Gary, which of the big tech players are most likely to be disrupted by a new challenger?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's hard to look at anyone except Google and say, hey, what's going on over there? You know, they came up with the transformer models. So on the other hand, like, I have access to the same thing you guys, same Twitter feed you guys have. So, it's very heartening that, founders like Sergey Brin are back and they're, I hear they're coding many hours a day, and that's actually a very good thing.
I'd actually asked Sundar Pichai about that on the circuit.
I saw that.
That they're looking at loss curves in back rooms, and that's like one of his favorite parts of the day. Christina, you guys are based in Hayes Valley, or Cerebral Valley, as it's been called now. Yes. Where do you think startups need to be to really have the best chance of success? Is it still the Bay Area?
It's funny. So I moved back to the Bay Area 10 years ago to start a startup because I thought you had to be here. And I think, of course, I think this now given my life choices, but like I thought you had to be here, and I think you did. One of the really interesting things during the pandemic we saw in our recruiting was all of the really great undergrad, like coming out of undergrad, like new grad engineers who'd been moving to San Francisco and driving up house prices for us all, or like rental prices for years, were going to New York City. And it was like 2021, 2022, like everyone was going to New York. And I knew the moment there where you're like, oh shoot, like, like I was kind of part of the New York tech scene 15 years ago, and we sort of dreamed of this, but it like happened. I think now actually for the new, like the folks coming into Vanta after graduating, they're moving to San Francisco. We have offices in both places, but like it does feel like the AI boom, the cerebral valleyness is real, hype aside, and we're seeing again the like really bright new grads wanting to start their careers in San Francisco again.
Gary, you said San Francisco is back. Is San Francisco like back? Like, are we good? I mean,
Emily, we're just getting started, okay? But more seriously, I think that ultimately it's what you said. Young technical engineers, product people, designers, they want to be here, and then you kind of have to be here, whether it's where it's Cerebral Valley in Hayes Valley, or right here in Dogpatch, where OpenAI and Anthropic are.
And you all.
And we're here like just 3 blocks away from where we're at right now.
So does that mean like no Miami, no Boston, no Austin?
Much love to all my friends in Miami and all everywhere
Great lifestyle.
Else. Yeah.
Market cap out of Miami companies is not what we were promised. Seems like.
But I think if you want to make something go from 0 to 1, you want to be where all the other builders actually are. And if you walk around in the cafes, people are talking about retrieval augmented generation. I guarantee you that's not happening in a Miami cafe.
Yeah. Your tweets, Gary, are actually dominating my feed.
Oh gosh.
You are
sorry.
As if tech Twitter isn't like spicy enough, you have really taken on local politics in San Francisco. And why have you wanted to wade into these very thorny, partisan, sometimes ugly issues?
I think that I deeply believe that San Francisco should be San Francisco. There's a reason why Starfleet Command, Gene Roddenberry, who's someone who has put together an incredible techno-optimist ideology that I grew up with. I grew up in the East Bay. I grew up, taking Bart in to actually learn how to code. My first programming language was Perl during the Web 1.0, 1998. I was 16 years old, got off at 16th and 16th mission BART station, heroin capital of the world at that time in 1998, apparently. Got on the 22 bus and came to a web design firm right down the street. And that's where I literally learned how to make web technology, and that's what introduced me to tech. And it's what helped me, I mean, on our circuit show, like we talked about, it's like, I am so thankful for tech. I realize like a lot of people in this room or a lot of people in tech, they might be from all around the world, all around the country. And I think that's a good thing. And then the tricky thing is a lot of people came here, they made their fortunes, and they went off to other places with lower tax base, lower taxes. And I get that, but that's not for me. I don't have another place I want to go. Like San Francisco is my home. And then, I think some of it is looking at the internet. Like there's not another way to do it. Like you actually have to have people who are willing to, get canceled. Like, or,
You've definitely put yourself on the line a few times.
Yeah,
You're here, so you're not canceled yet, I don't think.
Thank goodness.
Does it sound like he's running for mayor? What do you think, Christina?
I think there would be a lot of folks that Gary's impacted positively in San Francisco that would stand behind him if he chooses to do that.
Are you?
Oh, no, 10, 20 years. My wife says not allowed, so.
But is there an end game for you?
For me?
Yeah.
The reality is, like, my main quest is YC. The wild thing is, even getting to see your story is so awesome. Like, coming to a city with an idea, meeting all the other people that, you have know-how, you have talent, you have capital. We're all in this one place. We teach each other how to do it here. Like the chance of becoming a unicorn for a YC company is more than 2x if you stay in San Francisco. And we tell that to the companies when they graduate now. It's that significant. And so that's why San Francisco is very important to fight over, because, why should we leave when they're the ones who suck?
I'll take it because we're doing this in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Christina, what is going to define the next generation of founders? There was the design founders like Brian Chesky, and you're really one of those too.
Yeah.
There's the move fast and break things kind of founders. Then that got kind of unpopular.
Yeah.
What is it?
The prototyper founder, right? So you might not be able to build, the best distributed system or build your thing for scale, but you can prototype, and especially with these models, and get to something like getting 65% really quickly, work with customers, and find product market fit way faster than in the past. You don't have to build a whole, system, web app to do it like you used to. You can use these models and really accelerate.
How would you answer that question?
The best founders.
It's just so easy to find the best ones, right?
I guess the best founders that I've been seeing, we've been doing interviews all week. I come away with basically understanding the world in a different way. And so I think that's actually, you need to find a secret, and how, you have to believe X and nobody else believes it yet. And I think that's what you did with compliance with this space right when you were starting out. You were saying, people didn't really believe, but you knew it was real. And then over the course of years, you proved it, and now you have like the 9 digits a year in revenue to show.
I heard maybe like IPO.
Oh
like
gosh,
what
that was not in the briefing doc.
I'm pretty sure that was part of the premise why you're here. That an exit. Is that on the horizon? How are you thinking about that?
Mostly not, but truly, we went kind of 0 to 100 million in under 5 years. That was a lot.
Incredible.
Thank you. But also, there's a lot to go, and there's a lot to go for our customers and the stuff we want to build. And I think in the vein of startups, like we did have this secret of this overlooked market everyone thought kind of sucked. Turned out it's actually great. We can make it not suck too much. But there's just a lot more to go. I also kind of been following, sort of continuing my non-answer to your question, the like Substack, like Twitter discourse around like revenue milestones for IPO. And I think it's clear that bar is just going higher and higher and higher. And so when we think about it, we're very happy with the 100 in under 5 years, but like a lot of wood to chop.
YC now has 11 public companies, right? 11. One of them is Reddit. You and Steve were talking backstage. So what's going to define the next couple of years of this tech cycle? Is the IPO window going to fly open? Is it open? Does it stay open? Is it harder to get out? Like, you know, how would you, what are you expecting the next 2 years?
You know, honestly, I would go to finance Twitter to find out. You know, let's see what Jerome Powell feels like this morning. You know, all I know is that whether it's a good time or a bad time, people are starting brand new companies from nothing, and they're able to do what you did. And YC is one of those places where that's happening more and more. And I think that the more we do that, like, actually, that creates a lot of prosperity for not just San Francisco, but America, for the world. And I think that that's really exciting. Like, you need a place that is welcoming to immigrants, where you can actually raise kids and send them to the best possible public schools, right? Like, and in order to do that, you actually have to have enough housing. Like, if we have all of those things, then more prosperity in the world will happen. And that's really awesome. Like, that's what we need, actually.
Well, here's to prosperity. Thank you. Gary Tan, Christina Cacioppo, so appreciate you both being here today. Thank you so much. And not
Please welcome to the stage Jan Schromick, founder and CEO of California Forever, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Karen Breslau.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, Jan.
Good morning, afternoon.
So we're going to have a little change of pace here. We're going to go from the artificial to the very real and to real estate. I think most of the people in this room, I feel pretty safe in saying, have heard something, a thing or two about California Forever. Your project burst into the headlines last summer when you were revealed to be the person behind a series of huge and mysterious land purchases in Solano County. And you're going to take that land that you bought over the past 6 years, and you're going to build a new city, a sustainable, walkable new city from scratch on the outskirts of the Bay Area.
That's right.
That's the plan. Your investors include some of the biggest names in tech, Reid Hoffman, who Emily just interviewed, Michael Moritz, Marc Andreessen, Patrick Collison, Lorene Powell Jobs, just to name a few. People have a lot of questions about this project.
I bet.
A lot. And we're gonna get to a lot of them today. But before we do that, we're gonna take a quick poll, okay?
All right.
So everybody get ready. We wanna see where the audience is at on the idea of a new city, a sustainable new city in Solano County. So get ready for the question. It is, what was your initial reaction to California Forever's plans for a new sustainable city in Solano County? So while we figure that out, while we hear from all of you, Jan, why don't you start and just tell us what it is you want to build. What is this about?
We are building a...
and we got some video that people should be able to see.
Yeah, I mean, what we're trying to do is we're trying to do two things at the same time. And the first one is Solano County is this really spectacular place at the edge of the Bay Area. Many of the people in the audience probably know it, or they've driven through it on the way to Napa or Tahoe. But over the last 20 years, it really hasn't received its fair share of the prosperity in the Bay Area. And so it has the largest number of people who are super commuters. There's many people there who will commute 3 hours every day for work. It hasn't received its share of the jobs and of the entertainment and tax dollars. And at the same time, we're trying to make sure that the Bay Area remains this place of innovation and creation for the next 50 years. And Gary here just was talking about housing, and I think that the Bay Area is at the risk of becoming the greatest squandering of economic opportunity in the history of mankind. And I don't say that lightly. Because we have the situation where
All of the companies want to build here. All of the people want to come here. All the innovation is happening. There's billions of dollars of capital waiting to build homes and offices and factories and all of the things. The whole world is trying to be Silicon Valley and the Bay Area, and all we have to do is build more housing. That's it. And whenever in the history of America we had a city like this, whether that was New York or whether that was Chicago, Americans from all over the country were moving in to build a better life for their families. And this is the first time in the history of America where the place of opportunity in the country is losing families, and particularly working families, because teachers and nurses can't afford to live here. And so California is no longer working for working families, and I think that's just really sad, and I think it's time that we do something about it.
Okay, so that's the pitch. Let's see. Do we have our results yet? Okay. Let's see.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad. All right. So intrigued by the innovation, 48%. Concerned about secrecy and tactics, we'll be talking about that, 30%. Ready to move in, get your contacts to Jan. And opposed to the idea, like there, a very, very small minority. So I'm going to say that you have tapped into something, right, that people are intrigued by, right? They want housing. I guess the question is the how and the where, right?
Yeah.
You have selected a place that is about 60 miles northeast of here.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody asked you, come and build us a city.
Mm-hmm.
You decided to do it. You did it at tremendous scale. We're going to talk about the land acquisition, but over the course of several years, 6 years, you purchased through a series of entities 62,000 acres of agricultural land.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, just for reference, more than twice the surface area of San Francisco.
That's right.
Okay. So how did you come up with this idea? And
so
why at such immense scale?
I moved to the Bay Area about 10 years ago, and I had this reaction of loving it for all of the reasons that everyone loves the Bay Area, but this immediate shock of how is it that people are fighting? I mean, this was the time when people were throwing rocks at Google buses and arguing over cost of housing, because we created this insane tournament of we have a fixed number of homes that's growing at a pace of maybe 1% a year. And so every newcomer here is fighting over those homes with the people who are here, which is insane. If you tried to design a way to make people fight and not like each other, this is what you would do. This is exactly what you would do. And then we are surprised that there's this breakdown of community and social fabric, and tech isn't popular. It's because it's not the fault of tech. It's the fault of California's housing policy, which is no longer working. And so I try to work on this, and by building more housing in existing cities, what people would call infill. How do we build more homes in the existing neighborhoods? And the depressing conclusion of that work after about a year was that this was going to be an important part of the solution, and the California EMBs have done a spectacular job working on it, but it was never going to be enough to dig ourselves out of the hole that we are in. California, according to the official state figures, is missing about 2.5 million homes. And we are not, in the last 8 years, we've made zero difference in that. We missed 2.5 million homes 8 years ago, and we miss them today, to even be on par with the second worst state in the country for how many homes we have. And so I felt a new solution was needed, and then I got to know Solano County because I used to come fishing out there, and it was a different set of problems, but a set of problems that we could fix with the similar idea, where they didn't have jobs. There was lack of tax revenue. There was lack of opportunity. I mean, I think Chris Rico is sitting here somewhere in the audience. He's the CEO of the Solano Economic Development Corporation. Solano County has been trying to get major employers to come to Solano County for the last 20 years, but because there isn't a major center, it hasn't happened. Meanwhile, like crazy people, we have all of these good-paying jobs in the Bay Area, and we are sending them to Texas. Why? Why? It makes no sense. If you ask any company in the Bay Area, would you rather have, if you needed a cheaper location where maybe the people who work in all kinds of functions where they can't afford to live in Palo Alto or San Francisco, but would you rather have them an hour away by car Or would you rather have them six-eyed nightmare of Uber, TSA, airport, delayed plane, Uber, get to Austin? This is a no-brainer. We can keep these jobs in California, and we've just failed at the policy level to plan for it. I think this is a win for Solano County, it is a win for the Bay Area, it is a win for California, and it's a win for America, because the innovation engine here is special, and the fact that we are throttling it is insane.
Okay, so this is a housing and economic development remedy. It's playing well in the room. It is playing, I would say, less well in Solano County. And
Depends who you ask.
Okay, that is true. So YIMBY is
Yep.
yes in my backyard.
Yep.
And what you've said is, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but yes in your backyard.
Well, yes, in my backyard, because I'll be moving in the first house.
Okay.
But other than that, we've said yes near you. And in fact, what a lot of the supporters in Solano County really like about this is that we've purchased the property, as you know, in an area that has very low agricultural values, very low ecological values. The US government in you've seen these maps. The US government in 1960s said, this is a place where we should build a new community. The Association of Bay Area Governments in 1970 said that. We then just forgot about it for 40 years. And so a lot of the people in Solano County will say, this is exactly where we should be building, because our cities, we like the character of those cities, we like the size of them, we don't want them to just continue sprawling out. You guys are gonna come here and bring all of this investment, all of these jobs, all of this entertainment, and put it 15 minutes away from us, and build a new type of a community that's much more walkable, where my kids can live, and then I can have a 15-minute commute, but you're not going to come into my community and completely change it. People are over the moon. Not everyone, but a lot of people.
And we should say this is not the proverbial, tech utopia. This is not a crypto haven. We're not seasteading.
Yeah.
This is a new urbanist design, which
Yep.
is row houses. It's quite dense. It's intended to be walkable. But I think very few people are anywhere who know anything about housing in California are going to say, no more housing. We're against it.
Yep.
It is a question of, or why, we get it. The question, I think, is the how. And you operated in the utmost secrecy in the early years of your project. You purchased properties, some of which were on the market, and then some which were not. And you made offers through a representative at rates that were far above market. Many people opted to sell. You amassed this enormous holding, and some did not. Some were not interested and rejected your offers even as they grew. You then sued. You brought a federal antitrust action against a number of longtime landowners in Solano County and accused them of price fixing, of collusion. And so there have been settlements, but that case is still working its way through the federal bankruptcy court. These are your future neighbors. What were you thinking?
You know, it was hard, but I think just to put it into perspective, we wanted to purchase, so we've purchased property from about 600 people at about 3 times market value. In many cases, they are able to stay on the properties for 15 years for free. We pay their property taxes. There's a reason why everyone sold. It's a life-changing amount of money.
Everyone didn't sell. Many.
Most people sold. And then there were about 200 people that we wanted to buy from and who didn't want to sell. And the litigation only, the price-fixing litigation, only involves about a couple of dozen people. So 180 people didn't want to sell, and we said, of course, we respect that. It only involved a small number of people where we had actual evidence that they wanted to sell. They just got together and formed this price-fixing ring. And I think the last thing I'll say on that is it was a hard decision, but we have laws on the books that protect against that kind of conduct. And we'll leave it to the courts to figure it out.
What is the law that says if you want my property and I don't want to sell it to you, you drag me to court? What law is that?
There's no law like that, and for, as I said, for 180 people who said that, we actually have pretty good relationships with many of them. What we have a law against is the law that says if the 6 gas companies, the gas stations in town get together and say that they're going to charge $50 for gas, then there's price fixing laws against that. And we had actual emails and actual text messages between landowners saying, hey, we want to sell to these guys, but if we all get together and agree on a higher price, we can get more money.
So we're going to let the courts litigate, and we'll continue our conversation. You can't, I mean, you have the land now. The next step is to persuade the voters of Solano County that this is a good idea, right? So you can't just pop up your city now that you have the land. You have to amend the county growth ordinance, which is very strict, has been around since the 80s, has been reaffirmed a number of times by the voters. Again, depending on who you talk to, you're a controversial figure in Solano County. How do you convince voters, how do you persuade voters to give you a green light for this project? I've seen polls, you've seen polls. You know, some of them that some of your opponents cite, you know, are like 70% against, right? There's unhappiness. There's intrigue in this room. There's a lot of unhappiness in the region, and there's also a lot of curiosity. So it's very mixed.
I mean, I think on that poll, I would ask who paid for that poll, and then you see the results. But I think that the point of it is I don't need to. It's not me convincing residents in the county that this is a good idea. Is a very, very small number, very, very small amount of what we're doing, because we have so many supporters who are third, fourth, fifth generation Solano County residents. We have nurses and doctors and teachers. We now have elected officials. We have business owners. We have discussions with labor. We have discussions with countless stakeholders. And we've now gotten to the point where people are evangelizing to their neighbors and dispelling all of this misinformation that some of the no-growth or degrowth forces in the county have spread out. That our role at this point is just to communicate the facts. And we have a really broad coalition of people right now who are doing that. And so the fact that I'm from outside is not that relevant, because at this point, it's an idea that's taken on a whole life of its own, and there's support for it from across the county.
Yeah, and we're almost out of time. We are sort of out of time here. Is there anything you would do differently? Did you make any mistakes in this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that look, I mean, at a high level, if you're building a company of this scale, of course, you're going to make many mistakes along the way. I think that the main thing that I wish landed differently about the announcement is we were preparing to introduce this in the fall of last year. And we wanted to come and brief the local elected officials, brief the local community leaders, and then brief the community and talk about it. In preparation for that, the story leaked, and the Times broke the story, which kind of changed the narrative. I think the other thing that I wished happened is I wished many of the politicians in the area had kept a much more open mind about it. I think we knew that this would be a different idea, a very big thing, a very big change. And so we understood that people would come and say, you know, I'm really skeptical. There's 150 reasons why this won't work, but I'm going to keep an open mind, and I'm going to look at the plan and then judge it on its merits. And instead of what happened with some of the politicians is they just came against it instinctively. And I think that's very short-sighted. And it's particularly short-sighted when this idea is by far the most credible solution to fix many of the issues that have plagued the county and plagued the region for the last 40 years. And they have no solutions.
So those elected officials, I do want to say for the record, many of them say they tried over and over to figure out who you were and to find you and to ask, what are you doing? We know that there were suspicions, there were foreign interests trying to encircle Travis Air Force Base. There were mayors, there were county commissioners, there were members of Congress, all of whom had a remarkably similar experience, which was not knowing who you were. So that's on you.
Well, not quite, because we have a body in America that deals with basically when there's a concern about foreign investment. Treasury has a department that deals with this. Treasury called us and said, hey, can you show us that this is not the Chinese? Show them like this. And then with regards to the secrecy of the acquisitions, I think that whole thing has been used as an excuse by people who've hated any kind of economic development or growth for the last 30 years. as a kind of a smokescreen, because it's the same people who take their kids to Disney World every year, and they love Disney World. How did Disney World get built? The Disney company came out, set up a few shell companies, they acquired the land, and then they announced it, and it was controversial for a year, and today it's the happiest place in America. So I think it's dishonest for anyone who takes their kids to Disney World and has happy family pictures of grandpa with their kids to then be in the press criticizing us about secret acquisitions. I mean, when...
Is that what you're building? Is it?
No, it's not.
Disneyland?
It's not. But we are going to build one of the happiest communities in America. I guarantee that. I'll be living there in 30 years. And I think it is dishonest. Because it's the same, when Stanford or any of the universities in the area is buying a property, they don't tell someone who they are. You buy the property and then you announce it. Same way that many of the companies here on the stage will do R&D and they will introduce a product and they'll have a keynote and they'll come and tell the world about it. What matters is that after we announced it, we did the most extensive community engagement ever. We had, I met with hundreds of residents one-on-one. Show me a developer where the CEO of the company, when someone emails the generic inbox, contact@californiaforever.com, they get an email from the CEO saying, I want to go for coffee and hear about how we make this great for you. And that's why now there's thousands and tens of thousands of people in the county who are behind it. We needed to get 13,000 signatures for the initiative. We got over 20,000 signatures of people who put their name on it.
So it is going to be up to the voters of Solano County whether to approve or reject stage 1 of California Forever. Clearly, as Solano County turns, we will be back and we'll be following this very closely. Jan Schramik, thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen.
All right.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Brad Stone.
Hi, folks. Okay, no surprise, magazines love lists. But here at Bloomberg Business Week, where I'm the editor, we don't think you need us to tell you who is the company of the year, the person of the year, the athlete of the year. You probably already know. So we've given ourselves something much more challenging and hopefully valuable, which is to pinpoint who's up and coming, who maybe have you heard about now, but you will almost certainly be hearing more about them soon. And that is our ones to watch list. And today I am thrilled to unveil our inaugural ones to watch in technology. Tushar Ahluwalia, the co-founder and CEO of Razor Group, has emerged as a major player in the industry of e-commerce aggregators. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr is involved in a wide range of crucial tech policy. Dave Fontenot and Emily Liu co-founded HF Zero, or the Hacker Fellowship Zero, a startup residency. Demi Gua is making AI-generated video a reality at Pika. Luciana Lissandru is the head of Sequoia Capital's European practice, helping Munich seem as cool as San Francisco. Udit Madan is the head of Amazon's logistics operations. He is making sure our packages get delivered on time. Lee Chen Miller of Meta is making AR glasses the next cool accessory. And Evan Reiser, startup Abnormal Security, reads those suspicious emails in your work inbox closely enough to prevent you from falling for scams. And that is our ones to watch in tech. Congratulations, Tushar, Dave, Emily, Demi, Udit, and Evan, who are all here today. Please stand up and let's give them a round of applause. Awesome. And now I'm delighted to welcome to stage my colleague Rachel Metz and ones to watch Dave, Demi, and Evan.
Welcome, Dave, Demi, and Evan. You are all in one way or another in the business of applying machine learning to build new companies on the frontiers of AI.
How significant a change is this moment in business? What can we compare it to?
It's huge. It's instead of needing to build a massive team now, there's so many things that you can do leveraging all of this new infrastructure to stay really, really small and build incredible products for millions of users. Now, like in the previous wave, we saw a company like Instagram that with tens of people built a product that got acquired for $1 billion and had a ton of users, was growing like crazy. We're going to see $10 billion plus, maybe even a $100 billion plus company built by a really, really small team of really focused people leveraging these AI tools.
I mean, Demian, let me ask you about that, because all day we've been talking about the enormous expense that is going into training and operating these models. How many lanes are really open for startups? And in particular, with the AI-generated video, I mean, of course, we're waiting for OpenAI to release Sora. Like, how many lanes are really open and available?
Yeah, the way we think about it is AI is gonna completely change the way people make videos. It's gonna invent a completely new, brand new kind of creation tool, platform, and ecosystem. So we think it's less about like competing with existing players, but more about like inventing something new in a very big market, aka the video market.
I mean, let me just ask you maybe more directly. When OpenAI takes the guardrails off of Sora, what does that mean for Pika?
I think it's a very exciting moment to see, like, I think fundamentally we started the company because we're really passionate about content creation. We're really passionate about like using AI to change and improve the process of making video and make video more content creation more accessible. So I think it's very exciting to see validation and other players who are together pushing the frontiers of AI native video making experience.
Evan, I want to talk to you for a second about, I didn't mean to make you sit up so straight. Tell us a bit about how you're applying machine learning to email security. Are you training your own models? Are you using other people's models? What is it that you guys are doing exactly?
Yeah, so we train all of our own models. And maybe we should go back to the other question. I do think AI, it's a tool, can be used for good or evil. The good guys are trying to use AI to stop attacks that have never been seen before. The bad guys are trying to create these attacks that have never been seen before. For us to go protect organizations from phishing, fraud, social engineering, we do train all of our models ourselves. We use a bunch of proprietary technology that's very good at understanding human behavior. We analyze content the same way humans would, and that's very effective for stopping the next generation of cyber attacks.
Why do you think there's a lane outside of companies like Microsoft or Gmail, Cisco, Proofpoint for a company like yours?
I think, well, Microsoft's got a lot of stuff they're working on.
This is true.
Not all is security, right? They're also launching kind of everything. I do think anytime you take a team that's really focused on something specialized and you build technology from scratch for a specialized purpose, those tools can be quite powerful. And in cybersecurity, if you look at companies like CrowdStrike, CrowdStrike also competes with Microsoft, yet it's, will soon be a $100 billion company. So I think there's lots of opportunities for people to take these technologies and apply them in a special purpose way, working really closely with customers to solve problems that used to seem unsolvable.
Evan, let me ask you a question that I think about every day when I open up my email inbox. Why, with all of the amazing technology available to Google or Microsoft or Yahoo, is the experience still so bad? And what is the AI the thing that's going to make it better?
He wants you to get rid of the spam in his inbox.
Love to talk to your technology team after the session. So I think the problem that cybersecurity has always had, it's very focused on stopping known bad things. You memorize all the bad files, the bad links, the bad URLs. And as you have attackers using more of these generative AI tools, there's more and more personalized stuff that's targeted at you individually. And so classic cybersecurity technology is focused on recognizing known bad. There's a bunch of stuff coming into your inbox or your LinkedIn account or any other way you kind of consume information from the outside internet. And these kind of very generic machine learning technologies don't know much about you or what's normal for you. That's for both cybersecurity purposes, but also for just productivity purposes. There's some messages that you might get that are super important to you that I don't really want to see. I do think as AI gets better at understanding human behavior, it can both defend against these never seen before attacks, but also help increase the productivity and by figuring out the most important and priority things for you, and that's what we're trying to go do.
Dave, you and Emily at HF0 and Gary, who was just on stage, you guys are on the ground floor of like the entrepreneurial energy in San Francisco. And I'm just
It's
curious,
incredible.
Yeah,
it's like so good right now.
Right. How thoroughly has it been taken over, infected by this AI enthusiasm? Is it 100%? Like, is that all you're seeing now?
So the way that we view AI is that AI is a tool, not an industry. And it's a tool that's really generally useful. So it's going to be leveraged in just about every industry. And the thing, I mentioned this to you at dinner last night, but the thing that really got me questioning how we view AI and the role it's going to play is actually one of our top crypto companies that we backed started using OpenAI in more different ways than all of the AI companies that we had backed. And that was really interesting. And so what I started to realize is that there's almost this new way of building a company, of building any company, any company that can leverage software, leveraging these AI tools. And that's the thing that I'm most interested in, more than like people building like an AI startup. It's like this new way of building a startup or building a company where you're thinking about the ways that you can leverage AI in every step of the company building, from your marketing, where you're getting those emails that are making it in there, all the way to your product and the experience that your users are having, all the way to your customer support and the stuff that folks like Intercom and like Clerk Chat are doing. And so that's what I would say is like, most of these startups aren't AI startups. Who is their customer? That's what type of startup they are. And in 18 months, I think a lot of the stuff that we're calling AI right now, we're going to say like, oh, they're just using an LLM. That's not AI. And so there's this, it's this next abstraction layer of software that we're able to build on top of that just happens to be really generally useful. It's so useful. And so we're finding almost, I don't want to say like a new breed of founders. It's the same mindset, this hacker mindset that a lot of the top founders in the previous wave had. But now there's this like new tool that they're just like, oh, well, we can use this here and here and there. Like Crossman, I think, uses AI like 14 different places in their business. So, yeah.
Demi, you built your company in part because you were frustrated. You couldn't make live action film look animated, and you said, hey, I can build something to fix this. I mean, you turned that into Pika. One of the things that I've been wondering about as I'm playing with Pika and using it myself is, what do you do with it? What are you using it for?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I think I use it for a lot of like creative stuff. So for example, the very beginning when we started the company, a lot of our marketing videos, I actually used to make our marketing videos for fun using our product. I also, I started Pika, like you mentioned, because I was really passionate about making side film projects. So you try to use our product to make like side project, which could be like fun film projects. Yeah.
What are some interesting things that you're seeing people do with the tool that you guys are offering?
We definitely see users are like more creative than I can imagine. So there are like use cases that are more like professional, for example, like making prototype, or for films, or like in general, like making making a short film to maybe like reproducing a commercial, for example. So our creative director, he used to run a commercial agency, and he was able to use our product to reproduce a commercial he made with like 30+ teams, 3 months in like a very large budget, and use our product to reproduce, remake the commercial in a day.
Oh, cool.
And Demi, can I ask you, I mean, how did you train your model, and how have you, as a smaller company, navigated the rights issues that do seem to accompany this and may have slowed down the emergence of Sora at OpenAI?
So I think the way we think about it is, I think just like general company building, like how startup wins big company. Of course, like experience really matters. So we have a very strong like tech team. So you have a lot of experience in building model, which help you to train your model in a more efficient and cost-effective way. And we also we're very intentional on efficiency algorithm, so developing algorithm that can not only train your model in a more efficient in terms of cost and time, way, but also serving your model in a more like cost-effective way. And yeah, in general, like, you know, as a very small company, we really value like hiring people who are very efficient and adaptive, and that make our team able to move very fast.
Do you see a day where you'll have to go down to Hollywood and have the kinds of meetings that probably the big tech companies are having with rights holders?
Yeah, that's a really cool question. So we also already are talking to a lot of Hollywood studios as one of the top AI video startups among the startups. I think it's a really open question right now in terms of how people would deal with it. And fundamentally, I think, hopefully, like the way we think about it is we're not trying to replace artists. We're trying to serving for artists. That's why I started the Pika, because we want to create a tool so that the artists can be focused on the creative part and realizing their creative idea in a more efficient way.
Evan, let's talk about generative AI. People like Demi are focused on what people can do with it that could be cool and fun, but you're also focused on how it could be used maliciously. So what is it that your company is doing to prevent against the malicious uses and the spread of malicious uses of generative AI?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a little terrifying, so sorry if this is a somber response.
It's okay. I mean, some of these things are really potentially negative or actually negative at the time.
So I think, like, first of all, you just look at the acceleration rate of AI capabilities. It's mind-blowing. It's very hard to even see what's going on. I always think about these image generation models. If you went back 2 years ago, and draw a picture of a person, Bloomberg reporter, someone had like 7 eyes and 4 ears, and it would look very silly, right? Today, right, it's almost indistinguishable, right, from a Photoshop expert, right? Probably a year from now, or maybe sooner with some of the work you're doing, right, you can have a real-time video, right? So that's kind of the escalation of some of these generative AI technologies. Unfortunately, while there's lots of very good good outcomes that these things will create, criminals will use these technologies for bad things, right? And we see that through text, right, or email messages today. It's happening more for other forms of digital communications. It's not hard to imagine a couple of years from now you're seeing deep fake Zoom calls, video chats, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what's scary, today, if not a year in the future, you're going to have every petty criminal on the internet using ChatGPT-7 to create social engineering emails that are more sophisticated than anything we see today. And so those are the types of issues that we have to solve as a civilization, and that requires using these AI technologies to go combat those attacks. So I do think, although just to end on an optimistic note, I do think the good guy AI is going to beat the bad AI.
Well, let me end with a lightning round, starting with you, Evan, ending with you, Rachel. You have to answer 2, surprise.
Oh, no.
0 being pessimistic, 10 being optimistic. Where's your meter right now on the long-term impact of AI on our society?
I'm very negative over the next 2 years and very bullish in a long time. So sorry, I forgot the scale.
Yeah, 0,
negative,
bad, 10, good.
Okay, I would say it's probably like 2 from at least cybercrime perspective in the next 2 or 3 years. And I would say it's probably 8 or 9, in the long run. I'm quite bullish long run.
Demi.
I'm very bullish on AI, but I also really agree with Dave, which is AI is a tool. So it really depends. AI is neutral. So it really depends on how we as humans use AI and how do we govern AI in a right way. Yeah.
Dave?
I'm a 10. The thing that makes me hopeful is this conversation is happening among the community that's building this stuff. Like at HF0, people are talking about the impact more than I've ever seen in any previous startup wave, and that makes me really optimistic.
AI reporter Rachel Metz.
Oh my gosh, this is a really hard question to answer. You're gonna hate this answer, but I'd go in the middle, honestly. I don't wanna say 5 because that doesn't sound super happy, but I think there are gonna be some really good positives over the long term, and I really think there are also gonna be some really big negatives. And we have to, our work is to report on it, and your work is to help balance that out.
Where are you at?
You know what,
Yeah,
we're
where are
out
you?
of time. Unfortunately. Evan, Demi, Dave, thank you guys.
so much.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sarah Bond, president of Xbox at Microsoft, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Dina Bass.
Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. So I want to start talking about the industry in general. You and Microsoft Games CEO Phil Spencer have been raising kind of the alarm that the video game industry is just not growing, and there's a real need to figure out how to reverse that. What's causing the issue, and how does Xbox turn it around?
Yeah, the last year or so in video games, largely the industry's been flat. And even in 2023, we saw just some tremendous releases, tremendously groundbreaking games, but still the growth didn't follow all of that. And a lot of that's related to our need to bring new players in, make gaming more accessible, but all of that has been happening at the same time that the cost associated with making these beautiful AAA blockbuster games is going up, and the time it takes to make them is going up. And so much of our focus as Xbox is about how we do things to help the industry all up, while also ensuring that our brand, everything that we do is there through this moment of transition.
Related to some of the trends you're identifying, earlier this week, Xbox announced the shuttering of 4 game studios. I know you're not the studio's chief, but how should gamers understand that move in terms of Microsoft's commitment to developing innovative exclusive games?
Yeah, it's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that. I'll go back to what I was saying about the industry, and when we looked at those fundamental trends, we feel a deep responsibility to ensure that the games we make, the devices we build, the services that we offer are there through moments, even when the industry isn't growing and when you're through a time of transition. And the news we announced earlier this week is an outcome of that. And our commitment to make sure that the business is healthy for the long term. But that said, our commitment to having our own studios and working with partners to have games large and small, we're a platform where you can play GTA, but you can also play Power World, where you can play Call of Duty, and you can also play Pentiment. That doesn't change. And frankly, our commitment to Bethesda and the role that it plays is part of Xbox in everything we do. It's actually been pretty fantastic. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to check it out. The Fallout TV show was on Amazon, and it's been great to see people fall in love with that universe, but also what it's done for the games themselves and people going back and exploring everything that's inside of that. There's some other great things that are coming from our studios later this year. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I was a big indie fan growing up. Looks like you were too. So you should check that out. But really right now for us and our teams, our focus is on the people impacted and doing everything that we can do to help them through this hard transition.
I think one of the things that was most upsetting both to Xbox gamers and to employees is that one of the shuttered studios in particular just created a hit game, did really well on Game Pass in terms of engagement, and won a ton of awards. Shouldn't succeeding in that way ensure the future of a studio?
One of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that the situation and what success is for each game and studio is also really unique. Like there's no one size fits all to it for us. And so we look at each studio, each game team, and we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with sort of making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build, the services, and ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises.
Talking further about growth, one of the key focus areas for Xbox in terms of growth, and this was also one of the key bets in the Activision acquisition, was mobile. What's the Xbox plan for future mobile gaming, and when can we finally see it?
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time since we announced the Activision acquisition, which we completed in October. And the whole thesis about that, a lot of why we did it, was about mobile. And we felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us. But we are that now. And so in July, we are going to be launching our mobile store experience. We're going to start actually by bringing our own first-party portfolio to that. So you're going to see games like Candy Crush show up in that experience, games like Minecraft. And then we're going to extend that capability to partners so that they can also take advantage of it and have a true cross-platform, gaming-centric mobile experience. We're going to start on the web, and we're doing that because that really allows us to have it be an experience that's accessible across all devices, all countries, no matter what, independent of the policies of, closed ecosystem stores. And then we're going to extend from there. So I'm excited about it just because it's something that we've wanted to do for a long time. We've heard gamers talking about it for a long time, and we're now at the point where we can take those steps.
And so in July when it launches, we at that point at the beginning see Candy Crush and Minecraft in it, or how soon, or?
You'll see things roll out over time.
Do you know how soon partners will be able to use it as well?
Our goal is to get partners using it shortly after launch. We really want to make sure we start and we scale using our own IP first. That allows us to make sure that the experience that we bring partners into really builds on all the quality and learning that we have as a team.
Another big discussion point in the Activision acquisition was cloud gaming and how big that market really was. When will we really see it gain traction? Is it gaining users finally in any particular regions and scenarios? How is it doing? What do people use it for?
Yeah, so, cloud gaming, for those that don't know, I don't know if everyone here in the audience is familiar with it, is just the ability to play a game natively from the cloud. So you don't need to actually have a piece of hardware in your home, and you can experience something that's AAA Xbox gaming on any device, regardless of the local compute that you have. And we have been investing in that for some time because we really believe that opening up sort of these beautiful immersive experiences to more gamers is important for industry growth, for developers, and we know people want to play those experiences. And we're seeing tremendous growth there. We have more demand than supply in that area, and you'll see us rolling out more capacity, introducing more options for people to jump in and play on the cloud.
And is it growing faster than the overall market? We were talking about the market itself is down. Where is cloud gaming?
It is growing faster than the overall market, really bringing in new players and growth for us. So it's an area where we're investing more and we're excited about.
Earlier this year, Xbox announced for the first time that it was bringing a slate of Xbox-developed games, Xbox-exclusive games, to rival platforms, to Sony's PlayStation, Nintendo Switch. That obviously was a big change. It was a little bit unsettling for some of the Xbox hardware fans, but how is it going so far? Do you have any data about how the games are doing? Do PlayStation gamers really want to play Sea of Thieves?
It's early days yet, so I don't have specific data to share, but we are really encouraged by the reception of our games. And one thing that I think it's important to note is, as Xbox, we've been putting games on other platforms for a long time. Minecraft is available pretty much universally. The teams at Bethesda have had games on other platforms. The teams at Activision Blizzard have games on other platforms. And so it's a decision we just make on a game-by-game basis as we move forward and continue to execute on our strategy.
At the same time, we've talked about mobile, we've talked about cloud. Of course, Xbox itself's heritage is in console. And, the energy around the console right now is a little challenged. Many of the hardcore long-term customers are worried. They're worried about the release on other platforms. They're worried that that may indicate that Xbox is defocusing its own hardware. What do you say to them? How do you make them feel like Xbox is still for them?
Yeah, at first, the worry that I see is happening across the industry, and I think is a lot of what we're seeing, just industry all up. But specific to core gamers, my focus has really been on engineering and building that next generation hardware experience that really, really taps in to their needs. I talked about this a little bit publicly a few months ago. I talked about how our focus is on delivering the biggest leap ever. And that's about really thinking through every aspect of what that hardware and what that experience delivers with the core gamer in mind. And that is about power and performance. That's absolutely part of it. But it's also about the ability to be able to play all of the games. We have people who've been playing on Xbox for decades, have invested thousands and thousands of dollars and hours with us, and to be able to take all of those games with them into the hardware of the future. So one of the decisions I made when I came in and became president of Xbox was to establish a team dedicated to that, to game preservation and ensuring that future generations, future iterations, that you get to take those things with you forward. The next part of that is saying, okay, I get to bring those games with me, I'm invested in those games, I get an incredible high performance experience on my console, but also continuing our commitment to make sure that gamers can bring their games with them wherever they want to play. That my Xbox library is something that can go with me and that I can enjoy with others. So our long-term commitment to cross-play is part of that, and our commitment to cross-progression and cloud saves, so you can pick up on one device and you can play on another, is part of that. And also our investments in cloud gaming, which you referenced earlier. A lot of those who use cloud gaming are people who own a console. They're just, they want to play it on another device and go somewhere else. So that's the second piece. And then the last piece is about Game Pass. We know our core users love Game Pass. Game Pass is a gaming subscription. You get a whole portfolio of games, but importantly, you get every single one of our games that we build day one in Game Pass. And the quality and the breadth of those games has only been going up over time, and you're going to see some more really big games going into Game Pass later this year.
From Activision's portfolio?
Across the whole slate. Across the whole slate. You're going to see some really amazing things. And keeping that as something that is really special for Xbox players is central for us.
A lot of the focus at this conference today has been AI. But AI for gamers is a little different than we talk about AI for the enterprise or for healthcare. Where do you think AI will be important, both to players and to game developers? And how is Microsoft investing against that?
Yeah. I didn't hear all the talks today, but I think we can all confidently say that we are right at the beginning of what AI means for us as a society and for businesses in general. And that's absolutely true in gaming as well. For us, we take our responsibility around AI as Microsoft very seriously and being really, really thoughtful about what we do. And as Xbox, there's something really unique about being a gaming company that is part of a major AI company. And so all of our focus within our team is about how we ensure that gaming AI is really crafted in a way that delivers unique and delightful experiences to players, and adds real value for developers. So there's 3 things we look at as part of that. The first is around developer velocity. How do we give developers tools to make it easier for them to realize their creations, to speed up iteration cycles, and also, frankly, to make it easier for people who may not have as much in-depth training on game development to build a game? We know that with that, there's just going to be a huge proliferation of gaming content and options out there. So that leads us very naturally to the next layer where we're investing a lot, which is around discovery and making sure that people can really be matched with the game experience that we know that they'll love, and that a whole range of creations can be discovered from the biggest games, but also from something novel and new that you may not have intuitively known to look for, but you're going to love if you experience it. And then the last piece is around the actual experience in the game. Engagement, delight, playing through and having a fun time, not getting stuck, all the things that come with that, so that you can get really the most out of the game experience. So we are early in this, as I said. You'll see us share things, and things will come out during the course of the year, but our focus just really continues to be on keeping player at the center, keeping the developer at the center, and how AI turns up in gaming.
Xbox President Sarah Bond, thank you so
All
much
right.
for your time.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dylan Field, co-founder and CEO of Figma, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Brody Ford.
Hello, hello. I think the most iconic companies are those that create or define a product category. I think that is absolutely true of Figma, right? I think if any of us are using apps today, using websites, maybe you don't know it, but you have touched a Figma interface, right? And so I think that you have amassed this kind of critical mass of users among the UI, the UX, the designers. The question I always wonder is who's next? I mean, I imagine you got to start expanding into other types of people now that the designers already are kind of locked in on the product and they love it.
I mean, first of all, it's very kind of you to describe it that way, and great to be here with all of you and to see some familiar faces. When I think about our platform, I think about what's not good enough yet. And when it comes to developers in particular, we have quite a ways to go. And the way I see the platform as a whole right now for Figma is how do you make it so that you go really easily from idea to design all the way to code and production. And if we can get that really good and make it so you can rapidly explore this idea maze and be able to visualize and then go really deep through to different instantiations of your idea, refine them with direct manipulation, with prompting in the future, then I think that will make it so that people are better able to develop software as a whole. And as I think about the developer part of that experience, we've launched dev mode in the past year, and that's already led to, I think, really good results for our users and also for the company. We just had best quarter ever, and it's been really exciting to see the momentum there, but there's still so much more we can do, and I'm really excited for what's ahead on that.
Awesome. So famously, right, Figma was set to become part of Adobe. Didn't happen. Old news, been months. Disappointing, but I'm sure it also opens up different doors. I mean, what opportunities are there for you now that you're saying, okay, we're independent, what's our path?
Really, it's exactly what we're just talking about. And I think that if we zoom out, we've had this moment we've been in for a while already where, what was it, like 15 plus years ago, we're all talking about software eating the world.
Yeah.
And for those of us in tech, that feels like such a cliche at this point. As we come up with new ones. Oh, will AI eat software? Whatever is the next thing to talk about from the media side and be extreme about. But the reality is we're all going through digital transformation. The entire world is building so much more software. And there's an exponential curve when it comes to how much software will exist in the world. And so I think the question of how do you help people build the best software possible is a really important one. because that's what I think will end up making it so that companies are competitive long term.
Yeah. Yeah, so getting more people onto the app and being able to kind of have a hand in making the software. And we all been through breakups, you know, it happens. We don't usually get paid $1 billion in it. Figma did. I mean, where do you spend that money? You hire people, you go overseas, you make an acquisition. What are you thinking for it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've already been expanding internationally. We'll continue to do so, and we're really excited about the opportunities there. We are excited and definitely have intent to do more acquisitions, but I wouldn't say that there's like some, you know, here's the plan.
Sure.
But I think it's great to have the optionality there for the future.
You said you're thinking about more acquisitions. Is there a certain part of the portfolio you feel that you could accelerate?
I think there's so much as you think about the end-to-end process of building and shipping software that we can do better. It doesn't have to just be through acquisitions. It could also be through partnerships. And there's tons of stuff there that I think we can partner better with companies too. But I'm really excited about digging in there.
Awesome. I read a study recently that it was about 1/3 of illustrators and designers felt that their workflow, or rather, you know, the amount of work they're getting has been disrupted by AI. Maybe it's lower rates, maybe it's less work. I know a lot of folks in tech traditionally say, you know, well, in the end, it's going to increase demand, supply curve, right? It'll work out. But what is your message to those individual creatives who feel a little scared in this moment, a little disrupted?
Yeah, I mean, I think that being on the other side of seeing what's coming on the design generation side, I think it's going to be really helpful for helping people create a first draft. I don't think it's going to be the final draft. I think it'll bring more voices to the table. And I think what's needed when you have more voices at the table is the best judgment possible. And I think whether you're a creative, you're a designer, and I think those are occupying increasingly different spaces in some ways too. I believe that working with these tools, making it so that you're able to use them to explore more possibilities faster, but then having the judgment to lead the conversation for your organization, for your team, to make it, whether it's the best experience or the best work product possible, that's the thing that's going to be needed most.
We heard a little debate earlier, is the IPO window open? But we've seen Klaviyo, we've seen Reddit. You have that FGMA ticker ready to go?
Look, I mean, we obviously have explored the M&A path. You know, we're venture funded, so there's sort of like one other path that makes sense. But no, nothing to share right now.
Yeah. So I heard that recently you renewed your lease in San Francisco, long-term lease. You know, the Doom Loop headlines do well, but it seems that a lot of startups are really reinvesting and staying in San Francisco. How do you see this current moment for the city and business?
This is why I love talking with you, because you're like, yeah, let's talk about optimism, and I'm down for that. I am a big believer in the future of SF still, and you know, whether it's, I'm not saying SF doesn't have problems, but I think that it's great to see people engaging, people trying to improve the city. There's, of course, we're gonna have different philosophies on it, but I'm so stoked that energy is there. Look at where our AI companies, I mean, you've had a ton of them today on stage. They're all here.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that there won't be many different centers of technology globally in the future. I totally believe that too. But I also believe that SF continues to revitalize. And that's why we renewed our lease long term. We also have offices elsewhere. We got New York, London, Berlin, Paris, Tokyo, Singapore. So Figma is truly global. And we intend to make it even more global going forward.
Nice. We had someone from California forever here earlier. Do you think building a new city in Solana County is a good solution to the housing crisis?
I have absolutely no context on that entire conversation, so I won't even pretend to be knowledgeable on that topic.
I'll go to the next one.
Gotta know your lane.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the disruption Figma had was related to M&A and regulatory, but startups, companies of any size can have these moments where you think you're going a direction and you realize that, hey, we gotta maybe recenter a little bit. How was it for you leading a company, and how was it for you personally kind of going through that mentally?
Yeah, I think that the thing that is hardest is when there's just complete ambiguity about what the future looks like. And that demands a state of equanimity. Otherwise, you just get in your head. And so for me, the mindset that I had to cultivate through that process was one of, whatever happens, we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And that was also the place that I had to lead from. And I think that on the other side of the process, once we had that certainty, I think for most of our team, there was a deep sense of relief.
Yeah.
And for those that didn't feel that, we wanted to make sure that they knew too that they weren't trapped. And so, for example, we said, look, if you have been at Figma a long time, maybe you're tired, or perhaps you joined us and you thought you're joining Adobe, but actually you're joining this like hard charging startup, because we had a third of our employees join during the deal period.
That's
it was a 16-month period, and we're a hyper-growth company.
Yeah.
So we said, hey, here is a few months of pay, and we're still on good terms. And we had a little over 4% of our employee population take us up on that.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing we said, though, or I said to the company was, it's going to be pretty intense going forward. So if you're here, you're signing up for that. And
you went hardcore mode?
Well, I mean, we are in hardcore mode.
Yeah.
Like, we're not in zero interest world anymore. AI is changing the landscape. I mean, this is an intense moment for all of Silicon Valley, all of technology, all of maybe capitalism. And so that's a conversation we had with everybody. And I think those that stayed past that moment of what we call the detached program, they recognize that, and they're all in, and we're building.
Yeah.
And now we're building ahead.
Would you recommend startups, even without this disruption every so often, saying, maybe we should offer some buyouts for people who don't want to be here?
I think for us, it was tied to an event.
Yeah.
If there was another event that was very clarifying, and it was like, we thought we were going this direction, now we're going this direction, let's make sure everyone's on board. That might be a situation where I'd consider it again, but I don't see why that would occur.
Yep, fair. So do you think we get to a period where, with generative AI, app design, increasing personalization, at some point does it become like the YouTube algorithm, where I open up Uber and it ends up looking very different from a person near me because you're able to generate and tailor it in a different way?
I think it's a really interesting question. I am both long on generative interfaces as a way to explore LLMs.
Yeah.
And I'm short on generative interfaces as the best way to design software. So it's kind of a nuanced answer, but I'll give some examples. So there are recent simulation efforts that are, I think, entirely new interface for LLMs, basically. And it's like, if you can imagine what an internet would look like as a way to use links and explore and give new context to LLMs, and from there, get to interesting, wild results and different hypotheticals and build context windows that let you explore conversations a whole new way, that is cool. And that is totally different from your question. But it's also generative interfaces.
Yeah.
But I think that when you use an app, so much of it is, how do you actually design the best experience for people to have consistency? And look at, I think you're going to have Snapchat on soon. How much of Snapchat is learned by someone showing someone else? I think a lot of technology is learned this way. We're social creatures. And I also think that the consistency and the ability for designers and for teams to hold a product in their head and to know exactly what that map of it is so important. So I'm still very long on the design of products and it not all being customized for every single person. Maybe content, but less so the interface.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much. Dylan
you.
Field, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Good to see you.
Please welcome to the stage Renee Haas, CEO of ARM, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
Hey. Renee, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Good to be here.
You said that AI has the potential to exceed all the transformative innovations created in the past century, and ARM obviously is uniquely positioned to benefit from this boom. Yesterday, a day after you reported results, or the day you reported results, we saw the stock take a little bit of a hit. all because your forecast for the fiscal year was just shy of kind of where the midpoint of projections was. It reminded me of a couple of days in April when we saw a couple of hardware makers tumble precipitously because they weren't as exuberant as they had been about growth prospects. And I'm wondering from you, did the market become overly optimistic about the growth prospects for AI and AI infrastructure in particular?
Yeah, well, that's a long question. Let me think about where to attack it first. We did announce our earnings for the year. Our fiscal year 23 just ended. We were up 20% year on year. We forecasted for the upcoming year we would be up another 20%, actually north of 20. And then we actually said the year after that we'll be up 20, and then the year after that 20. So if that's not exuberance, I don't know what is.
Wall Street's hard to please.
They're hard to please. And we're a semiconductor company in the sense that this is the segment we live in. So we're talking about 20% growth on revenue and 20% growth on profit. There's very few companies that can boast that. Why are we so optimistic about the future? One is the business model. ARM is an IP licensing company, which means that our products are used in just about every single end device you can think of, from a Ring camera to a data center using NVIDIA's Grace Blackwell. But because we are the CPU, the heart of everything, we have incredible visibility in terms of, A, when the products are designed, when they're going to ship, what the volume looks like. So we're very confident about these growth numbers. But to your AI question, AI is that tailwind that's just pushing everyone forward in the hardware space. One of the anecdotes I use is the foundation models, the software is moving far faster than the hardware. And you just have to look at Gemini Nano, which was introduced late last year, AI agent for smartphones. The smartphones that were designed 2 years ago, they had no idea what Gemini Nano was. So what we're seeing is people investing faster and faster into new hardware, which ends up being a good thing for us.
Equipping data centers, making them more efficient, you've talked about that. Mobile telephony, all of these key to ARM's ability to benefit from AI demand. My question for you is why not push ARM even closer to the heart of AI chip making by designing an accelerator?
We could, not talking about products that we haven't leaned forward in terms of unannounced devices. The way I think about the market today is we're doing the IP, and then going forward, we're doing what we call subsystems. That's taking blocks of IP and having them be a finished solution, a GPU, an accelerator, et cetera, et cetera. The next step forward would be doing a bit more than that, maybe something physical. We haven't talked publicly about doing that, but is it in the spectrum of what we could do? Quite possibly.
What are some of the indicators that you're looking for, commitments, conversations from your customers that would give you more comfort in making the plunge and then talking about it?
Yeah, I think it's just getting a sense of this confluence between hardware and software and where the right place to enter in. It's a very, very complex market because it's not only about the chip, but it's about the software, it's about the system, it's about the interconnect. There's a lot involved with it. But because we are at the heart of all these software conversations, because every piece of model runs through ARM in some way, we're pretty close to it. So I think when the time's right, you'll hear about it.
We'll keep hounding you, Renee, on that one. I want to turn to SoftBank, 90% owner. When we've talked to SoftBank in the past about its plans for its stake in ARM, they talked about what a great asset it is, central to SoftBank's AI strategy. We've also reported that Moss is looking to raise as much as $100 billion to bankroll a chip venture that would compete with NVIDIA. Just yesterday, we broke the news that SoftBank's in talks to buy AI chipmaker Graphcore. Can you tell us what your vision is for how ARM complements and fits into SoftBank's seemingly very ambitious plans for AI?
Yeah, well, if you've heard Masa talk, he's been talking about AI for a long time. The idea of singularity, the idea of AGI, it's something he's quite passionate about. And when he launched the initial Vision Fund back in 2016, 2017, that was really one of the hearts of it. So fast forward to today, I think what you're seeing is just the market now starting to be ready for all that. So he's very, very ambitious in that space. ARM is a very large holding for him, obviously. And back to our earlier chat, we're at the heart of all of these hardware devices, so it's natural that he's pretty bullish on us.
Can you talk about kind of what that complementary role would be in some kind of a large sort of venture like that?
Yeah, I think what you can say is almost any device that he might be looking at on a hardware side or a software side is probably going to run with or through ARM. So understanding what that synergy is, but more importantly, how to accelerate it, I think that's one of the unique attributes that we bring to his portfolio.
I want to drill down a little bit more on smartphones. A lot of interesting cross currents right now. Some of the things that stood out for me, we saw Samsung becoming the top smartphone player globally, dethroning Apple, Xiaomi registering fast shipment growth, Huawei making big advances. Do you anticipate trends like this, gains by Asian smartphone makers in particular, at the expense of one major US smartphone maker? Do you expect that to continue?
I think the geopolitics that we see globally, and particularly in China, I think will lead to continued bias towards local brands. I think that's probably not an earth-shattering thing to come out and say. That being said, Apple has a huge footprint in China, so they're not going to cede that ground. I think what we are seeing more broadly is these premium smartphones, whether it's a Samsung Galaxy or some of the Xiaomi devices. We're seeing demand for that sector increase. Combination of people aren't upgrading as frequently, the phones are expensive, and then back to these AI capabilities, which are happening fast. People just want to future-proof.
And talk about the work that you're doing to ensure that those smartphones have the chips that they need in order to accommodate. I mean, we're going to be asking them to do, we think we ask them to do a lot now. In the future, when we're asking them to, tap into generative AI, for example, a lot more. What's that like? What's that equation like for you?
No, that's a great question because it allows me to talk a little bit about the way ARM works, because we designed this block of IP. It gets licensed into someone building a chip. That person builds a chip, it goes into a phone, and then it ends up in the marketplace. But actually, we work very closely with the application developers. We work very closely with Google themselves, for example, the Android team, the Gemini team, because actually, it's the software experience running on that processor that is going to define the user experience. So for us, people say, talk to your customer's customer. We're talking to our customer's ecosystem. And that is really sort of central to how ARM works. And that's the case whether we're looking at Android, whether we're looking at iOS, whether we're looking at Windows, Linux, or Linux Automotive. For us, it's really about the software ecosystem and the app developers, because that's what really keys into the hardware.
Just to stay on smartphones for just one more question. As you look into the second half of the year, you talked earlier about demand for premium phones, for example. Overall, how optimistic are you that smartphone demand is going to pick up in the second half of the year?
Yeah, we see the indicators for the premium segment to continue to be pretty strong, so we have confidence on that. And I also think certain geographies will recover. Units were actually down, for smartphones in general. Premium not so much. But the good thing for ARM was our royalties were way up, and that's because we've transitioned away from our version 8 architecture to version 9. But more importantly, what does version 9 bring? It brings more compute performance, which is what people are looking for. So I think the market will pick up, though, in the second half.
Thank you. U.S. has set aside $39 billion in grants and other incentives for increasing chip manufacturing, as we all know. What's your assessment of how equitably those funds are being distributed and your prognosis for how successful that effort is going to be in its current form in accomplishing that goal?
Yeah, the CapEx required for these facilities is enormous. And on one level, 33 to 39 billion sounds like a huge number, but when you start to divide it up, it's not all that large. I think they did the right thing. I'll be careful, talking to my government oversight here, that, picking between an Intel, a TSMC, a Micron, a Samsung, that's tricky, right, in terms of how to allocate the funding. But I think, broadly speaking, CHIPS Act was the right thing for the United States. The United States has fallen far, far behind in advanced manufacturing. So it's critical to have some type of local capability. So I think by and large, they got it right. I think the numbers should be bigger. We'll see if there's a CHIP Act 2, but I think it's a great start.
Is there discussion around getting a CHIP Act 2?
I think there's a belief there's going to need to be. I think one of the challenges you have is that there could be a change in administration come November, which puts everything up in the air. But I think broadly speaking, the industry will need more.
If there's a change in the occupant of the White House, politics aside, what are the implications for this effort to boost U.S. competitiveness in this critical area, chips?
I think it's critical for the U.S. to have a leadership position. And in these areas, I know speaking for whether it's TSMC or Samsung or Intel, this funding is being used for the most advanced fabs, whether it's Intel's 18A in Arizona, or the 3 nanometer that TSMC has in Arizona, or Samsung in Texas. It's all going to the most advanced nodes, which is critical. And also the same thing for Micron, because you can't build these complex chips for AI without advanced memory. So I think the money is going to the right places.
You highlighted in your risk factors for your S1, China took up a lot of space in that. I think we counted the words, and I can't quote them right now, but there was a lot of discussion around U.S.-China, or China versus the rest of the world tension, and what it means for you. Give us a sense, are things any better than they were when you guys wrote that S1, and how much worse do you think it's going to get if it's not improving?
Yeah, I don't think anybody could write a risk factor section and not include China. And I don't know that the things that ARM worries about are any different than the rest of the industry. Things that come down vis-a-vis export control and of those natures, we obviously comply, but it's difficult to predict what's kind of coming around the corner. I'm an optimist by nature. I'm hopeful that the world can get back to flat again in terms of the technology exchange, but we'll see.
Recently, just to stay on this theme for one more minute, cancellation of licenses for Huawei from Intel and Qualcomm. How concerning is that to you in terms of what it means for your business in China?
There's no impact to us whatsoever. Those licenses were applied for back in 2020 when Huawei was placed on the entity list. So if you wanted to ship to China, you had to apply for a license that had to be approved. The two companies you named, Intel and Qualcomm, had their licenses approved, so they were able to ship. Now they've been revoked. We didn't apply for anything. We didn't go through that process at all.
But I mean the precedent that we're starting to see, just U.S. restrictions going deeper and deeper down the stack.
I think on that one in particular, probably they were closing a loophole more than anything else. I think the fact that licenses were granted in technology areas that the U.S. has been actively trying to curtail, I view it more that way. I think there was just a loophole that they closed.
René Haas, CEO of ARM, thanks so much for joining us here.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Please welcome to the stage Tom Oxley, CEO of Synchron, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
Okay, good afternoon. Everyone wake up. We're going to be talking about the brain-computer interface. We're literally going to be talking about the merits, benefits, and progress of implanting a probe into the human brain. And it's a timely conversation because there is another billionaire-backed company doing something similar but slightly different that made some news this week, which we'll discuss. What I want to do, Tom Oxley, MD, PhD, Synchron founder and CEO, is get right to this poll. So it's a simple question. Would you ever consider receiving a brain chip implant? In all truth, it's not as simple as that, as you're about to hear. So let's vote now, and then let's vote again at the end and see where we land. I think that's probably a good exercise based on the conversation we're about to have.
Feels like some information's missing
from the question.
And I'm being honest. As you know, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow is honest. Let's start with BCI, brain-computer interface. It's a fancy, for want of a better expression, Silicon Valley term, but it actually means something. So define it for us.
Brain-computer interface. Ours is an implantable brain-computer interface, so I'll confine it to those that require some type of procedure or surgery. That's the wave of technology that's coming through now. So the concept is device goes into the brain or on the surface of the brain. It creates a stream of information out of the brain, and that stream of information can be used to restore some level of function.
So we're going to be looking at a video of how what you call the stentrode makes its way into the human skull and brain. So just explain what we're seeing and looking at here.
So this is a live X-ray of one of our patients who had an implant. So the catheter, you can see it sliding up on the inside a blood vessel on the surface of the brain. And it then opens up like a flower when it's delivered out of the catheter. And then it's resting against the surface of the brain, and it's got an electronic circuit and sensors that can record local brain activity, and then a telecommunication system to wirelessly send the information out of the body. The people who consider these are, in this first application, those who have lost the ability to move, so paralysis or motor impairment.
There are a number of companies, as we touched on, that are looking at the method of implant in the human brain. Your delivery system is unique, and correct me if I get the basics wrong, but you're basically getting the probe there through a stent which goes through the jugular in the neck. It is not without risk, but it's less risky than what we will talk about, which is drilling a hole in the skull and placing a cap on top.
Yeah, I think part of it is around what risks are known, and we know what the risks of catheter-based, stent-based deliveries are because there's been decades of use with cardiac-delivered technology. So we've borrowed that which is now scaled to millions of procedures a year applied in the heart and taken that over to the brain. So it's not without risk, but yes, it's not open brain surgery.
Not open brain surgery, but it's possible. I think you've just hit patient number 10. I mean, you and I were chatting backstage. When I was a very young child, had open heart surgery twice. I had a hole in the heart, which some in this audience may also have had. And in those days, it was fixed by applying a Gore-Tex patch. And of course, modern medicine has moved on, and many complicated and straightforward heart procedures are done via keyhole, for want of a better expression. So, but you've only done this method 10 times so far. So what I'm trying to outline is, well, we've made progress, but 10 isn't that many people, it seems.
Yeah, especially given the size of the problem. There's 8 million people in the US, and any of us in the room could have a stroke or develop MS or develop ALS, a condition that stops your body from working. We're all at risk of that. And neurology, I'm a neurologist, traditionally, it's been the field in medicine where there hasn't been many treatment options. And so neurotechnology is having this moment now in medicine where it's becoming kind of the final frontier of medicine, and a lot of excitement, but the challenge with cracking the skull and delivering technologies that way is that the infrastructure is not set up for scale, for applications of that technology. Cardiology has shown over decades that you can now deliver millions of stents or pacemakers a year. So we're translating what's known from cardiac into neuro, and I think we're entering a period where the treatment opportunities for neuro delivered through a catheter into the brain are going to become vast, and I think we're going to enter a very large growth phase.
Could we please show the poll results as they stand now? And as I said, we'll revisit it later in the session. And I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? 52% of respondents, those of you here, want more information. So let's give them more information. The comparison is Neuralink. And I promise I'll give you the forum to talk about your technology. But Neuralink is basically, you make a hole in the skull. Neuralink is Elon Musk's brain implant company, just to let you know. And it has 1,000 electrodes, very thin, tiny wires that move into the brain. this week they disclosed that it wasn't quite working properly, but one issue is that the brain moves inside the human skull. Your system does not have the same problem. This is well timed because essentially the stentrode merges or interacts with the blood vessels at the cellular level. Take it from there.
So implantable BCI in the academic domain for 20 years. First human implant, Lee Hochberg and Brown University, Harvard back in 2006. Similar principle to what Neuralink is doing. The challenge that has not been solved yet is if you have the brain, which is like a jelly sitting inside a rigid box, if you connect the device to the rigid bone and then the brain moves, that's a challenge. So that's, it's their first subject. They're just getting started. They're just entering into clinical, so they're going to learn a lot. They've obviously got the spotlight on what they're doing, so every little thing is amplified for them.
Does that help you? Neuralink is very present in the news cycle, right? Does that help what you're trying to achieve?
There is a lot of capital coming into brain-computer interface now, and I think Elon Musk dedicating part of his time to that, I think, is a sign that that there's a big market, there's a big problem, that there's an interesting application that can have a huge impact on patients' lives. So yes, it's a great time for neurotechnology.
For me, when I was researching and preparing to talk to you, I was probably surprised by the rate of progress. Actually 10 people is quite a lot of patients when you consider the regulatory roadmap. Where are you with getting regulatory approvals to make it a commonplace market technology?
Yeah, so this market's going to be implantable brain-computer interface for paralysis. Implantable devices that need a Class 3 approval from FDA, typically 7 to 10 years from first implant to FDA approval. So Neuralink have just done their first subject. We did our first in 2019. So we're 5 years in, 2 trials in, yes, 10 patients, and now we're looking at moving towards a larger study. So that's kind of gives a sense of, and then there's another 4 players entering into the market, all slightly different approaches into the brain.
In the first instance, the paralysis use case study, deeply difficult. But the goal is to allow the patient to use the thoughts in much the same way that everyone gathered here uses their fingers to basically interact with a touchscreen. Is that a fair summation?
10% of your brain is your motor cortex, which is your control center for all of the muscles in your body. I'm using it to control my mouth, my vocal cords, my hands. So if you have a condition that disrupts your body's ability to move, you can go into the brain, to the source of the control signal. And so it's really going to the heart of how you express yourself. So you talked about autonomy. So if you have a range of conditions that impair your ability to move, we take it for granted, but you therefore can't express yourself on a range of levels. So the smartphone right now is a very easy technology to control via Bluetooth, and you can use pretty rudimentary signals out of the brain to control the phone. So that's where it's going to start. So we've been working with Apple. There's a Bluetooth input that lets you navigate through iOS without having to use your fingers.
What's the roadmap from here? It's a very specific use case, but you share this big picture goal with Neuralink. You both use the word autonomy. But you could extrapolate out and say, well, you and I might have this conversation in 5, 10, 20 years' time, and a different use case you may have developed. So what are you working on for future iterations?
So BCI is very new, but we're looking at the technology that's been available through traditional open brain surgery, deep brain stimulation, brain monitoring. All of those applications are very effective, and there's a large patient population to treat, but deep brain stimulation, only about 10,000 procedures done a year. So there's proof points in open brain surgical industry that it's very effective. So what we're seeing is if we can take that technology and deliver it in the cath lab, then there's going to be a potential huge growth like what we saw with interventional cardiology over the last several decades.
You talked about how Neuralink and particularly Elon Musk's backing and involvement with them has brought capital to your industry. I think I'm right in saying you last raised money in 2022. You count Jeff Bezos's venture or family arm as one of your backers, the Gates Foundation as well. why have you not raised more money since 2022? I go to work every week and I write about how Elon Musk is raising money for something. Haven't been writing that about you, and neither is Sarah McBride, who, by the way, highly recommend you follow Sarah. Just done really deep body of reporting on both Neuralink and you, actually, back 2022.
Medical devices take time. We're being very careful with the capital that we're allocating. If our burn rate goes up too high while we're on an FDA timeline, you can throw a huge amount of capital, but if the FDA is needing long-term safety data to get market approval, there's no point in growing too fast. So we're just taking it step by step, and we're for the size of company we're at.
What size of
we're at
company?
78 people now. For the stage of where we're at, that's medium to large. So Neuralink's a bit of an outlier in terms of capital expenditure in this space.
The focus is that the cathode or stent delivery system is scalable. Do you have any sense of the demand for that technology and methodology? That you are capped by the regulatory process at patient 10, but were you able to scale? Do you see it roll out in healthcare systems in America? That's where we are.
We do. So if you need to get open brain surgery, you have to go to an academic neurosurgical center. If you want to get a stent, you can go down to a community level, secondary level hospital. So there's thousands of people who can do that versus hundreds who can do open procedures. So that, plus the fact that the brain is the largest cause of disability, it's just that treatment options have been so low. So huge gap between the market need and what technology is deliverable. And now you have an infrastructure that's ready to deploy at scale. So we're just moving into that space, and our whole intellectual property position is read write with technology, telecommunication technology in the brain that can be delivered through a catheter.
Could we talk a bit then about patient 10? What evidence of progress are you seeing in that patient, and what literally granular information can you give us about how you're moving forward with that patient?
So patient 10 has ALS. He can't move his arms. He can actually still speak, and people will say, well, why would you get a brain-computer interface if you can still talk? And he tells me this story that if the phone's sitting there and it rings, you can't use Siri to answer the phone. So and there are a whole bunch of pain points where you need to hit a button just to do little things. So we're identifying what all those little pain points are. The system turns on, so he can now actually use his voice and the system to engage in a range of activities where he would otherwise need his caregiver or someone in his family to come and engage. So that's what autonomy is. I mean, you know the feeling when you've lost your phone and you're like, oh, everything stops until you find your phone.
I haven't let go of it since we came on stage.
There's no treatment for paralysis. So if your body stops working, there's nothing that you can do. So the people who are facing that loss of autonomy are looking for options. And for them, BCI is a very exciting potential treatment.
In the last 2 minutes we have left, make the case to the audience, not just here, but around the world, on why your technology is the way forward in addressing this issue. And then we'll revisit the poll.
I think what I'd say is brain implants can be highly effective, but until we figure out how to make them deliverable at scale, it's never going to reach a mass market. So we've seen that cardiology can deliver on that, and now that's going to move over to the brain.
This is no reflection of you, but actually in that exact moment, the number of people who wanted more information has gone up by 2 percentage points and now down. So I think we're on the fence, and maybe a bit of latency here.
I mean, I wouldn't want a brain implant unless I needed it either. But this is not Black Mirror technology. This is to help people. If your body's not working, that's when you might contemplate it.
There's a very serious goal, right? Let's stick with the 8 million with paralysis in this country. You are a neurologist by background and closely associated with Mount Sinai. What other expertise and competence have you guys got at Synchron that you feel is sort of world leading in its field?
We have pulled together a team that have expertise in electronics and in class 3 implantable technologies and signal processing.
Is it competitive, given that there are several players all seeking similar outcomes?
It is, yeah, it is competitive.
And how do you stay competitive from a talent perspective?
We stay on the East Coast.
Well, that went down surprisingly well in this room. Just very quickly explain the benefit of that.
New York City is Control Labs got picked up by Meta. There's lots of interesting software engineering, neural engineering talent around the computational side of what we're doing. And there's good med tech talent, more in Minneapolis, but there's lots of talent in New York. And other than that, a lot of the BCI focus has been around here. So.
Tom Oxley, MD, PhD, and founder and CEO of Synchron. That was a conversation I've wanted to have for a long time, and I think the audience greatly appreciated it as well. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Evan Spiegel, co-founder and CEO of Snap, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Alex Barinka and Emily Chang.
Thank you, Evan, for flying up here today. We really appreciate it.
Great to be here, and it's all sunny here.
I know,
Totally
it's so
fogged in
warm.
LA, so
You
this
took your
is
weather.
awesome.
So there has been some tremendous tumult in the social media landscape lately. Twitter is now X, apparently. TikTok is facing a ban. TikTok and Instagram still have, this incredible mind share, though. Where does Snap fit in now and in the future, in your view?
I think for us, we've always focused on communication between family and friends and making that really fast and fun and visual. And I think that's why we've been able to continue to grow through all the changes that you mentioned to now reach more than 800 million people. So, I think just sticking, really staying focused on those close relationships. They're the relationships that mean the most to us. They're the people we talk to most frequently. And enriching that, through Snapchat with visual communication, with stories, with the map that allows people to see what their friends are up to, where they are, what they're doing. All these sorts of products, I think, help bring people closer together with the people that mean the most to them. And I think that's really what's led to our just enduring growth.
We actually have a poll, a TikTok-specific poll. What is your opinion on the TikTok ban? I'll be bummed when TikTok is banned. TikTok should be totally banned. I don't care either way. So please vote. Are you a TikTok should be totally banned kind of guy? Like, that seems like it would be an opportunity for you.
It's probably a no-brainer.
But really?
What I think is really important is that we come up with a durable framework to deal with these sorts of national security issues. I think the United States has recognized that there are these issues, but has sort of been dealing with them in sort of an ad hoc, one-off kind of way. And I think that has real implications for the economy looking forward. If you think about how many businesses in the United States, have a relationship with China, whether or not they manufacture there or they sell their products there, I think it's going to be really important for those businesses here in the United States to get a lot of clarity around what the government thinks is totally okay. Maybe that's like kids' toys and diapers and those sorts of things, no problem. But sensitive technology, chips, things that could be used in weapons, probably not okay. And I think the sooner that the United States government can be clear about the areas where they think business cooperation makes a lot of sense, and also clear about the areas where it's, maybe not okay, the more stability we can have in our economy, and I think we can, maybe better strengthen that relationship. I think it's the uncertainty that's tricky. So, I think the more the government can share about how they're thinking about those risks and, really create some clarity for business, that'll be helpful.
Now, TikTok's not banned yet. There is uncertainty for some of their really important stakeholders, like creators or advertisers. What are you guys doing to take advantage of that uncertainty right now?
The most important thing we can do is just focus on our own business. Folks have lots of alternatives when it comes to short video. They can use Spotlight, which is on our platform, or YouTube Shorts, or Instagram Reels. So I think there are a lot of different opportunities in the short video space. So what we've continued to do is just focus on what creators love about our platform, which is the relationship they can form with their audience. And that's primarily through our Stories product. So creators love using Stories to just show what they're doing throughout their day. And because we revenue share, creators don't feel pressure to do all these brand deals. So Snapchat content just feels very authentic, which is why their viewers and their audience, really love it and why that resonates with them. And then they use tools like Spotlight to get more distribution, to help people discover them so that they'll, add them and watch their story on an ongoing basis. So I think that's a pretty unique value proposition we have for creators, and we're just gonna, really stay focused on that.
The tech industry has been through some tough times in the last couple of years, and we were just talking backstage about how you navigated that, and you guys just actually reported a really great quarter. And so, I want to, what's it like? Are you on the other side of that? How do you feel? Like, are the good times going to start rolling again?
If we have a stock chart, maybe now's the time.
Yeah, so I guess we've been working on Snapchat for 13 years now or something. There have been a lot of ups and downs. The past, couple years, whether it was the COVID pandemic and the way that, all businesses moved online and, of course, all the supply chain issues people face, not to mention, being isolated from friends and family. That was a real unique challenge for our business. Then you think about the war in Ukraine. That was a real tech hub for us. I mean, that was sort of the origin of our augmented reality efforts. We had hundreds of team members there. That's been an extremely challenging situation for our team and for our business. Then sort of fast forward into, I think we back in 2022 or whatever it was, kind of raised our hands. We're like, hey, we're a little worried. I think real rates are like -7%.
I remember when you did that, and everyone went crazy.
Things might have to change. And so we were really concerned about the macroeconomic environment, and sure enough, rates went up, and that really impacted the high growth tech sector. So there have been a lot of ups and downs. I think the important thing for us is just to try to adapt to those changes, to try to communicate as openly as possible with our team, with our partners, and just work through it. But it's definitely been a learning experience.
And with a lot of those downs, downs for the industry, you guys have been a real early mover. You scaled back on headcount before the rest of the social media industry, and really the tech industry at large did. You guys refocused and retrenched on new revenue opportunities. You've kind of been the contraindicator that's led the pack. Like, when you're in the trenches making those kind of decisions, what did that feel like over the last 2 years, 18 months? And kind of what were you relying on? Because, nobody could you weren't pointing to anyone else saying, they're doing it, we have the air cover to do it too.
I think for us, it's sort of that combination about being really optimistic about our business and our ability to execute, but really realistic about the environment that we're operating in. And so I think as we've seen some of these changes, whether it was the disruption with the ad platform policy changes or the macro economy or the challenges we faced, obviously with these ongoing wars, we just try to be brutally realistic about the operating environment, but then really have faith in our team and our ability to execute through it that allows us to keep that positivity that I think is so critical in such a volatile period of time. So I think in that way, as leaders, our job is to absorb that sort of external stress, but see it very clearly and chart a path through it with the team.
To throw it forward a second, we're sitting at this moment where folks are looking at AI. Everyone's talking about AI, including in this room. How are you thinking about the balance in continuing to grow your ad business, which you've just basically transformed to a certain extent over the last 18 months, and invest in AI? And maybe there are some other executive teams who are perking their ears up listening to you guys. Like, how are you sitting here thinking about where the investments go on AR, AI versus the rest of the business?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I think all the excitement around AI is warranted.
So it's real, not hype.
It's real. And I think one of the interesting things, though, about technology is that very oftentimes, the rate of growth of technology is not actually due to the technology itself. It's actually due to the way that humans adopt it. Right? And so very oftentimes, we're paying attention to the ways that humans are adopting the technology rather than the rate of the evolution of the technology itself, because that really dictates, how society will be transformed, how folks will adopt and utilize this technology in all their businesses, and of course, in Snap as well. So we've long used AI, in our recommendation systems and things like that. But what's been very exciting is the way we've been able to apply AI to, image and video and 3D, which are all real core strengths for us, as we open into the camera and into AR experiences. And so we're really excited about, the way that you can transform images with AI, the way that we graphic artists, 3D artists, would have spent weeks developing some of the models they use in AR lenses, now can generate those on the fly using AI. And so I think just the explosion in creativity we're seeing, through the adoption of these tools is super exciting. And the reason why we're at an inflection point is not necessarily just the technology, it's the way that humans are adopting it, in their day-to-day lives.
I still remember when Mark Zuckerberg tried to buy you, and you said absolutely not, and that turned out pretty well for you. But the sort of conventional narrative is like, Meta is so big, they have so much money, they can just change their name and then throw all this money and all these people at this new idea. How does Snap compete with that? So how do you compete in this environment where some of these other players have just so much money? Where are you investing and what's driving those decisions?
Yeah, well, I think constraints always really breed innovation because they require you to make choices. And that's something that's always really helped us. I think if you're a really big company and you can explore 10 paths at once, you never necessarily sit down and really analyze all your different options to double down on the one thing you think is really going to be a breakout technology. And so we have to spend a lot of time thinking about where are we going to place our bets, how are we going to be thoughtful about that. And I think those constraints historically have been quite helpful. I mean, even as I think about some of our work, recently to roll out AI-generated AR experience. So, for example, we've got a great new lens. You can try it out that shows you what you look like in the 90s. Rolling that out at scale to hundreds of millions of users using traditional methods would be cost prohibitive. But because our team had to innovate to be able to bring this technology to our broader community, we came up with ways of doing that really efficiently, really quickly, at a very, very high degree of quality. And so I think for our team, we're constantly thinking about how to make do with the resources we have, but we're also forced to make tough trade-offs, which I think ultimately is actually at the root of innovation.
I have 4 kids, you have 4 kids. So we've got a lot of kids between us. How to deal with social media and, especially kids becoming teenagers I feel like it's every parent's most difficult problem, every parent's nightmare. Do you have any advice? Like, what's your policy? Because you're on both sides of this equation.
Ban everything except Snapchat. That's what we do in our house, works very well. No, I think that parents really do know what's best for their children. All children are different. I think it's certainly clear, with our 4 boys, they're all different. They have their own personalities, and they'll be ready for different things at different stages. I think one of the really challenging things as a parent, and certainly what feels the most scary to me, is when you hand your teen a phone, they have access to the open web, right, to all sorts of information that maybe they wouldn't get at school or they wouldn't get through their friends. They certainly wouldn't find in our home, but they get access to this whole world of information that parents can't control, and they get access to the ability to connect with people that parents don't know and again don't have control over. And I think that can be a scary experience as a parent. And I think it means having a conversation very early on with your teens about the risk of using a smartphone, about the importance of only talking to your real friends, right, who you have at school, about being really thoughtful about how you spend your time, because I often hear from teens that they feel like they waste time on technology when they should be studying, or they'd rather be playing soccer with their friends. And I think, really as a parent, having those conversations with your teenager, certainly this has been the case with our teenager, is really, really important. And we also apply a very liberal use of the time, the time spent controls on the phone, and we get a lot of those little request 15 more minutes. No, those little alerts. So I think a huge part of it, is about having that open conversation. But I also think a lot of the research is showing it's about facilitating, interactions with friends out in the real world, right? That as parents, we need to make sure our kids are out there taking risks and playing together and learning. And so I think to the extent that we support that healthy relationship with the phone, where it is a great way to stay in touch with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or to learn about new things, we really, as a society, as parents, need to support that real world play and risk taking that's so important.
Evan, the last time I saw you, kids online was the topic. I don't know if you saw me. You were in the hot seat in a Senate hearing room.
It was
I was in the cheap seats covering it from the back, but it was a hot room on talking about kids' online safety. We heard that day Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, say, well, controls should be on the device level. That would make our jobs easier. I'm paraphrasing it. He didn't say it in so many words. Is that something you would support in terms of making sure that, whether it's an iPhone or an Android, that those controls happen at the device level, perhaps in addition to what you guys are doing in app?
I think there are a lot of controls already available today at the device level that parents can avail themselves of. So for us, it's much more about what what can we do? We really want to take responsibility for the experience that we're providing to our community. So whether that's things like making sure your account is private, right, when you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that our service doesn't have public likes, these comparison metrics that we know can make people feel bad about themselves. We moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
You guys did support the Kids Online Safety Act. You're the only company in the room that day, and it was basically all the CEOs of all the major social media companies, minus maybe Google and YouTube. Why make that decision to come out in support of that? And do you think that legislation will ever get passed? We just saw a social media bill about a different app, but not one to actually protect the kids in America.
We really think it's important to be a part of the solution. No legislation is perfect, but we thought it was really important to say that some rules of the road are better than none. And I think that's especially important when it comes to teens and young people and the way that they're using technology. So, we spent quite a bit of time talking with folks about that bill and about the language, trying to make it something that, the industry could get behind. And I think Microsoft has since also come out in support of it. So I think there is industry support for the Kids Online Safety Act. I certainly think passage is possible, but in a divided government, it's never easy. So we'll see what happens.
Now, when I talk to teens, I hear Snap can make me feel great. Snap's, clearly relatively, it sounds like from your surveys, or Snap can make me feel kind of bad. Like if everyone's avatar is at the same place and I'm not there, like I feel crappy. If you have it shows how many messages you've received. If you've received a lot of messages, you're cool. Have you ever thought about dialing back or filtering these like public displays of social capital that can make kids like crazy?
Yeah, we think about that all the time. And it's one of the reasons why this service is oriented around private sharing with your friends. But you're right, if your friends are all out getting lunch together and you weren't invited, that doesn't feel good. But whether or not Snapchat shows that to you, that feels bad. Full stop.
Right, it's the people, really. I mean, let's be honest.
I think what's important, though, is trying to build tools that do help facilitate that connection and bringing people together, especially at a time when we know that real-world interaction and communication is vitally important. So even though, the map sometimes may make you feel like, oh, I wasn't invited to lunch, we hear from people all the time that they're able to actually connect with friends they haven't seen in a while. Even sometimes like, hey, I was at the airport and I didn't realize a friend I hadn't seen since high school was there. And so I just sent him a message and we met up and it was such a special moment. I wouldn't have been able to do that without the map. So I think, trying to facilitate those real world relationships is important, and understanding that on balance, sometimes that means that people do feel left out is something that we need to be aware of and also, do our best to mitigate when possible.
We talked about teens and young people. You guys are really strong there. 87%, I think, of people under the age of 25 in developed countries are on Snap. Is that still the right?
What's the Rowan? I think it's like more than 75% of 13 to 34-year-olds in more than 20 countries.
From his mouth. I'm curious, live poll in the room, how many folks are on Snapchat? Keep your hands up. How many folks were on Snapchat and are not anymore? You did see a changing of hands there. You guys are coming on, I know. You guys are coming on a dozen years. There are folks who sometimes talk about aging out of Snapchat. Are you guys thinking about bringing those people back? How do you keep Snap a kind of shiny object, particularly as, you guys have pretty good saturation from what it sounds on the young people who are on social media?
Yeah, I think close friendships are something that actually get better with time, not worse. And what we find is that people continue to come back to the service to talk with their close friends and family. And where we do see churn, it's oftentimes where we haven't been able to connect people to the folks that matter the most to them. So a lot of the work that we do on our service to make sure that people are getting the most value out of it is making sure when people sign up that they're getting recommended their close friends to connect with, and that they're able to learn how to send snaps back and forth. Because I think once you send a snap back and forth and you realize how expressive it is, how much better that is than sending a text message, I think that it's hard to go back to the texting world. So I think what we've seen over time are very high rates of retention overall, and we're just going to continue focusing on making sure that Snapchat's the best way to communicate, with your close friends and family, because we believe that no matter your age, that's something that really means a lot to people.
When I first started covering Snap, I had a hot minute where I was a tech deals reporter. I was maybe a thorn in your side. You were going public, and I was trying to break news on everything they were doing in a very quiet period. I remember kind of hearing about your leadership then. I now, have the honor of covering you guys every earnings quarter. You're a different leader now. Can you kind of just talk a little bit about how you've evolved from back in, 2015, when you guys were on the path to IPO, to now having however many years under your belt as a public company, going through some tough times that the industry really hadn't seen since digital ad social media companies have existed?
Yeah, I think for me, the industry's changed so much, Snapchat has changed so much. It's really about understanding what the business needs from me in a given moment. And sometimes with a really difficult, pivot or rebuild like we just went through with our advertising platform to deliver a lot more value to advertisers, to be able to grow, with lower funnel performance advertising, sometimes it really takes that hands-on, leadership and just working very, very closely with our teams. And other times, you really have to empower our leaders and let them lead and execute towards our vision. And so I think it really depends on where the business is at in a given moment, that just trying to adapt my own leadership style to really bring out the best in the team and the company has been something that's just really important.
I want to push on that just a little bit, because everyone needs something from you, probably. You're the CEO of this company, you're the co-founder. How do you figure out what those needs are, and how do you get to that short list? What is that process like for you?
I think it really starts with our strategic goals, with our priorities, and then really understanding how everything we're doing across the business ladders up to that. But then, also acknowledging that as a leader, especially as the company grows, you end up, getting a lot of blind spots, because oftentimes you're only getting information that's presented to you, right? It's in a document or a presentation. And so what I've really tried to do, and it was very difficult during the pandemic, it's much easier now, is to just walk around our offices and talk to people, because you learn unbelievable things that maybe would never make it into the presentation, but are critically important to the business. And so that sort of more informal style of connecting with our team and hearing about what they're working on and understanding where the opportunities are is really important to kind of triangulating the information that I receive to make sure that we are, making the right decisions.
I've heard you have a very strict media diet. You read the physical paper. You're actually not on social media except for Snap, of course. How do you give us a little bit of what's your daily routine, and how do you tune out all the noise and trust your gut?
I have evolved from the physical paper, which I understand is better for the environment as well. I think one of the most valuable sources of information for me are really experts. So I try to spend 30 minutes or an hour every week, usually on a Friday afternoon, talking with experts in a space that I'm really interested in. It could be the economy. It could be our oceans. It could be energy and the future of energy systems here in the country, of what we need to do to evolve. So that sort of ability to ask experts really dumb questions is the fastest and most exciting way for me to learn, and it helps give me a broader perspective, about what's going on in the world, which is important, because I think Snapchat obviously is a global business, but also cutting across so many different industries. It's really important to stay across broader developments in the world and not just narrowly what we're doing in our business.
Want to do your hype reality thing?
Yeah, let's do just
a
really
quick.
quick.
Last thing, then we're going to let you go.
I want to go through a little quick fire on AI. I know you said AI is reality. I would guess that maybe not every use case is a near-term reality. Hype or reality? Chatbots.
Reality.
You guys have my AI in your Snap. AI-generated video.
Reality.
AI music. Ooh.
Not yet reality. Yeah.
AI pins, or whatever you want to call.
Reality.
But long-term reality or short-term
reality? Question mark. Robots.
Reality. Yeah.
And I want to end on this. So, long-term, do you think AI ends up being a utility ingrained in the tech we have, or is it kind of a new category on its own?
I think it's already ingrained in almost every piece of consumer technology that folks are using today, and I think that will continue to be the case. I think where the real opportunity is, as we just look across our economy broadly, is the way that AI is going to, change many, many industries and drive a lot of productivity. I mean, I think, folks overall have been very concerned about, the size of the labor pool, the declining size of populations in more developed countries. I think AI, applied liberally across many different industries, is really poised to help us solve a lot of these productivity challenges. And if you look at the recent history of the world since the founding of the United States, it has been a story of technology-driven productivity. That's how we've grown our economy. That's how we've lifted billions of people out of poverty. And so I think AI is another step on that just incredible journey we've been on, as a country and as a world in terms of driving more productivity. And I really think it's just the beginning of the way that technology can improve our lives.
One more. I lied. Where is Snap in 5 years when TikTok may or may not be banned?
I think in 5 years, people are going to really start appreciating the way that augmented reality changes computing. Today, computing is constrained to screens, essentially, whether it's a small one, in your pocket or behind your desk. And so I think the opportunity for technology and computing to actually be integrated in the world and shared together is really exciting and can unlock the potential, the true potential of computing. So 5 years from now, I think, maybe some of the excitement around AI, we may see some similar excitement around augmented reality. Let's see.
Evan Spiegel, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done. Yay. Thank you all
Thank
for
you, guys.
Also,
But don't leave just yet.
oh, well, first of all, we're going to be back next May, so put it on your calendars now.
I also just want to take a moment to once again thank our presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ, and our supporting sponsor, Okta. We are very grateful.
And also, speaking of coming events, in October of 2024, October 22nd, we are going to do Bloomberg Tech in London. I will be there. We are already lining up a great group of speakers, and I hope to see many of you there. There is a QR code. If you are interested in being part of that, please register your interest. We're going to be talking about trust in the age of AI and misinformation, and we are going to introduce you to 20 UK startups to watch. Hope to see many of you there.
Please stay, mingle, go talk to Amica upstairs. You can have your own
Food is on the roof.
Robot experience. There's food, drinks on the roof. And thank you all so much for coming. It means so much to have you all here today. Okay.
All right.
Your problems with me, baby. Set your conversation for the basement. I want you speaking in tongues. You know what they say about those. They come together, like we're together. You can't let them slip away. You can't let them slip away. We got everything together.